to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink.
Interlink.
Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink.
Interlink.
Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy, copy, copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Somewhere between heaven and total fucking wreck. Feet sometimes on solid ground, sometimes at the edge. Spend your waking moments simply killing time. To give up on your hopes and dreams, to give up on your life. For you've been less than kind. So take a number, stand in line. We've all been sorry, we've all been hurt. How we survive is what makes us who we are. An obvious disinterest, a barely managed smile, a team not in agreement, a status quo exile. I shirk my obligations and miss all your deadlines. I excite when he murdered and fucking up my life. Life for you's been less than kind. So take a number, stand in line. We've all been sorry, we've all been hurt, but how we survive is what makes us who we are. All smiles and sunshine, a perfect world on a perfect day. Everything always works out. I have never felt so fucking great. All smiles and sunshine, a perfect world on a perfect day. Everything always works out. I have never felt so great.
Good morning, dog! You doing good? Wow, nice! You're doing good! Wow! I have something important to announce! Wow! I'm... also doing good! Wow!
All right, all right. All right, we are back. We are back. Give me one quick second. Okay, there we go. Bit for $10. Do you think the pilot Predator from Killer Killer is supposed to be a bad blood? Shooting down World War II jet seems a little unsporting to me. Also, how are they planning to get trophies from them? Honestly, that's a good point. Yeah, it's like a little bit too much reliance. I mean, theoretically, he could like use that hook thing to reel him into the ship, but no, he was just kind of blowing him up. So maybe he was a bad blood and was just being a dick. Oxen for $5. Free my boy Charlie. Can't believe the king is trying to drag him through these false allegations. Yeah, he literally left his phone at the office, man. It's impossible. Lost Monster for $2. The Snowbaker cometh, hail to the white. Rip Udo Kier, aka Yuri from Red Alert 2. Yeah, fantastic actor. He was like, what, 80? He was pretty damn old. He was like 81, 82. Like, yeah, and he dropped dead. So it's not dead internet theory. It's really Indian internet theory, yeah. Why'd you have to punch 06 Gabby in the face, Rise Against? Because the first actual, like, any footage I saw of Final Fantasy 13, this is a distinct memory I have. It wasn't a review. It wasn't a trailer. It was fucking someone on YouTube upload an AMV of Final Fantasy 13 cutscene set to Survive by Rise Against. And that has been a memory that's stuck in my mind for the rest of my life. And why'd you take a photo of the princess's underskirt? Yeah, it was meant to star in the next Kojima game as well. Yeah, he was supposed to be, he was supposed to be in, I think, Ode, something like that, OD, because that was the game that Kojima was working on, and yeah, he was supposed to show up in it. Well, we have an awesome training montage. Apparently it's selling spears at Track Supply for like $50. About that, is out revelation? Dimner explains everything about Indians and their culture. Well, it's something that everyone kind of already knew. It's like, oh, they have an honor-based culture, and they have a caste system and all that. It's like anyone who's aware of kind of the India/Arabia style region. You know, Southeast Asia is the term, but everyone just kind of calls it like Arabia, something like that. Basically the Middle East. You know, anyone who's even passingly familiar with the Middle East could already tell you that, yeah, they're very, very quote-unquote honor-based culture. And see, the bridge took another victim? Yeah, it was a pedophile. No one cares about him. Heard about Brennan Buckingham? Yeah, he had, like, from what I understand, complications due to tuberculosis, and it caused multiple organ failures, where it's like, oh my god, yet he was able to pull through. Tough motherfucker, gotta give him that. Sean Ryan Show talked about 764 Group. Good, because that's kind of something that they pop up every now and then, and it's like, why are we just ignoring that? See, when the bigger JP feminist accounts started to be run by Koreans, apparently not just them, there were like multiple... There were like multiple quote-unquote JP feminist accounts that were actually out as being like Korean. And the biggest one, because they were in Korea and they had like the pinch emote, people figured out they were tied to the Magalia death cult, which is the actual feminist supremacist group in Korea that's like fucking psychotic. Apparently it wasn't tuberculosis. Oh. I've been having fun seeing much of the political chaos from the third world. Figure as much, but fuck me up, grab a beer and something I never do. I mean, it's not that big a deal. It's always Korean feminist cult. Yep. Yeah, I found the FFAMV. It's good. So you knew exactly what I was talking about. I bet the judge feeling pretty awkward giving that Slenderman stabber a second chance. Well, I mean, she is a violent schizophrenic. Unfortunately, it's one of those mental disorders. There's not really a way for you to get better. You just manage it. Did you finish Fables? I haven't finished it, but I'm like halfway through my reread. It is good. You heard about the Kuguya top Gao guy being Mexican? Yeah. The flag update on Twitter, it wasn't even a flag update. It was just kind of a account info update, but thankfully, like, I'm scared to say it because, like I said, every time I say it, it's delayed by like 5 years. But hopefully this means that people can start realizing how fake and gay social media politics are. Got the name of the song and literally me edit. What's it called again? I also don't remember. I got baptized yesterday. One Punch Man Season 3 continues to get clowned on, man. Sad being a One Punch Man fan. I think the writers for Sound Enough watched Scott Pilgrim while they were making the script. Now, Rise Against fits well with the game. Another band with a female vocalist in the genre, too. It was the time. It was of the time, you know. Heard about Aaron Paul stepping back from his role in Invincible. I think it's an interesting topic to discuss when it comes to characters and the actors who play him. A lot of people think it might be a money thing, or maybe he's just kind of tired of being typecast. Because I know, God, I forgot the name of the guy who plays Invincible. But apparently they wanted to just do Jesse again, and he doesn't want to do that. He wants to do other characters, so that could have been it. Pamphlet Kami shilling accounts from Mexico and CCP shill turns to be in Taiwan, yeah. Isn't it common knowledge most internet white ethonats are Latino? Yeah, Powerplex. Yeah, Powerplex is the guy who played Invincible, and apparently he was told to just basically be Jesse again. I'm back from training. I haven't tuned into a stream since Metal Gear Solid 1 stream Airborne. Taku Gatekeeper once again got out as a hero acting like he's Japanese, yeah. Yeah, specifically Season 5, El Camino Depresso, Jesse, yeah. You're all behind, Chad. Everyone don't like his brown. Wake up. No, Aaron says he loves playing Robert and really wants to dispatch Season 2. Well, yeah, because he does play a very different character in that. If I finish after like a week of reading, holy crap, to get dark and a little convoluted past the halfway mark. Oh, yeah, but it's good. And good on Aaron Paul for going, I'm not doing Jesse again, yeah. You ever seen Dolores Claiborne? One of the most underrated Stephen King stories. I have not. Found Sybil Forsyth from Scarlet Hollow is a romance option. Figured let you know since what happened in the last Scarlet Hollow stream. Yeah. Yeah, Aaron just doesn't want to be typecasted. Yeah. Yeah, you should watch Ash. It's an Aaron Paul sci-fi flick. Really good. Yeah, Paul's good range. They want him to be. He can't keep getting away with it. Yeah. That's more sad than seeing a bunch of Indians cosplaying as Republicans arguing against Democrats who are really Somalis cosplaying as Americans. Yeah. Yeah, I still feel like they have Robert say bitch because they have to, yeah. Yeah, global politics is all bricks secretly fighting each other and trying to convince the West which side to pick, yeah. How much you want to bet that cult's funded by North Korea? I definitely wouldn't be afraid to put money down on it, that's for damn sure. Apparently Aaron Paul in the early movie role in Beer for My Horses, he played a druggie that was an FBI informant. Holy shit, I completely forgot about that movie. I watched the new Frankenstein? I did. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Congrats on going airborne. Welcome to the Army. Wear your red beret with pride and respect. That's on Time Splitters Rewind. Yeah, that's the fan remake of, I think, Time Splitters 2? That could be dope. Yeah, I hurt my wrist while I was lifting weights, getting my first EMS. Feels great. Electricity is better than painkillers than I thought. See, China activated all their sleeping agents. Japan protested a new PM. Yeah, and it's only making Japan double down. Where it's like, no, fuck off. All you do is bully everyone in this region. And Night Living Dead review is going to be fire. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun kind of dipping into the rabbit hole of it. Brady Fox trying to go victory last, but has call out the Indians, but he probably isn't going to mention the Indians are also playing Democrat accounts. Yeah. It's almost like both sides are co-opted by people who aren't even Americans and are desperately demanding Americans hate each other. I saw Brandon Riley post on a cosplay check. Yeah, the one who did the Black Farron, yeah. And he had a pretty good point in that, listen, if someone's going to be like a full-on black people made anime type post, yeah, you can gun after them for that, because, I mean, that's just being a retard, but, like, a chick just doing cosplay, it's like, you're just going to overshoot. After Taiwan, we're gonna take the Japanese islands. Bold strategy, Cotton, yeah. We were talking about that in the Discord earlier, where it's like, China would be committing suicide. Like, if you fuck with a first world nation, like, Russia can get away with doing shit with Ukraine because that's the Slavs. You know, no one gives a shit about the Slavs beyond the fact that that whole region's fucking violent as hell. Fucking with a first world nation actually destabilizes the first world. So, the entire first world decides you're a problem and they're going to deal with you. Necron for $10. Idea for Dispatch Season 2 plays Blazer, dispatching as they work on a way to help chase, and explores the question slightly brought by Robert. Am I okay no longer being a hero? That would be cool. And people are calling me crazy for saying foreigners were the ones pushing this crap. Yeah. That's a Monogatari series. It's pretty good. I've only seen the vampire one, though. Something about recoloring people of color to be black. That's just racist whitewashing. Doing cosplay despite your race, just cosplaying. I don't say people of color. I just say whatever race they are. That's way more respectful. Fuck on the first world that's supported by most of the first world. Your ass is grass. Yeah. Have you played the other FF games on stream before? 10? Also, Jesus Christ, the niggas talking about the Farron cosplayer are fucking retarded. Yeah, we played 4, 7, 8, 9, then 10. The idea is we're going through all the mainline games. I just say colored people. China doesn't have a Blue Water Navy. Japan and even Taiwan have enough fighter jets to sink the merchant ships they send. I see Smiling Friends talk about the Norwood skill. That whole episode was pretty good. I liked it. You know, I keep seeing wicked shit everywhere. Oz books have been in public domain for years, and the last time someone actually tried adapting the books was Return to Oz. And if you say POC, just as a socially acceptable way of saying colored, yeah. Latinos have great cosplays, and they're good black cosplayers that act chill. We touched on the Night of the Living Dead remake in the review? Yeah. I plan on talking about the actual official remake, because there's actually quite a few remakes of Night of the Living Dead. My only PC term I prefer is Native American, because calling them Indians is confusing. I just call them natives. And no native person I ever talked to was pissed off by me saying that. Speaking of colors, why do I keep hearing the joke about Marines eating crayons? Marines are trained to run headfirst in machine gun fire. Every other branch is trained to go around it and shoot them in the back. Well, Japan's currently replacing their aircraft with F-35s and helping with the F-15EX. Oh. Make a video on Dead Rising 4 first or DN1 remaster? Dead Rising 4 first. I'm doing it chronologically. So he called Shoto a native? Yeah, and he's not pissed off by it. Black cosplayer for Noah Hartley a few days ago, but damn, she was fine. Yeah, Tom Savini remake of Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, I actually thought it's pretty good. Was tomorrow the Clerks stream with Shota? I can't wait for everyone to reference Clerks because of the Smiling Friends thing, and no one has actually watched Clerks. They even got Dante for it. That was actually really cool. Oh, make him a recurring character. He kind of needs the work. I feel so bad. We went to a convention. It was me, my dad, and my brother, and we were just walking around, kind of looking at different booths. And you had kind of the nobody section, which is really mean to say, but it's for I was in the background of Nightmare on Elm Street 5, shit like that, and tucked away in the little corner, just standing there with a big smile on his face, and no one was around him, was fucking Brian O'Halloran. He had his own little booth set up, and he was just smiling and waving at people, and it's like, oh, I feel really bad. Dante becomes the 5th smiling friend. I would be okay with it. Yeah, ER is currently playing Anonymous Agony, a super edgy game. Japan also the first opportunity to get an aircraft carrier proceeds to name it after one of the aircraft carriers that attacked Pearl Harbor. So we're getting a Far Cry series. Yeah, they're going to do a Far Cry anthology series, which, not a bad idea, but. A flashback with that sliper earlier. You're doing 13, 2, and 3, yeah. Most people try to expose the American Man comic account for being Nigerian, even though I don't think the account even claimed to be American. I don't really follow the account. Yeah, Show is a featherhead, so he's much better than a dot. And people are trying to push the standard in the cosplay community. Damn it. If you're not completely with cosplay, you're either doing it for political reasons. Yeah. Yeah, bringing the actor for Voss or trash immediately. He even loves the character. Yeah, Michael Mando? Yeah, absolutely. Even if it sucks, he'll be the best part of it. Like I said, if they don't get Michael Mando as Voss, it'll be a disaster. Yeah, the only Kevin Smith movie I've ever seen with chasing Amy, a straight dude thirsting over a lesbian, and somehow succeeds. Yeah, he has, his older movies are way better than his modern ones, but, Clerks 2, Chasing Amy. I kind of like Mallrats. I know some people aren't big fans of Mallrats. What was the Angel one? I can never remember the Angel one. Fuck. Dogma, yeah. Yeah, Dogma, that one's good. He has some good ones. The first Jay and Silent Bob movie. Yeah, America has more aircraft carriers as museums than the rest of the world combined. Dogma is Kevin Smith's only good movie. I wouldn't say it's his only good one, but it's definitely, I think, one of his better ones. What military info channels do you watch? What do you mean by military info? I mean, I watch stuff like Fat Electrician and Dankula and, Wendigoon when they talk about, war stuff. Yeah, Monkey Paw Curls. Jared Leto cast Joseph C. in the showcase Far Cry 5. Yeah, Clerks 2 was good. Clerks 2 was good. It was actually, yeah, I actually thought it was fun. Alan Rickman is Metatron? Fuck yeah, sign me up. I've heard that Kevin's Green Arrow run's pretty good. His Daredevil run's also good. Yeah. Isn't Japan talking about bringing their military back? Yeah, because China is now, like, openly threatening everyone in the region. Yeah, Voss the best character in Far Cry 3. Oh, hands down. Scene in Tracing Amy, where we can see Jason Mewes is detoxing hard. Yeah. Is Red State crap? I've heard it's kind of bad. I'm not a big fan of it because when you actually know what it's talking about, it feels downright disrespectful. Like, because it was basically talking about Westboro Baptist Church, but it combined it with the story of Waco. And it does it in a way that feels really cheap and tasteless. America is the only country besides Russia to have an aircraft carrier capable of launching and landing non-VTOL fighter jets. Russia is also a Cold War relic falling apart. Yeah, China's threatening everyone because of Biden being in office, even though he wasn't directly named. It was brought up yet. You gonna play a Lightning Final Fantasy game? Yeah. Do you see Jay and Silent Bob's super groovy cartoon movie? I never did because it always felt like that's something I need to watch with Weed Bro and some substances need to be going around. I'm not a big fan of those Kevin Smith movies where, like, he is fully expecting you to be baked out of your gourd when you watch it. Clerks 2 is pretty inaccurate with fast food chains having clean bathrooms. Yeah, for the Far Cry series, they're not bringing back Voss. They're say it's going to be all new setting and characters. I'm okay with that, but it's going to be a big wait and see. It's like, all right, do not fuck this up. It's a deep cup Amos. He got arrested by ICE. He might be deported to Singapore, where he's going to be put in jail for draft dodging. Yeah, if I have to be high to enjoy your movie's shit. Yeah. Also, you finally got my comfort characters game good? Yeah, finally. Oh, God. The solution was so simple, it genuinely pissed me off, where all I had to do was run OBS in administrator mode. I do that and the game runs fine. Like, the game runs fine even without it. It's being able to actually, like, stream the game, like, actually showing you guys the footage of it. All I need to do is run in administrative mode. Why does it work? I don't fucking know. Oh, God. I can tell it's getting colder. My allergies going nuts. Yeah, Japan's already been building troops in Okinawa for like 2 years for this exact reason. Yeah. Yeah, bless you. Yeah. Playing Dead Rising, I hate cut from the same cloth. Yeah. I like Jane Silent Bob Strike Back. Also watched Red State. Red State was the first horror movie Kevin Smith did. And like I said, it's basically Westboro Baptist Church mixed with Waco. Like, that's literally the way to describe the movie. It's a bunch of boys get kidnapped by a cult who are basically an allegory for Westboro Baptist Church. And at the same time they're kidnapped, they're being sieged by the feds, and it turns into a whole shootout. Our Japanese military force is being held back by America off its leash and becomes something scary. Yeah, strange thing about Singapore, you don't need to be Singaporean citizen and join the military, just be born there. So kind of like French Foreign Legion. I got a new OC in Smiling Friends universe, and this one really hates Dolly Dimply and Cool Autistic Gamer. Name is called Blue since 2012. I already hate him. If you're mean to Dolly, I don't like you. Favorite fast food house sauce? I don't know. That's like really specific. Recently watched Last Samurai Standing. It was great. Yeah, it was pretty damn fun. Pretty damn fun. Thoughts on the Gabe Cube? If it costs like $700, it's gonna flop. That is always the issue with these console killer things. They try to charge as much as a PC when they don't need to be. I was dispatched. No spoilers, please. I have 3 more episodes to get to. I thought it was really good. I liked it. The humor's not fully like the humor can be just downright pretty bad at times. And the YouTube voice acting can get really bad more than once. But for what it wanted to do and the actual good parts, it makes up for it. They project it to be about like 500-600. It better be around there. I'm always a base dimply enjoyer. You should play Prototype. It's a really fun game. You can emulate, and it's $5. So I played Prototype. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it's solid superhero stuff. Yeah, where our boy's the water goat. Hey, now can you explain why, how and why studios are price fixing? Oh, talking about like the Punch from the Dead Rising 3 one? Okay. This is actually something I've been sticking to for a little bit, but basically, game prices as we have now are completely fake. They do not need to be $70. They do not need to be $100. The reason I keep saying over and over again, no game is worth more than $60 is explicitly because of this. The industry for years has wanted to creep up game prices because executives are fucking greedy as hell. Like, fucking greedy. And they'll make any excuse in the book to nickel and dime people. And games, because we've had kind of I guess like a double A resurgence in recent years, where a lot of double A games have come out and gotten really popular, where they're smaller studios, smaller budgets, they're not as big and expensive as like a GTA game, something like that. That's had a lot of industry heads who are connected to the big industry going, well, you can't do that. Don't you understand how bad that's cutting into us and shit like that? Especially because they keep talking about how the base price for GTA 6 is going to be $100. These are indie games where they're basically like, well, from our projections with how much we spent, we don't need that much to really, make back our money. And yet they're yelling at them for lowering the bar for everyone else. It's like when Baldur's Gate 3 came out and they're like, well, really, you're setting unreasonable expectations on everyone. The industry wanted to creep up game prices while putting in less and less work so they can basically just bleed people dry and do barely anything to make a quality game. Make a Love Now War, $50 as a Shiba Inu jumping with fireworks. Fireworks is pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's probably AAA trying to have budgets as big as MCU films for like no reason. Not only is there no reason for it, it gets in the way of actually making the game good because with so many moving parts and how many different people they have to hire, it just too many cooks in the kitchen. Reminder, the big studio said that $6 price tag because of the economics of having a physical game, but never lowered the price for digital. Yeah. $70 came after they normalized digital. So it's just, it is just one of those where they're going to do whatever they can to try to trick people into believing it's necessary, we need to do this. And it's just, No heart for Doggo? Well, let me give it a heart. Oh, well, let me give it a heart. Oh, now I'm sad. But it's not the same thing as the 80s game crash? Yeah. The industry refused to admit they crashed in 2008 because they had momentum at the time and started showing around PS4, Xbox One launch. Yeah. Look up Agelvic's Death and Abyss. Really good indie game that combines Star Fox with Devil Daggers and Iron Lung. Comes out Friday and it's sick. I wouldn't pay $100 for a game if it had endless replayability. I mean that the story would have to be procedurally generate each time so it could be completely different. Black Ops 7 was made with ChatGPT. Yeah. Is there a way it'll go down soon? We're already seeing the beginning of it. GTA 6 is going to be a make or break for the gaming industry. If it succeeds, it's going to set a precedent for games to be $100. If it fails, I predict it'll crash worse than ET. Favorite game is a 3.5 10 game that's stuck on 7th gen. It's over for me. Yeah, good games to low prices will crash the industry because they expose them as frauds. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're kind of in the beginnings of this shit starting to taper down because more people are flocking to AA games like Hades 2, Silk Song, Expedition. These like smaller games. Dispatch, another one. It fucking exploded. But people are flocking to these games, and a lot of companies like Ubisoft and EA are reporting that they're bringing less and less money each year. There just gets to a point where people just can't physically pay for it. That's why you don't try to, bleed people dry of every cent they have, because that means each year they're going to have that much less to give you. The reason you try to sell a game at $30 is not because it's nice and you care about your customers. It's the fact of that means they have to spend less money that they can hold on to and save up Meaning that the next time you put something out, they're guaranteed to buy it too, so long as it doesn't suck. Yeah, speaking of price, Ninja Gaiden 4 is already on 20% sale. Yeah, not to mention day one sales for games have dropped heavily. People wait now. Yeah. I've gotten so many hours out of V Rising. Yeah. Grok generated video game story as every second mission. BU attempted to struggle snuggle Will Stancil. Yeah, AAA game devs and indie companies spurting out over Silksong price was when more people realized the mask has been slipping on games being price fixed. Yeah. Yeah, Expedition and Dispatch are especially satisfying to see succeed considering how much worse Ubisoft looks. Yeah. The Flock and AA games are just find a different hobby. Also, Ubisoft and Shield try and pretend their AC Shadows has dang performance, even though it didn't. Like, no one remembers AC Shadows. Yeah, speaking of sales, I've gotten Neversoft's Gun game. Yeah. When I succeed at making a game, look at the copycats of your game. Stardew Valley has a few. Yeah. Can't wait for the price drop for GTA 6. Yeah. Is Gleb getting fired? Did you kick him out from the group chat? I'm glad to see the game devs who get let go from studios are able to still create great games rather than be blacklisted like Hollywood does with actors and directors. Yeah. AC who? AC Shadows. Grokchan, generate me a Black Lagoon game. My pizza pops are yours. What's AC Shadow the Hedgehog? Ever play Peter Jackson King Kong the game? The movie The Game on stream. Someone posted the game online with fixes. That could be fun. I do remember liking that game when I was a kid. I've seen the Hytale creator bought the rights back, and he's been making a lot of progress since back then when Hytale was first announced. What's Hytale? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, Ubisoft thinks an Attack on Titan DLC is going to help AC Shadows. Do you know what year it is? Yeah. And that's the big thing that will forever gimp companies like Ubisoft. Because they're so big and so corpo, they're permanently stuck a few years in the past. They cannot keep up with what people actually want to see. Yet they're obsessed with following with what people want to see, you know? Like, games like Dispatch has moments where they have, like, really dumb humor, trying to, like, reference memes and shit. You know, people point out the big Chungus on the leaderboard list and all that. But the story, by and large, works as its own superhero story that could exist pretty much whenever. The game came out 10 years ago, it wouldn't really feel that different. The only real difference is, like, who the hell are some of these voice actors? They sound awful, you know, that kind of thing. Expedition is a game literally made to pay tribute to games made 20 fucking years ago. You could release it back in like 2008, it would still be exactly as good as it was then. But Big Corpo constantly wants to be in the know. They constantly want to be on the cutting edge, and because of that, they're always falling behind because the cutting edge is constantly moving. And with how bureaucratic and slow they are with making games because they bloat it the fuck up, every single thing they put out feels dated. Got a copy of Cyberpunk, but have yet to dive into it. How long does it take before it lets you out into the world to explore? Like 30, 40 minutes. You know, basic RPG build-up. Ever heard of Reloaded in South of Midnight? I didn't either. I'll be the worst thing you can say to a person is that you hope their favorite series gets adapted by 80 Shankar. Yeah, Dispatch is millennial cringe at its worst, but main story is heart. Yeah. As blatant and known price fixing, first brick-and-mortar retailers strong-armed to stop digital distribution underselling. Now publishers are in Mexican standoff over it. You ever played Blue Dragon? I played a little bit of it when I was a kid. Calling it out, GTA 6 is going to have even more restricted mission structure than 5, and you won't have a fraction of the gameplay features Red Dead 2 had. I can definitely believe it. Berserk 2016 is underrated. Oh, you didn't know. Oh, you weren't there. How much you bet every new AAA game inflated prices? Most of it's fraud by the higher-ups. Oh, I definitely believe it. Like, people point out, you have games that come out that need 100 gigabyte day one patches that cost upwards of like 70, 80 bucks. And they still have microtransactions in them, you know? Microtransactions and like a million different cosmetic DLCs. It is fucking crazy. The amount of money they try to bleed out of people for something that barely works. And then they go, well, you're just entitled for expecting us to do anything better. It's like, you don't need to be showing up to like game developers' houses with a shotgun or anything like that. At the end of the day, it's still a video game, but like there is like terrifying amount of, I think, just entitlement among big companies where they're like, but we're a big company with a big name brand. You're supposed to just love us. Like, motherfucker, no. Yeah, anyone remember Skull and Bones? Yeah. Remember to pre-order, buy all the season pass and every single skin in a shop and a single-player game consumer. Sure, GTA 6 got delayed again. Does anyone remember when Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper lost mind over Japanese high school girls changing the swimsuits for school kids, saying it will affect... What? Do I say the Zoomer speak is a problem? It's just Zoomer characters in a game world? Robert doesn't even speak like one, yeah. Hytale was a very popular Minecraft server back then. Created the server decided to make his own game. From what I heard, bought Hytale's from Riot, and he's doing his own thing. Ah. Yeah, wasn't Black Ops 7 so bloated it couldn't run on launch, so Activision forced to update it, and it turns out after optimizing it was 30 gigs, just like every other PS4 game, yeah. Yeah, it's blatant highway robbery. It's the reason I don't mind free Chinese games that only charge cosmetics or, fun indies, yeah. What's worse, Clang, Zerk 2016, Soul Eater, or not One Frame Man Season 3? I'll always say Berserk 2016, because, like, that's something I genuinely love. I like One Punch Man. I never got into Soul Eater. Berserk fucking hurt. Because that was literally, you have one of the best mangas ever made, and you're doing nothing to pay respect to it. Yeah, Dead Space Remake's on sale for like $10. Yeah. Sounds pretty shallow. Actually getting Attack on Titan DLC. How the fuck would that even work? It's probably just going to be cosmetics. Like, it's probably not even going to be anything like gameplay-wise. It's just going to be cosmetics. Yeah, Clang, yeah. Watching Bricky's Black Ops 7 review, you talk about the growth mindset Microsoft had when in reality, that mindset's everywhere, and AI is being pushed to cost-cutting measure, yeah. I'm thinking of playing Dead Rising 1 and 2, but I was wondering if it was fine using the DLC outfits for 2 if it ruins the experience for a first-time player. I would definitely say try your best to avoid them first time through so you get a feel for what the game is meant to be. Ever watched King Lauderdale? I've been watching his stuff, and he has a Ross Scott feel to his style. I have not. Agree that some anime are better than the crap that Hollywood gives us? Well, I mean, yeah. There's always going to be good shit in any medium. And Berserk anime done right would be a huge hit, yeah. When we see next Berserk chapter for New Year's, I have a very distinct feeling we're not seeing it. Yeah, games being cringe moment to moment's fine. Saying cringe throughout the game is worse, yeah. How about that Sigma grind set? I'd say Candace Owens now saying that Israel and France are the ones who kill Kirk and they're gonna kill her. Yeah, she's fucking crazy. Well, yeah, my boy, but the brother's heavy. Gave away in possession, moved into a Chevy. Yeah. Everyone loves Gone Guru. Other than P4 and Dead Rising and the other video games you're planning on discussing in the future? Oh, yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot. There's a reason I try to space out the sagas, because there is a lot. It's almost Thanksgiving, yeah. What's Faith Wendigoon video on Mandalore actually gave me a nightmare last night. It's really cool lore. Yeah, gaming industry's become gaming Hollywood. Oh, it's been like that for a while. Like, gaming was desperate to kind of be seen as real art. So it developed a serious kind of insecurity about that. And it didn't help that you had legitimately really good games that actually were considered, like, fucking better than movies more than once. You know, you had stuff like Naughty Dog, early Naughty Dog that they were putting out, stuff like Uncharted. You had stuff like, obviously, Kojima games, Metal Gear Solid that were really good. Silent Hill was really good. What are your plans for next year? I'm going to save up money again. It's time to build the Dragon Nest. It's funny that you can't batshit insane from debating Undead Chronic. That man just knows how to break people. I'd say games industry turned to gaming Hollywood after the hot coffee mod controversy that game companies were censoring themselves. Yeah. I'm an apologist for One Punch Man Season 2, but 3 is unbearable. I really want to know what the hell happened. Which next big saga, P4 and Dead Rising are done? Metal Gear? Maybe Bioshock something else entirely? I have an idea for it, but like I said, it's going to take a while because I don't want to do saga after saga. There's still a lot of shit on the list I got to cover. My games have some edge, like over-the-top edge, so sharp it hurts. It was both cringe and charming, like in Darkness and Prototype. Can I have a Conviction arc and Lost Children OVA at least? Best I can do is another Golden Age arc. And Last of Us and its consequence has been a disaster for gaming. Yeah. Streaming on Thanksgiving? It's on Thursday. I mean, by the time we'll stream, it'll be like over. So, probably. How much would you have to pay you to not have to suffer through Dead Rising 4? The saga began. We're talking about Dead Rising 4. Yeah, Neil Druckmann literally used the game industry to springboard into Hollywood. Yeah. And please do Bioshock, especially how the second game is the best one. I think Charlie Cox was good in Expedition. Yeah, he was great. He was really good. Thinking of Saga, have you read the Saga comic? I have not. Question, why Expedition 30 get so many award nominations and gaming awards while JRPGs left in the dust like Metaphor ReFantazio? Because unfortunately, despite it explicitly being made as a love letter to JRPGs, the lead dev himself name-dropped like 5 of them he really loved, like Shadow Hearts, Lost Odyssey, Final Fantasy X, think he name-dropped Dragon Quest as well. Point is, the guy loved JRPGs. It built the reputation of being a JRPG without the nasty, stinky Japanese parts of it, even though the game has those in spades. So they're like, oh my god, it's a JRPG we can actually like. It's like Persona 5. Please don't blame the animators trying really hard. Don't want to be mean, but who the fuck do you blame then? Even then, nobody knew who the fuck he was on the red carpet and avoided him. Yeah. Here's an obscure and abysmal anime, Excel World. I'm not referring to Excel World. I'm referring to the Chibi spinoff. Zimmer's a part of the bullshit Robert has to deal with, so we're experiencing it along with him. Yeah, at least Tales of Berseria is getting a remaster. They're not really adding much to it, but it's there. Not sure how I feel about them remastering all the old games, but oh well. Velvet, my love. For me, One Punch Man was always a comedy show, and the animation's bad. Still think it's fun. Speaking of cheap games, BlazBlue series goes on sale every month. $1 for first, $3 for second, $5 for third, $10 for the most recent. Damn good fighting game VNs. One of the conspiracy theories I believe is that all the JRPG and turn-based hate was created by industry plants sabotaging Japanese devs when they got big in the West. I definitely believe it. Hell, it's to the point that people go back to like old reviews for like PS2, PS3 JRPGs, and they're like weirdly negative if it's not like a massive company that they know they couldn't get away with lying about. What's your favorite Law & Order show? Fuck, I haven't thought about Law & Order in a long-ass time. I remember watching a lot of SVU. Both Sakaguchi and Phil Spencer don't want to port Lost Odyssey to anything new, yet the Soy Millennials keep saying the game is the true Final Fantasy 13 to deserve karma. Any Black Friday sales you're looking forward to? I'm going to have to look around to see what's out there, because it's going to be time to start buying presents for people. Yeah, SVU got extremely dark. Canonically, Velvet didn't bathe for 3 years. Expedition 33 made me wet from crying too much. Death Stranding 2 made me wet somewhere lower, but for how batshit it got. Vote for Musume and Jeff Keighley voice. Final Fantasy good. Mainly come from the talks during Final Fantasy streams. Don't really pay attention to the game, but you played a lot, so it has to be something good. Oh yeah, it's great. It's like one of the big JRPG franchises. What's your favorite Christmas present when you were younger? If I remember right, we got a GameCube one year, and that kicked ass. SVU had that Gamergate episode, right? Yeah. Lost Odyssey is Xbox One backwards compatible. Yeah, them liking Persona 5 is actually the weirdest, because out of all the Persona games, it has the most icky anime stuff they hate. Yeah. GameCube is pretty great. I think about the action FF remakes. Stuff like 7 Remake, I'm not a big fan of how they do the action. It never feels like you ever actually level up. What's a GameCube? Yeah, Donkey's like weirdly harsh Japanese video games. It's just one of those things that for some reason people just don't like them, and I don't get why. Like, say what you want about Japan and Japanese culture, you don't have to be a fucking weeb to like video games. You know, there's plenty of video games from all over the world you can play. But not even having like a basic respect of it is weird to me, because when you had the video game crash in the 80s, Japan was kind of the one that revitalized it in America, because you had stuff like Nintendo, you had stuff like Sega, things like that. and they became like kind of the big names, you know? So the fact of the entire medium was saved in the West because of Japan is very weird. Gaming industry can be saved or should be left in the dust. I mean, like I said, we're already in the middle of we're kind of already in the middle of a new wave of it, in that a lot of these people will break off from the big companies, start smaller companies, and those smaller companies will do very well, and you get some pretty good games out of it. And the big companies will just kind of flounder and stagnate and eventually kind of just fall in the dust. I like the GameCube? Lolly, bro, I knew I always liked you. Bro, bring it in, yeah. A lot of people also think JRPGs have not advanced beyond pixel era FF in terms of design philosophy and core mechanics, even though the games are really fun. For some reason, it's just okay to be openly racist to the Japanese online. That includes Japanese media like JRPGs, anime. Well, considering the recent revelations from the Twitter update, a lot of that might actually just be fucking Asian rivalry. You watch Dragon Ball Z on Toonami growing up? Yeah. I think Fable should get made into an anime TV show. Something that's like an actual official adaptation of Fables would be dope. Everyone just kind of rips it off and turns it into CW dramas. Your Christmas present was my Wii. Came with Twilight Princess when I was 6, and the year before I got my original Xbox, The Legend of Spyro. Anime racism stems from normies that dump their toes into it during their teens or are too gay to defend the goofy shit. And the only reason gaming is so big in the West because of Nintendo and Sega. Without them pushing consoles, gaming would still be PC dominated. When Hades 2 stream, also anybody know what the release date for Hades 2 on consoles? Good question. I don't know, so you'd be able to watch Dragon Ball at the time unless you bootleg the series. Yeah, new AA companies are going to surpass AAA. Yeah. Like I said, it's just kind of how it is. People will leave these companies. They'll start new companies. Those companies will build up and do very well, and then eventually they become the new bad companies. It's a cycle, you know. It's an ecosystem. I guess where Tenma's Twitter account's from, not Japan. Isn't she in Canada? Everything last week in Goldilocks is a really fucking ride or die commie and a bear fucker. What's your streaming schedule going to be this week? Considering the circumstances of what this week is, it should basically be normal. Worse, Mexico. Your thoughts on the cosplayer Ashley's death? I didn't really hear too much about what that all was. All I know is that was like a black chick that got like doxxed and a bunch of people went after her for something. I literally don't know anything about it beyond that. Yeah, look at Strain, how most of the devs left. Yeah. Who are you? I'm the guy who made 4 games, Last of Us 1 and Last of Us 2. Wait, where are you going? I'm a big deal. We have Xbox gonna end up like Sega, and they'll discontinue its line of consoles and end up as a third-party publisher. They keep making hints they're going to do that. I can't believe they're going to do that. Any new Berserk? As far as we're aware, no. I'd see the Pirate Nation post about game publisher voting images of if they how many love and hate their audience. Any thoughts? I have no idea what that means. I was wondering if you ever play Xenoblade Chronicle games, since it's made by the devs who used to work at Square made Xenogears. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicle is fucking awesome. Wasn't there a Blackjack cosplay as Fern, but a bunch of Twitter people went crazy on her? Yeah. I'm going to cry. I'm also going to cry. Not having any Berserk sucks. I think Cameo is a good way for fans to connect with their favorite actors. I mean, you can get fun messages out of it. Yeah, I saw a black Pan-African Nazi who mocked the death of that black cosplayer. Fucking weird-ass world. Actress for Ashley isn't dead, is she? Last I saw, she had money problems. Can we check to see how many people in chat from India? Because half you can't speak English. Fable, like the Xbox game? No, Fables. It's a comic book series. It's what The Wolf Among Us is based off of. And she got bullied to death for her cosplay not being white enough, even though anime's from Japan. I think it's weird the racism in the anime gaming community just gets breezed over until fuck you. Until fucked up stuff happens. It's just kind of a thing of, it's the nature of social media. Like, the nature of social media is people want to kick up mobs and gun after each other, and they have to wait until there's an acceptable reason to do it. And that reason can be whatever the mob decides it is. Yeah, Big Mike, I see for $2. Do not redeem, sir. Black Farron chick killed herself? No, it was a different cosplayer chick, but they both got shit on for the same reason. They cosplayed as white characters. And the excuse going around is that, well, if it was white people cosplaying as black characters, they deal with the same thing. It's like, but as far as we're aware, like, I don't know anything about the lady who killed herself, because that one kind of got swept under the rug compared to the Black Farron lady. But the Black Farron lady never said anything about policing anyone who wants to cosplay as a different race character or anything like that. So it's one of those of, you're gunning after the wrong people, and the excuse every time is, well, can you blame us? And it's like, yeah, we are rapidly at the point where people don't give a shit about that excuse and are going to say, yes, I blame you. More Grim for $20. A friend of mine showed me some older clips, the Skyrim rant, the P5 Thag clip. Laughed the hardest I've laughed in a while. Never changed. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Andy Woke went full circle. A bunch of spurgs, yeah. How the fuck is cyberbullying real, dude? Just shut off the screen and walk away. I'd like to have a Fable show too, but at the same time, I'm afraid they would treat it like The Boys. Like, they would change so much of the show, people would defend the show and say comics bad. Yeah. Well, especially considering Bill Willingham had some pretty spicy commentary in his, in his comics. Like, Goldilocks is an avowed communist, and she is, unequivocally a bad guy. Unequivocally a bad guy who openly admitted she was only into communism shit to create a power vacuum she could control. They live in a cuck shit that made everything get this bad in the first place. I see Marjorie Taylor quit Congress. I didn't even know she was sick. Yeah, Goldilocks a what? Yeah, in Fables, Goldilocks is an avowed communist who tries to spark up a communist revolution on the farm, then fails. And after it fails, she's like, yeah, I only did that because I wanted to take control of Fabletown. Grego Drink was spurging again recently over Superman saving the squirrel. I don't know how these people can hate Man of Steel while also wanting Superman to not save lives. Where's Comic Run your favorite character? Definitely the Maria comes back / Frank runs the hand arc of Punisher. That was so fucking stupid. And she fucks one of the three bears, yeah. Hey, why is Superman saving a squirrel bad? That's what I'm going to be afraid of. They're going to like it. If it gets a show, they're going to make Goldilocks a mouthpiece and a writer insert. Yeah. Yeah, Goldilocks is always a bad person. She breaks into another person's house, eats their food, sleeps in their bed, trespassing, yeah. Thanks for addressing that. I started watching your page 2 years ago. You allowed me to catch up on the series of Berserk, and it's entirely much appreciated. Yeah. Yeah, I caught up the same month he died. Yeah. Dude, it fucking sucks. Remember when Spider-Man joined the KKK? Yeah, it's bullshit. This wasn't much of an issue back in the day. If cosplay is Naoto from P4, Mystic Howl from Nocturne, hell, if cosplay is Isaiah from Durara, it shouldn't be that much of an issue. Yeah. Like, it's one of those where it's just idiotic tribalism going around right now. Everyone wants their pound of flesh. And stupid tribalism, they even try to attack Chibi Reviews when he said he believes anyone could cosplay any character. They told him that's why he got doxxed. Yeah. Well, it's this whole thing of like, it's the friend-enemy distinction. They decide the black cosplayer chick is an enemy, therefore anyone defending her by pointing out, but she has not done anything like that. Well, you're sympathizing with people that hate you. Why would you do that? Why would you ever stick to your principles for somebody that would abuse your principles? Ignoring the fact of this lady has nothing to do with any of that. They've already decided she is a woke black racial supremacist. Therefore, any defense, any kind of but that's not what this situation is you cucking and trying to be an optics cuck. And there was a black guy that cosplayed as Yosuke from P4. And cosplay as Optimus Prime once. Does that make me race against robot aliens? Hell, like one of my favorite videos is that guy who is dressed up as Johnny Bravo fucking around in the airport because they actually got all the mannerisms down. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Trump pushing for a new Rush Hour movie is so funny. Yeah, how do they know she hates them? Yeah. Well, now she hates them now because they were They were calling her a nigger for like 2 days straight. It's like, yeah, I guarantee you that's not going to warm people up to you. Yeah, big black dude going around the airport, yeah. Yeah, dressed up as a slave. With my black brother when we went to the Renaissance Fair because we're chill, yeah. Saw some cosplayer at a local convention that dressed as Fern and Stark, and I asked them, where's Fern? Hell, the Johnny Bravo airport video was loved. And Drinker said, respond to the gun, almost cut Superman saving the squirrel, and said, sometimes it's good to listen to test audiences. For that, I'll say, fuck off. I really don't understand why that squirrel thing is such a big deal. Like, it shows Superman has compassion even for the little guy, you know? A major aspect of his character, especially in the gun one. Because it's all about how he is so nice that he gets screwed over for being too nice. About that Slenderman stabber, yeah, they already caught her. Maybe our Captain America turned into a Nazi. I quit reading America comics after that, yeah. Yeah, how dare Superman be Superman? And normal people don't give any shits about a person's skin color and who they cosplay as. Terminally online, pampered imagination victims the one making a fuss. Like I said, if the lady was cosplaying as Farron and said, like, Farron is spiritually black, black people claim Farron, something like that, yeah, you can understand a little bit more of why the shit flinging will be a thing, because it's like, oh, it's the idiotic back and forth of it all. But apparently she didn't do that. She just liked Farron and wanted to cosplay as her. Yeah, Superman saved Risu, so it was a cool scene. The reason I even brought it up, because as a black person, I find it weird when he gets sidelined and stuff like that. Like, where's that coming from? It's all Japanese characters. Yeah, it's like, dude, people all over the world have been cosplaying different fucking characters. Like, how many fucking Mexican dudes have dressed up as Goku? And just try and tell them they're not allowed to because Goku's white. Yeah. People complain about Man of Steel ruining Superman, and the first modern Superman movie portrays him the correct way. People complain. Yeah. I heard about the Slenderman stabber escaping getting recaptured. It's crazy. Balali, Goku's spiritually Latino. Randy Starr wasn't a psychopath. He was a hero who lost his way. I don't know, man. He was really, really simping for the worst Danny Phantom girl. I don't know. I think Michael Mandow knows what it takes to play boss. Oh, he's a very good actor. Remember the comics something's killing the children? It's like modern day Witcher where I see kids getting ripped apart. I'm seeing that like all over the fucking place. Like, I go into Barnes & Nobles. It has an entire section. I go into like a local comic shop. There's like fucking copy after copy all over the place. Like that. It seems to be like one of the biggest comics that I'm not seeing anyone fucking talk about. I would say OX character's black because they have a tan, even though Japanese people have tans. Yeah. I saw a black guy cosplay as King Bradley, while hilarious considering who KB was modeled after. It was well done. Yeah. Next local convention, I'm playing a cosplaying as Kung Fu Point Chopper. I guess I'm racing against reindeer. What comic? Something is killing the children. It's like a new kind of like indie thing going around. I think it's indie. See, non-Japanese people cosplaying anime characters who are Japanese all the time. Yeah. There's a clear difference between that black chick cosplaying a character she likes and whatever the fuck English VA from Dandanon was doing. Yeah. Can you cosplay? Nah. I've never had much interest in it because I never like putting on costumes and shit like that. But I like well-made ones. You can actually see some like really fucking crazy ones. There was that dude who did like in Dead Space one where he dressed up as Isaac and he had like the full paneling for the suit. He made the fucking plasma cutter and it could move. Like fucking crazy shit. Yeah, for context purposes, I understand, but don't say that. Yeah, something is killing the children gives off Buffy vibes. Oh. Oh, you are cosplaying. Cosplaying is Quentin Reviews. Yeah, Bobby Hill cosplay. Do you think that most of the accounts are bots or AI? On Twitter? Well, from what we understand now, it's kind of like a mix of a few different things. No vas vivir se le dices que no pueden cosplay Goku. Cosplay would do the full suit like ODST or Helldivers. Also, adult Bobby Hill, can't forget. Probably not happening soon. Would you be interested in playing the remastered Tomb Raider games? Maybe. Terra Draka for 10 fake mines. The Coopman show, okay. Went on a crash out blocking spree because people didn't like the Metroid tutorial guy. He just kind of like jumps around from person to person. Like, because he kind of just tries to reply to everything I do. And it's like, I mean, that's fine. But like, you're barging in and trying to fight people that I'm not even trying to fight. We're just talking. And see that D4VD situation? Guy may have frozen her body and left it in the Tesla to defrost to hide the crime. Yeah. Black Side's a kick-ass comic published in France or might be Belgium, written and drawn by Spaniards. I encourage everyone to check it out. I always want to do a White Dino Ranger cosplay from Power Rangers. If I ever go to another convention, I'll do that, or Red from Motor City. I was rewatching your Fear stream. What makes Perseus Mandate less of an extraction point? Fear had a few different gimmicks it always relied on that made the first game special. Very good scripting with the enemies to where it made the AI feel a lot smarter than it really was. In truth, they were just had really good scripting that could account for a few different variables based on the arena. And the arenas were tightly designed in a way to where the player had not as many options as they thought, but enough to make you feel like you could do whatever you wanted. The point is, every fight was made in a way to where it always felt like the game was reacting to you more than it actually was. You know what I mean? Perseus Mandate completely strips that away, and the AI is fucking brain dead. And the lighting isn't that great. The enemies are nowhere near as cool. Like, it just all around feels half-assed. What are you guys' thoughts on Batman Who Laughs? Sick design, not a big fan of the storyline. Is FF13 turn-based or action combat? ATB, so sort of both. Active turn-based. Yeah, AI and level designer were sharing notes. Yeah. I never played the Fear games. I recall the AI being pretty damn good. They're pretty good, but because of the way the levels flow and the way fights go down and the callouts, it makes it feel smarter than it really is. Fear more like beer. Remember Snyder fans hyping up this month like this case something big is going to happen, 17? Nothing. Oh, but tomorrow's going to be big. Nothing happened. I'm getting to feel sad. I like Batman injecting himself with Joker Venom. Those panels with Alfred were the closest I've seen to an actual encapsulation paranoid schizophrenia. And Batman Who Laughs is great in concept, but ruined it and be overused. Yeah. Ever played any of the Disgaea games? I like them. They're fun. I just want to cosplay as a Star Wars character. Maybe I do a rendition of my profile namesake. I'm thinking Napoleonic era. It's insane the drop off from Extraction Point to Perseus Mandate. Actually shocking. Yeah, because Extraction Point was focusing all the parts people loved in the main campaign into a short little expansion. If I remember right, Extraction Point was, what, 5-6 hours long? It wasn't as long as the main game. But because it wasn't as long, it could just shove you from shootout to shootout, and all the shootouts felt fucking sick. Like, the church shootout was great. You could have a really good fucking shootout in just like a tiny little closed down local office. Like, it knew what made Fear fun. Extraction Point may be shorter, yeah, but goddamn, I might actually like it more than base game. Yeah, Batman Who Laughs just overstays welcome, yeah. Yeah, Owlman's better evil Batman, yeah. Did you pull Mummy, Super Creek, or Vampire Rice Shower? I have not touched Uma in a while. Any games came out this year you haven't played yet, but would like to? I don't really know. I think I've played all the ones I wanted to play. Best armor aesthetically in the Dead Space trilogy? I really like the police outfit in Dead Space 2. Mainly because it feels like it's inspired by Leon's RE2 police outfit, and I love that. PayPal's blueballing my membership renewal. I'm sad. Japan 2 love? Yeah, Japan 2 is a lot of fun. It's really good. Alright. And before we swap over, I need to make sure I have everything set right. This should be it. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, I was making some posts, making some posts last night about I'm trying to get another video out before the end of November. Because because I've let it be too much of a habit where I'll let one video out a month because I let the scale get too big. I blow it up. It's like, God damn it. You know, I allow myself feature creep. I allow myself a little bit of feature creep. And Sour Pop updates, it's over at our fulfillment guy. So, it's going to be coming. It's going to be coming. It's going to be coming. But, I've allowed myself too many feature creep bloat shit. Whatever. Yeah, you get scatterbrained. Yeah. And basically, I'm now going to be rushing to get the next video out before the end of November. To kick off the actual plans I wanted to do for October. Because the plan was Dead Rising 3 would have come out earlier in October and would have been like the Halloween video kickoff, you know, the Halloween video type thing. But obviously that didn't happen, so now you're getting Halloween in November, meaning you get Halloween for winter. Yeah, a lot of these learn how to make mini reviews. They'll still be like 30 minutes. Yeah. But for the next one we're going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and play it.
This is the latest disclosure in a report from National Civil Defense Headquarters in Washington. It has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and committing acts of murder.
Don't sing if you want to live long. They have no use for your song. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead and out of this world. You'll never get a second chance. Plan all your moves in advance. Stay dead, stay dead, stay dead, stay dead and out of this world.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Now your hope and compassion is gone. You've sold out your dream to the world. Stay dead, stay dead, stay dead. You're dead and out of this world.
There we go, yeah. So I'm doing Night of the Living Dead. I'm doing Night of the Living Dead. I thought you'd save that song for something like Zombieland. Well, Zombieland, it's not really that tone. Zombieland's a lot more of like, I mean, you hear it in the soundtrack. It's stuff like the White Stripes. It's stuff like Metallica, things like that. It's a lot more balls to the wall and brazen. Night of the Living Dead, to me, definitely fits that Norma Tanega song. Because that's a lady who plays that song. It's Norma Tanega. And to me, it's fitting because it's a very darkly comedic song that sounds very folksy, and it was recorded in the 60s. So it's like, you know what, that's a perfect fit for Night of the Living Dead. I was hearing about what happened to Raura. Her voice got hurt. Oh. You finished Yuma Musume Season 2? We have not, but we are catching up on a lot of our weeklies, so... Yeah, I've always wanted to play like that. She was a hell of a guitar player. When Rachel Pano, My Life is Yours. Well, like I said, the comic is finished and all that, so I can show you an old one. Yeah, I think it fits well. Good song choice, yeah. I use a video for a song, but you've already used it for another? Oh, yeah, tons of times. And Night of the Living Dead, hell yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, I love Night of the Living Dead. I watched through the original and the remake a few days ago. Just get it fresh in the mind and all that. Still holds up. I'm just dying for any woman who used more than 3 chords. Speaking of guitars, how you going? I'm trying to get back into it. Still not confident enough to play, but it's like, okay, now I remember how to strum it. Okay, where are the panels? Yeah, there we go. There's one down here. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. Since the guy asked for a panel, I may as well. See Plurbius or Welcome to Derry? I've been watching Welcome to Derry. I was going to start Plurbius sometime on the weekend. My mom, I'll let you know when the comic's available. He wants to snag a copy. Random by recommend death metal band called Jungle Rot. Underappreciated. That does sound pretty cool. You're covering Dawn of the Dead remake as well? Because personally, as far as remakes go, I love it. Yeah. Think Lightning's a bad protagonist? I don't think she is. No. It's just the structure of 13 kind of doesn't do her any favors. Okay, here we go. Yeah, they're coming to get you, Lolly. Kentucky Rage coming out yet? Yeah, Rachel's pissed. Yeah. Rachel sounded like she killed her husband. But yeah, I'm doing Night of the Living Dead, and I've already gotten started on it. Thankfully, it's only going to be about like 45, 50 minutes. Thankfully. But it's actually been really fun going down that rabbit hole. It's been really fun. Already One Man Party is now prequel guy for a month. Lolly, I just found out I'm going to be a dad. I need baby names. Boy or girl? You know what? I can have an option for either. So, boy, Puck, girl, Eva Lira. You're going to fuck that kid's life up. They're crying for $10. Night of the Living Dead. Pennsylvania people represent. Also, how are you going to state how even though he was the hothead, the dad's plan would have worked since the lead barricaded himself in the basement and survived till, you know. Yeah, like I said, that's a reason why. That's a reason why I wanted to watch through it again, because it is one of those where the remake kind of fucks Cooper over character-wise, where they make him way more of a douchebag. But in the original, he's really not that bad. He's just a scared guy. Leona for a girl, Noelle for a boy. There you go. And Steve Bannon, John Charles. I guess I'm going to name him Mega Faggot. Childhood trauma builds character. Is Rachel the kind of woman that would show cripple fight? Probably. I guess another reason people hate the Soup Man saving the squirrel is 5 other people that ran away from the monster's tail. Even though I'm pretty sure he did save those people. You ever seen the Psycho sequels? I've seen 2. Psycho 2 is actually not bad. It's weird because you would think like, oh, that sounds awful, but it's like actually kind of good. No, because he would just say Sticks. You're going to give him accidentally a cool name. You're going to call him Sticks. Boy or girl's a terrible baby name. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, Jolene ain't bad. Yeah. Yeah, when I actually say it's a reference to Dolly Parton. I mean, hell, Jolene's a pretty common Southern name. Yeah, Conrad sounds nice. Okay, let me swap us over. Damn it, it's all gonna be fucking... it's gonna be a nightmare. I had to completely readjust this, and now it wants to fuck with me. I'm gonna hide that white border. Okay, there we go. Now I gotta put this over. I hate you. I hate you. The white border grew. It grew. Why would you even do that? There we go. Yeah, I can't hear. Yeah, I know what's causing that. Here, give me a sec. How about now? It's my luck to come down with a cold in last week of a project right in the home stretch. Can't take a sick leave. Yeah. Is one JonTron made the game is playing itself video? Yeah. Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, I literally just need to turn it up. So 13 finally work? It finally works. It pissed me off how easy it was to fix, but it finally works. Wasn't really such a bad guy? Seems like it was a knucklehead more than anything. He was a gangster. Isn't Lightning voiced by the same VA that did Liara? I don't think it was the same lady who did Liara, but they do sound alike. Oh shit, Lolly's playing Final Cutscene 13. Can play 13, 2, and 3 after this? Yes. The game's playing itself, John. Yeah, 13's OST still is great. Yeah, Ailey Hills, Hillis does voice Lightning Liara. Oh. Yeah, music in this game is still hype. Okay, there we go. Yeah, hallway simulator. Here we go. They're using emulation for this. So thoughts on this game and the trilogy itself. You don't need to use emulation. You can get the PC version. And like I said, this game is flawed. It is flawed, and you have to wait a while before it kind of lets you free, and you're able to really start feeling the game and what it wants you to do. You know, that kind of thing. 13.2, fucking nobody remembers it. Nobody remembers 13.2. Lightning Returns is a decent little sort of kinda. We wanted to try to do a sort of Majora's Mask type deal, but it's not bad. In the sense that it's not as bad as 2. I remember 13.2. Is that one torture device that girl's using? Yeah, you have to get 20 hours into it, yeah. What's wrong with 13.2? It is... Everyone talks about, like, middle chapter type games where it's like, oh, this is just building up to the finale. 13.2 is the embodiment of that. Like, fucking embodiment of it. Barely anything happens. Don't understand the point of the ranking after battles. Yeah. What is that weapon? And 13.2 gave us Requiem of a Goddess. That's about it. And the younger sister of Lightning was Laura Bailey. Her boyfriend Snow is Troy Baker. Yeah. Yeah, this looks aggressively 2000s. Remember Lightning being my first video game girl crush as a kid? I only knew her story from Let's Plays. Having played Lightning Returns, I honestly wish I could have played 13.2, but there was never a copy of either. Already One Man Party, $5. Already named my cat after a JoJo character. Her name is Kira. If I have a boy, he'll be named Rickard. There you go. Oh yeah, Troy's here. Yeah, that was his name, Snow, if we met him yet. Yeah, he shows up in the prologue. Okay, we'll try to sneak up on him. They meet the whole cast, barring like one protagonist in the opening hours. Yeah. That child will be named Griffith. I hope it's voiced by the guy who voiced Phineas and Ferb. I'm not gonna lie, I stopped right at Grand Pulse. My recent playthrough, I got too exhausted by the gameplay loop to continue any further. When everyone used the combat music from this game for when they were being dramatic. To be fair, it's good music. Yeah, well, we're missing is Fang. Yeah, and he shows up like way later. Never played 13. From what I hear, Snow's decent. The prologue goes downhill. Yeah. Like I said, I don't hate 13. I do think a lot of the complaints about it are a tad overblown, but I'm not going to pretend the game doesn't have issues. Fang's a girl? No, he's not. No, he's not. You look at that and tell me that's a woman. Oh, God. I see one's a Sokka enjoyer, but what's a multi-fishing rod? Only denying the Yuri couple. Into Agartha, or are you more of a virile and hyperborean type of Yakub spawn? I go outside. Lesbians are real. Vanille can have a partner that isn't male. She's clearly a girl. I think Snow's just a whiny bitch as the game goes on, yeah. In fact, the Shroud soul item drop rate decrease the more stars you get, and also reduce the further you go in the game, yeah.
Aren't you scared?
Hotel Rwanda was fun, but wasn't as dark as it needed to be, but it was 50-50, yeah. If it actually covered, like, the worst of Hotel, like, of that actual genocide, people would have been traumatized. You think I thought of covering more historical films like Life is Beautiful and Hotel Rwanda? I would like to.
That's the perk
much in a nutshell.
If they catch us here, they'll purge us too. And
What's
then...
your problem?
What's my... Pulse is hell on Earth.
Yeah, Zaz's the best. You got a Frokobo. Yeah, Zaz's the best part of the game. Yeah, everyone agrees Zaz's the best part.
Get off me.
His actual name is like Saz or something, but I would just call him Zaz. What else did Hotel Rwanda leave out? The sheer brutality. Like, you wouldn't just die. They'd rip you to pieces. Best Mass Effect girl? I'm torn between Tradwife Liara or Girl Next Door Tali. Snow I just find annoying. Always fucks up, and his that's what heroes do speeches get annoying. All the OC cube spawn don't truly go outside. One false step in our collective gluten allergy will be awakened by Yakube's pattern blinks. And start the Sarah count.
Wonder what that's for.
Yeah, they left out the AIDS rape squads, and yes, those were real. Yeah. Do you remember the road at night that's just littered with bodies? Yeah. And both have gods known as Falshi brand people gifting them magic.
Bring it on!
That's about Hotel. Hotel Rwanda. It's a movie about the Rwandan genocide. As Rape Gods is so funny until you realize how fucked up it really is, but that context hilarious. AIDS rape squads? Fucking what? Yeah. When you have an African genocide, every single human rights abuse possible comes true. You super cool old school bands like Led Zeppelin, Boys Recall made songs about book series. Wish artists today could be creative. You have memories of your father being deployed, or are you too young? Like brief memories, yeah. I was pretty young. I get a small vision of what you need to do called a focus, and you have to figure it out. If you do, you get immortality by way of turning into crystal. No goodies. And we had to watch Hotel Rwanda for my high school geography class. Yeah. What flavor vape do you smoke? I have red velvet cake. I have kiwi dragon berry.
Just hold on.
It tastes like none of them. In One Span Season 3, since we used AI, gave a character 3 tits by accident. If we are being an information broker equals being tradwife, then Jack's a church girl. I say tradwife because when you get to the end of Mass Effect 3, she literally talks about marrying Shepard and having kids with him. Yeah, lots of rock stars back then were total nerds. Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin were writing songs about Lord of the Rings. Did you hear about someone putting bacon in the Qurans at local colleges? Yeah. Like Dev said, let's make everything that makes Tifa awesome, but strip that away and give her a dick. Those genocide seemed like to be far from an ideal place to stay. How many stars was it?
Still won't budge?
Yeah, people think with Africa that it's poor, but that's not quite the case. Africa's incredibly rich. Find a load of gemstones, you can raise an army almost every overnight. Yeah. My flavor I vape is cigarettes because I smoke cigarettes like a real man with balls in my hair.
This is my fault.
Beg your pardon.
Is Square Enix to remaster the whole 13 trilogy on consoles soon after the remakes and remasters being a success? Maybe.
All right, go for it. Make it happen.
It is basically the only mainline game they haven't yet. All the other games have some form of a remaster. Hey, Freddie Mercury wrote songs by his own fantasy world, and let's not even get started on Rush. Hell, David Bowie started off singing about like fucking spaceships and aliens.
Hey.
11 does not. Yeah, but that's an MMO, and that's kind of being covered by 14. And 14 references 11. Pink Floyd's second album included references to Doctor Strange, which is sort of why they had their song play in the first Doctor Strange, yeah. What do you want to see with FF17? Open world or semi-open world levels, premise, and style combat like action RPGs, or turn-based? I would prefer levels because that gives them more of a focus. Open world wasn't bad in 15, but it's one of those of, if it takes that much more away from the gameplay, I don't need it. My big thing is have a fleshed out combat system. The combat is what you're going to be fucking with the entire game. So, do whatever you can to make that combat fun. It can be action like Kingdom Hearts, or turn-based again like Expedition or Final Fantasy X. Whatever. So long as it is fun. Bro's a cop and went with cop pals. The Muslim from Pakistan says he's a nice dude. Once he joked to him that they were baking the food they ordered, and the dude nearly broke down. I hope to go back to turn-based combat. With Expedition and Yakuza doing very well, and they have turn-based combat, yeah, maybe we can see a resurgence. Because I like turn-based. I tried 13, but I heard it was suffered from too many tunnels. I was on District 9. I mean, I liked it. I'm always shocked whenever it comes up again, where it's like, oh yeah, remember District 9? It's like, I don't know what inspired people to talk about the movie again, but okay. Is that his Power Rangers SPD guns yet? I think we are. The Tradwife being is a bad thing? No. Whenever a story actually includes one, I like it. Shit third world countries will do to each other during war to make the Japanese Empire blush. Alright, yeah. If I remember right, you actually heal after every encounter. Definitely Stranger of Paradise, nailed what an action FF title should be. Yeah. Save terms were so goddamn cool. I want to see an FF with something like them. I like all the Magitech stuff. I think Magitech's actually a really cool part of the setting. Charlton Copley elevates everything he's in. He's a good actor. Well, he made Chappie watchable. That's on Fullmetal Alchemist overrated? No, I actually think it's classic. Congrats, you rolled a tard wife. Aw. I really into the little trad stuff, can't stand them. Well, that's because a lot of people don't really understand what trad means. They think it means like subservient, you know, fucking... They basically imagine it as like, you know, I Love Lucy. They want a subservient housewife type thing. That's not what proper trad wife is. Proper trad wife, in terms of like a media character, is basically... I don't know if mama bear is the right term for it, but basically she legitimately cares about her family. So, if you fuck with them, you know, she gets pissed. FMA is awesome. If you think otherwise, you're clearly wrong. Yeah. Is there a housewife they can beat on when they get mad? We know one guy that's very true of. Yeah. Try wife Casca's Kino. Yeah. Yeah, like my wife. Yeah. There's this history channel called The Great War that's covered World War I week by week. Oh. And Lucy's appeal from I Love Lucy was a girl failure. What was your favorite Yakuza spinoff? Mine's Dead Souls. I love the samurai games. They're fucking dope. And Mom Bear's perfect description. Yeah. And trade off means having a job in the household. Kind of what makes you wish the dad got to you first. You know, it's why I always, like... I understand people that like Triss and Witcher. I get it. But Yennefer nagging is kind of what makes me like her more. A good tradwife character is one that nags you, but you like the fact they're nagging at you. It means they care. Your wife doesn't throw things at you when she's pissed. I have to warn you, your wife isn't trad. Is Panamper and Cyberpunk a trad wife? She's more just a tomboy. You're not really getting married. Yeah, for his best girl. Exactly. I like Triss more. She's a redhead. Oh, I love a woman who yells at me. Yeah, Triss' characterization is completely changed from the books. In the book, she's trying to steal Geralt away from Yennefer. Acts more bitchy, yeah. Ah, shit. I thought I had time. Ow. There we go, stagger. Same with the king did. I think the wizard had a point. Yeah, sometimes Yen is just straight up an asshole. I mean, yeah. Just your bucks. I'm sorry if this is really off topic and late to ask, but what do you really like about Predator Badlands and AVP Fanatic? I loved it. Like I said, I like the fact they do establish the Watcha have a culture. They have a culture, and how they do Deck was really interesting. He feels like an underdog. Like, he's not a bad hunter, but he's not the best. So of the enemy designs of this game, yeah. Actual Tradwives will learn skills and basic finances. The idea of a meek mouse who occasionally gives you a sandwich is a modern invention. Yeah. Plus, it's a fantasy created by homosexuals. You think, though, women were at home making dinner for husband and massaging his feet? That was only for the upper class and rich. Poor women worked all the time every day. Yeah. I'd rate Wilma Flintstone as a Tradwife. Yeah, Zay videos of Gunnery Sergeant in different settings. Yeah, Hartman, yeah. African history, how dare you reprimand us for righteously killing these filthy dogs? Points to another very similar emaciated African. One kills the other, cycle repeats. A Punisher and Predator crossover would be dope. I can see Frank hunting down a Predator. Biggest thing in a person is if a person can match my crazy, but they can be able to surpass mine, but also tame. And it's amazing the voice talent that was in Dragon and Georgians, Tim Curry, Kate Mulgrew, Claudia Black, among others. Wasn't Simon Templeman in that game? I'm pretty sure he was. Remember the film Tears of the Sun? Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, Watcha would love hunting Frank. Like the Wounded Bird, I endured the rain with grace. I was thinking of an astronaut burning up while falling from orbit. To fall through the rain with grace feels like burning in space. Oh. I'm locking Fred Flintstone out of the house to punish him for drinking all night. Unironically, something an actual Tradwife would do. Yeah. Okay. Potion. Yeah, J.K. Simmons is in Baldur's Gate. Yeah. Is in Vizgal Tradwife? No, she's I Can Fix Her. The Tradwife is Blonde Blazer. You know, it's pattern me hooking up with crazy girls in games. Kate from F4, Jack from ME2. What does that say about me? And Simon Tillman was the voice of Logain. That's what I thought. Yeah. Because it's like, yeah, I know fucking Kane's in Dragon Age. I just don't remember who he played. Streaming this Thursday? I have an idea for Thursday. And boomers say they hate their wife because of all the nagging. It's part of the process why their relationship lasts so long loving each other. What's better, Christmas Carol, Muppets, or Flintstones? Muppets for the win. Muppets. I mean, yeah, Michael Caine. Can't say no to that. Can Rachel become a Tradwife? You confirm Yuki would. Possibly. Possibly. Tradwife is in Blonde Blazer, especially after a reveal in Vizgal as I Can Fix Her, and you can. Patrick is mayonnaise the Tradwife.
Might be some soldiers trapped in here, too.
Downloading manga recently and archiving it. I have Black Lagoon, Berserk, Pum Pum, Gantz, Trigun, etc. stored.
Not even human anymore. Just postlessy.
In order to fix someone, they have to be willing to do it themselves.
Can't show them any
playing Thank You is on. Thank You is a giving. BB's comic shows she just wants to come home and lay on the sofa talking about her day with a future hubby. 100% Tradwife material.
There's the next one.
In the game, if you romance her, apparently she outright says she dumped Phenomena Man because his genitals are not compatible with human genitals, and she wants to get married and have kids. Frank Herbert really disliked heavy metal and forbade Iron Maiden from naming their song Dune, even though they pretty much name dropped Arrakis and pretty much everything. A Huntley car ruined Muppets for you. I like the whole thing with old married couples that nag, snark, and bicker with each other, but they're still love. Professionally seeing something other than Killmonger haircut on a black guy. Bulma, I Can Fix Him a few years later. Vegeta cradling baby Trunks. How the hell did she do that? Not comparable. The hell does he have down there? Yeah, Phenomena Man thinks hugging is lovemaking. Yeah. Can definitely see Vizzy becoming a Tradwife and nagging Robert when he gets home.
All right.
Who's a better sci-fi author, Frank Herbert or Asimov? Depends on what you're in the mood for. Asimov was a lot more of like a technical kind of sci-fi writer. That's where you get into more like hard sci-fi, where it's trying to at least sound a little bit believable. Frank Herbert was acid. Like, he was full on like, what's the weirdest shit I can think of? You had worm people orgies. You ever thrown your back out at work? Been dealing with that for the past week. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, Phenomenal Man's basically male Starfire from Teen Titans. Yeah. Game's combat looks similar to Resonance of Fate. I mean, it makes sense. This was the mainline Final Fantasy game at the time. A lot of people ripped it off.
He is here. Calling himself a hero.
Phenomenal Man has a massive tentacles for a penis, and they're aggressive. Worm People Orgy sounds like a metal band. Excuse me, what? Worm People Orgies? Yeah, that's in the books. Like I said, they get fucking weird.
What should I do?
How do you feel about the after credit scene for Killer Killers? Spoilers if you didn't. Where they show Mike and Dutch in phrasing pods. I think it's kind of a fun detail to like pay reference to it. I don't know if they're ever actually gonna follow it up though. Because they also showed the native chick from Prey was captured too. My disgusting penis. Why does it have pincers to hold you? You're gonna dangerously fry your turkey? We don't fry turkey, we bake it. It takes longer, yes, but it won't also explode, and there's a lot less oil. Later Doom books require acid to understand, yeah. I prefer Frank Herbert. Not saying Asimov's bad, just have a preference, yeah. Yeah, doing up to book 3 is weird. Best tried wife is the goofy girl failure. Tries her best to make sure the marriage is happy and loyal, and you're willing to grow with her. Zombies are a fucking phenomenon. Essentially the closest we've ever seen to a white woman fucking a dog. Invisigal never saw us as people. One night stand, a paycheck, just something to use. I actually think it's the opposite. Because I did her romance, and it felt like, oh, she actually thinks Robert's the only person who believes in her. I think Final Fantasy is great world building after the 40 millionth Isekai with pseudo-European settings. I like seeing creative set pieces and creatures. Well, they've jumped around a few different settings. You do have, like, more traditional medieval fantasy in some games. That's where you get, like, you know, Final Fantasy 1, like, 1 to 3, basically. Sort of kind of 4, but that's where they start dipping into more Magitech. 5 kind of leans back on it. 6 is all about how the medieval world kind of fantasy type thing has to clash with the expansion of technology. 9 goes back to a sort of kind of, you know, medieval world, though it's still in that, like, I guess you can call it, like, airship fantasy, where, like, airship fantasy is probably the best way to describe it, where basically it's still basically medieval, but they have just enough technology. Because, I mean, they have airships, you know? Yeah. Then you have Final Fantasy 12, which is explicitly a weird, like, okay, everything is basically medieval, but they have fucking Star Wars ships. How does that work? I don't know. Steampunk? But it's not really to the level of steampunk. Like, I guess it's more like Thief, where everyone still lives in castles in a medieval society, but sometimes there's just a weird piece of technology that's there. Think there could ever be a Cyberpunk Isekai? Usually that's not really an Isekai. That's a man out of his own time story. You know, because, like, usually it's someone waking up and now they're in, like, a... You know, they've been cryogenically frozen or preserved. Now they're in a cyberpunk setting. Because that's basically Altered Carbon. Really do feel bad for Phenomenon. Like, I do hope he'll find someone special in Season 2. Yeah, very specific ratio tech level fantasy stories, yeah. Yeah, it's basically Futurama. Want to get some Wawa? Yeah, Frank died during Dune Chapter House, and it gets worse from there. Do you brine your turkey? You gotta at least brine it in something. Even if it's just salt water. Yeah, that show was actually good. Yeah, Altered Carbon was good. I never saw Season 2, though. Yeah, Buck Rogers is a good example of Man Out of Time. Yeah. Buck Rogers, Futurama, stuff like that. Yeah, brine the meat. Yeah, it's how it gets tender. Yeah, sci-fi tech and Final Fantasy is always cool. I always really like it. I like the magic tech stuff. Like, 15 gets a lot of shit, but I genuinely really like the world. I really like the world of 15, where you have a modern era with modern cities, but it's a society that's been developed by magic. I think that is fucking cool. Because it's not like urban fantasy where it's all this fancy stuff's hiding in a grounded urban setting. It's like, no. All of human history has been defined by the presence of magic. It's like, okay, that's really fucking cool. And Insomnia is a good world, yeah. And Demon Lord 2099 is a fancy cyberpunk man at a time. Because 15 was sort of saved by Nomura-isms, yeah. Yeah, Magic stuff, Lolly, have you played 6? There's Magic stuff in there. Yeah, I name dropped 6. Yeah, Matrix is basically an isekai. Person with Cyberpunk story takes place during a Resident Evil prototype style of Outbreak. Battlepunk meets Cyberpunk. Nox's Engine Blade is still one of the most metal Final Fantasy protagonist weapons. I think 13 and 15 would have a Wawa store. 15, 100%. If they got that deal, yeah. Imagine being isekai into Crossed. That's not even really being isekai. That's just, oh shit, Crossed is real. And Get Fury Max comic, Nick Fury is a POW in Vietnam. I think Garth Ennis went a little too far because one way he's tortured was having a metal dildo shoved up his ass. Kind of a humiliated character. Well, man, that's what the Viet Cong would do to you. They were not nice people. I love when fantasy things bring in sci-fi shit, like aliens combined with blasters and shit. You'd probably really like Star Ocean, because that's literally what that's about. It's a sci-fi people running into a fantasy world. I had an idea of a body horror She-Hulk character. Well, would absolutely fit like a glove in a 15. I mean, they already got Coleman camping equipment. Do you have any hotel recommendations for Ho Chi Minh City? I've never went, so I have no idea. Also, apparently they're calling it Saigon again. And Crossed isn't isekai, it's a horror story. I think immortal characters that lose loved ones over time is a special kind of personal hell. I mean, yeah, basically any story that brings that up makes that a point. Even Dracula makes that point. It's like, anyone he ever cares about dies and he's just forced to live with the fact they're dead. Yeah, Might and Magic does that type of stuff in Endgame and Demon Aliens. You ever tried game development? No. Like, I have a lot of respect for game devs because even shitting out like just a cheap little choose-your-own-adventure game is a lot of work. How much Chilling 15 did? You know they would have done it. And it was always Saigon. They only renamed it Ho Chi Minh City when the commies took over, but the old name is still Saigon, so they just called that. Well, apparently no, like they're flat out just openly calling it Saigon again.
What are they?
See you failed.
Vampire Hunter D does that all the time. Not only that, but a major reason for the beginning of the end for the vampires are an intergalactic war between vampires and aliens. How about Arcanum? Arcanum is like Industrial Revolution fantasy. So you're just getting to the level of like what I'm talking about with 15. Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker. You gotta pay for that dev time somehow. And you can't pull a sugar skull and just churn out puzzling them with waifus, yeah. Tried game dev stuff for 3 semesters and have instead visualized hexadecimal in a number system I made up that's 65536 based. Yeah, pretty cool monster design, yeah. Xbox is partnering with Crocs. When Universe would just make you just instantly take yourself out rather than attempt to live in said world, Crossed. That is like one of the worst worlds you could ever try to live in. If you read some of the darker comics of that run, it's like, fuck.
Once I find Sarah, we'll all leave together.
Yeah, Shauna's been released from the psych ward again. She's posting her uncanny Jason doll and tucking it in. Also, Ho Chi Minh City is a really long name and doesn't fit on signs and newspapers charged by the word.
My wife.
Vietnamese Communist Party only calls Saigon Saigon when they want foreigners to visit during official meetings or local events. They still call it Ho Chi Minh City.
She's here somewhere, along with that Fal'Cie. I gotta find her and set her free.
What's wrong with you? Why do you want to help L'Cie? They're the enemy.
Yeah, what about Warhammer? From my understand, like, there are some planets in Warhammer that are perfectly fine.
That's insane.
Can I say One Piece is overrated? It's then,
right?
I'm tired of every fucker I meet glazing it like it teaches how to truly govern your life. You know, I'll read One Piece because it teaches me how to govern my life. I read it because it's fun.
And hitch a ride?
I'd rather go to Pulse.
Olivia Cross is begging for the worst, most painful death imaginable.
We were just visiting.
Yeah, there's some like 40k worlds that are relatively normal.
But the army took us. Threw us on that
I hate
train.
everyone in this scene.
Because of that guy, Mom is.
Probably shouldn't leave them alone.
Yeah, planets can be perfectly fine, just hope no aliens or demons invade. Yeah.
Hey again.
Yeah, current Warhammer, the Imperium is like the Christ of the 3rd century. A lot of shit's going down, but there's some beacons of the Imperium's glory and might that are shining.
If you don't take this chance.
Cross isn't a bad thing, just that no matter what you do, the writing will fuck you over because they're lazy. Quote, Grimdark half off, Warhammer 40k is a fantasy setting with sci-fi coat of paint. I mean, basically. I heard One Piece because Luffy's special, like me. I hope it's that list, but I'm glad 13-2 at least turned him into a tall husbando.
What's gotten into you, soldier?
Dude, we found the one white groiper and New Zealander being a creepy ass about Charlie's wife.
My sister.
Your sister?
Lightning smells a boy in
She's
distress.
L'Cie.
What? A pulse, L'Cie?
The Fal'Cie has her captive, but I'll find her.
That guy, he's got in a 40k. I would pray would be in Angry world. Just live a farmer's life.
What was her focus?
In 40k, most worlds are either backwater aggro worlds that might have reverted to fuel tech or small hive cities that are only as bad as Brazil.
Cocoon or anything like that, was it?
Why did Spoonie not like this game? There's a lot of cutscenes. Like, a lot of cutscenes. You know about the Chinese-Vietnamese War in 79? Yeah. That's when China tried to invade Vietnam because they're bullshit imperialists and then they got booted out.
And they get given a focus, right?
That's because Spoonie's gay.
How do I put this?
I remember Phantasy Star, there's a third portable game with better combat, but Sega of Japan got stingy. In fact, the whole only war line is a lie by the Inquisition. The majority of the Imperium faces no war, and the laws of physics repel chaos. Really, the Imperium faces no real danger unless big fuck-ups happen. You never save in 40k. Tyranids exist.
There's no way to turn a L'Cie back into a
That Dutch kid's robot arm in the AVP comics, I think he built it.
Even if she completes her focus, there's no changing her fate.
Yeah, 15 at least let you off the leash in your respective zones very early. Yeah. They tried to invade Vietnam because Vietnam invaded Cambodia. They got pissy. Their friend Pol Pot got removed. Yeah.
Don't make her
Yeah, Vietnam basically just didn't want to be a vassal state of China. Yeah.
Say it.
Yeah, I was currently on his first playthrough of Anonymous Agony. You can imagine how he reacted when I told him the unplayable intro alone is 45 minutes. Did anyone spoil to him about the loading screens?
People like you that started the purge in the first place.
A lot of action in 40k happens on the borders of other factions. It's not often a core world gets invaded. Chaos can and does spread pretty easily, and the Tyranids are actively going through the galaxy. She called you a coon. Once we're getting to Dune, do not read anything written by Frank Herbert's son. All of them are unreadable garbage. Loading screens for what? So, Anonymous Agony is... I guess I have to explain for people that don't know what Anonymous Agony is. Anonymous Agony was a passion project by a very weird guy. He wanted to make basically a sort of kind of visual novel Persona-like game about his OC named Hayes who went around killing pedophiles. Yeah, the edgy RPG Maker game. Yeah. And the thing is, all stories from people who worked with him said the guy was fucking crazy. One guy directly said he was, and I quote, literally Hayes. And if you know anything about Anonymous Agony and who Hayes, the main character, is, that says a lot. Well, in the game, there's like really long loading screens where if you go between zones, it'll be like a loading screen that's like, what, up to like a minute? And they're unavoidable. They're unavoidable, and they seem to happen like anytime it loads a new zone, anything like that. And the thing is, it's unavoidable no matter how powerful your system is. And RPG Maker games can chug a little bit. You know, depending on how complicated it is and how incompetent the dev is, they can definitely stutter more than a few times. But the loading screens are actually completely fake. The lead dev wanted to make them put in fake loading screens because, and I quote, "All real games have loading screens, though." Yeah, they're hard-coded loading screens, yes. Now I'm second time found out people were still using RPG Maker. I thought that ended after 2014. What do you mean they're fake? As in they're not actually doing anything. Like, the game loads in because it's a fucking RPG Maker game. It's basically like trying to add a loading screen to, like, Final Fantasy V. You're not going to have any issues running it. You know, what do you mean fake? Yeah, Mandalore brought up the fake loading screens, yeah. Because the loading screen bugged out in one area and showed the area was already loaded. What determines their length? Yeah, it's a PNG. It's a fucking PNG. Even Dictionary and RPG Maker loading screens exist in versions like MV or MZ, but they last for like 3 or 5 seconds at worst. RPG Maker dead, oh my sweet summer child. I think Sonic 06 is the best game of all time thanks to its loading screens. Let's don't forget, Naive song Playback that plays in the overworld. Genuinely good song, yeah. And why put in loading screens just to have it? Because the lead dev was fucking crazy, and he was like, but that's how, like, real games work, though. They have loading screens. Like, they have loading screens because they're loading the game. Yeah, Splatterhouse 2010 has egregious loading screens, yeah. But that's because that game is barely chugging along as it is. You tried the Time Splitters Rewind pre-alpha that just released? I want to give it a few more builds, but I do like Time Splitters. I don't think RPG Maker will ever die. It's too versatile. Well, it's a good way of introducing devs to the idea of, like, scripting and balancing a game and all that. And lead dev based the main character on himself. Everyone who worked with him said he sees himself as that. Yeah. You need to see his super cool, literally me OC, yeah. And the worst part about it is, like, the worst part about it, I think, is the fact of I guess the best way to describe Anonymous Agony is it is frustratingly close to an alright visual novel, where it's like, I could see the brass tacks of this plot working, but he goes 0 to 100 at every step to the point that everyone is fucking crazy. Yeah, him being Hayes would actually be cool if he did kill pedophiles. Began to re-download Shadow of Mordor. I prefer Shadow of War, but Mordor is still fun. My girlfriend's fucked up, man. It's ramblings of a schizophrenic with main character syndrome, yeah. I'll say edgy RPG Maker game does not narrow it down. Reminder that Super Columbine Massacre RPG exists and isn't even the most notable, the only notable school shooter game in RPG Maker. This is worst detriment, yeah. Yeah, voice acting has some big people in there before they made it big, yeah. A horrifically cringe arc where he saved an underage prostitute, yeah. Agent 47 dad, yeah. Isn't Shadow War the one that had loot boxes? Yeah, but it was actually a case where leveling up in the game felt like it fit because you could do fun shit with that. Because to break down an orc's level, you could humiliate them. And if you humiliate them, that is still kept into the Nemesis system, so they remember you and they have a scar on their face from it. And if you humiliate them and you roll bad, they can go completely insane. There's a lot of aspects of Shadow War I liked. Fear and Hunger and Andy and Lele actually made RPG Maker an official game development software. I don't know about Andy and Lele, but Fear and Hunger absolutely was. Yeah, best way to learn how to make games is to make games in RPG Maker as a good way to get people to actually make them, yeah. You mind break them, you can turn them into a potato. Anonymous Agame is one of the rare games where they say nigger with a hard R, yeah. And if I remember right, it's some, like, random NPC who does it, so it's like, what is the point of this? What voice actor was Anonymous Agony? I know the guy who actually played Hayes himself went on to do, like, anime dubs. Yeah, Indian Lily is definitely an RPG Maker game. Okay, we already have Iron Bangle. Shadow War still on my PS5. It's fun to roam and hunt Captain's story. That was rough. Yeah, but I mean, you're not really playing the Shadow games for the story. It's because it's fun as hell. This guy definitely never played a cartridge game at all then, since almost none of them had loading screens. He's not being racist feels like a plot hole. I love that joke from the Mandalore video. True ending is you're one of the ring race that gets caught in the Mount Doom explosion and return to King. Yeah. The best way to learn games is to work at Blizzard for 7 years. They're looking to fail, and holy shit, isn't it not a good tabletop RPG? I'm just not talking about the edginess. The character creator is a pain in the ass. You have to roll how big your areola is. Seen the movie Fantastic Mr. Fox? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Shadow War late game really wants you to buy loot boxes. Yeah, the late game sucked. But everything leading up to late game, pretty damn fun. Quote a comment from Mandy's vid. Anonymous Agony is CIA PSYOP where the test is, can you kill a man with weaponized cringe? How about the Orc Slayer guy who was made as a tribute to the dead dev and how they tried to bank off it? Yeah. It was a WB game, and they took advantage of Monolith, who just want to make a fun Lord of the Rings thing. He's not having a lengthy anti-religion screed when he enters the church feels like an oversight. That game sucked, and even with loot boxes, you still need to play it. Yeah. And Fantastic Mr. Fox, one of the few movies where George Clooney is great. Yeah, Elf Chick betraying you was a horrible plot twist. The fact they hinted at a third game with her at the end of the DLC was ridiculous. Like I said, the Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War game stories were fucking stupid. Like, if you even had, like, a passing knowledge of Lord of the Rings, you're like, this is fucking ridiculous. But the gameplay was sick. How canon is Shadow of Mordor War? Oh, not canon in the slightest. Yeah, didn't they get rid of loot box in Shadow of War? They didn't so much get rid of them, but they definitely tried to balance them to where you don't need them as much. But still, the grind at the end game still sucks. Well, the main joke in Dead Space 3 where Carter thinks the alien wasn't clearly a human yet. Isn't she the town tart? Hey, now, no need to believe all the gossip. We all have a past. His wife was definitely a town tart. Yeah, why is Sheila up a white woman? She was just discount Yennefer. Yeah, they're still there. I ignored them the whole game, yeah. I think Shadow series should have been its own IP. I'm fine with it being a Lord of the Rings thing, because a lot of the Lord of the Rings games could deviate pretty hard from the lore and all that. The gameplay was fun, and the orcs were hilarious, so it did what it needed to do. Yeah, it's not a bastardization of Tolkien's work like some people said, but it's still pretty bad. Memory serves, wasn't Lightning a cop of some kind when she became Miss Freedom Fighter? Pretty sure, yeah, she was some kind of enforcer. And the only way to get loot boxes is to attack another player's stronghold. What PS games do you think deserve the Doom 2016 Shadow Warrior 2013 treatment? Fucking Duke! Give us a new goddamn Duke Nukem game. I'm tired of waiting for it. But we're never gonna get it because goddamn greasy Randy. Opinions on Power World? I never got into it. So that one person in Pippa's chat was lying when they said it was basically fan fiction. Are you talking about like Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor? No, it's 100% fan fiction. Oh yeah, it wasn't fan fiction. Yeah, it's like, yeah, because 100% was. Like, Celebrimbor in the fucking lore was just like a blacksmith. But you play like Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor, and he's like this fucking commando. And Duke's too spicy for the theoretical modern audience. Yeah, Lightning's one of the MPs like the ones fought in Chapter 1, yeah. Yeah, I also don't know what the fuck is going on with DNF 2001 project. Yeah, Duke's a dying star, yeah. It's not Pippa, it's a different VTuber named Pippi. Oh, okay. I made microtransaction shopkeeper, random orc captain that could spawn, yeah. Yeah, last Duke Nukem game came out in 2001. It's more than 20 years. Now, Randy Pitchford owns Gearbox, who owns Duke, and he's never letting it go. It doesn't matter how bad it's going to get. He's never letting Duke go. Would you marry the town tart if she guaranteed she'd be a trad wife? Town tart and trad wife cannot exist in the same sentence. Yeah, last Duke Nukem game came out in 2011. It was supposed to come out in 2001. Yeah, Shout Games made the scary, ugly spider monster into a hot woman, so maybe the story wasn't all that bad. Yeah, Randy's holding Duke as spite for 3D Realms. I could have had that Duke 3D game found, but then shit happened. As Elder Scrolls and blending of sci-fi and fantasy, for example, the giant asteroid in Morrowind space travel. I never paid any attention to the lore in Elder Scrolls games. I just ran around and did goofy shit. Duke Nukem, Blood, Redneck Rampage, yeah.
Sarah!
Okay, then would you marry the town tart, period? No.
Time to go. We have to leave before the army.
And see the canceled Splatterhouse spin-off NES RPG Splatter World leaked on 4chan? Ooh.
Girl's a Lassie.
I already told you that.
Post-Lassie are the enemies of Cocoon.
So they should die?
Listen, if she fails her focus, you know how that'll end.
And killing her is a mercy?
Shadow Mordor of War should have been its own game instead of title Lord of the Rings. Like, you should have been a remake of Overlord. I almost threw an ice Saturday, went to the game store after work, and some Mexican got kicked out for shoplifting, decided to spit tobacco on my car thinking it was employees. Now, Scroll fans don't pay attention to lore. They just want to bully adoring fan. Is Bulletstorm the last good Duke Nukem game? And sadly, at this point, basically.
Let's get you out of here.
Hands off.
Alright, so Luca and Abigail are more like they did at necessity than characters, so what's the difference?
Protect her. It's your fault she... Save us. Sarah?
She married the town tall one, but she became a werewolf every full moon? Yeah, you can make it work. Just lock her in the shed. Wonder why Shadow Mordor doesn't have guns? Orcs have gunpowder.
Save Cocoon? Sarah, that was your focus?
Anything. I'll do anything.
3 characters I like and 3 other ones I just hate.
Cocoon. I'll save everyone.
Somehow.
And last good Duke Nukem game was Manhattan Project and came out in like 2002. It's down tart. Is it like the bicycle? Yeah. Tart means whore.
Sarah!
Oh, I think the werewolf part's a plus, not a negative. It's not a plus, but like I said, it's easy to deal with. Just lock her in the shed. These characters be so melodramatic and insufferable. Welcome to Final Fantasy. Oh, I thought it was Tard. Did you know of Spider-World's existence before? I know you're a big fan. No, I had no idea.
Sarah! Sarah!
This guy in werewolves, what are your thoughts? What are your favorite theanthrope? All I really know is werewolves.
Crystal. We'll see who fulfill their focus. Are transformed into crystal and gain eternal life.
Just like the stone.
Sarah got put in a crystal.
Sarah, sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams? She's not sleeping! Sarah's... She's...
She's alive.
No.
Yeah, last good Duke Nukem game was Duke's whiteboard sketching simulator.
Lassie, who fulfilled their focus, turned to crystal and gained eternal life. It's the same with Sarah. Eternal life. She's not dead. Sarah's my bride-to-be. I promise to be hers forever.
She's one of those flat-nosed werewolves and does freaky shit when turned like ass to ass. Like I said, just lock her in the shed.
Over. Open your eyes and face reality.
You don't want to marry the town tart either.
Sarah, does becoming a Lassie really mean losing everything?
So is she dead or more complicated? It's more complicated. Funny how FF13 had liberal women going into the crystal for the Trump meme about California women.
The target is almost in place. Surface
Alright, so you do things too that make your mind get destroyed if you kill your werewolf wife. I say retard cannot make a good trad wife. No, tart. Tart. With a T. Means you're a whore. Werewolf Mochi turns into Big B and beats the shit out of everyone in the town. So long as you can lay it out that you did lock her in the shed, you're fine. Like, I locked her in. Maybe the town rascal let her out as like a goof. Thank you, Lightning. That was good. They're a Wild West era historical figure. There are a lot of really cool ones. I like Bass Reeves a lot just because that dude was fucking nuts. There was something like, what, 300 some odd arrests? How far into the game? Oh, we're still in like the very beginning. I'd say the design of Cocoon's pretty sick.
That's what the patch was, right?
All they care about is getting everything from Pulse off Cocoon.
Werewolf wife is fine. She's got to vacuum all the hair from time to time.
We can't stay here. They'll kill us.
I gotta stretch my back. What's 13's plot? You kind of get piecemealed it in the beginning, but basically, humanity's living in this thing called Cocoon, which is a big moving structure. It's basically like a megacity. And from time to time, they have purges where they just kill a chunk of their population.
I'll be right back. Hold on.
Lightning and her friends are like, we don't want to fucking do that.
Where you going?
So you're trying to be a freedom fighter.
Day with the Foul Sea. Got some things to talk about.
Tard search chat, learn your terms, and you call yourselves women disrespecters.
Are you out of your mind, kid? That thing wants to chew us
Everybody
up
calls you
and
crazy for
spit
marrying
us
the
out.
werewolf. You call them cowards. Ain't no different from PMS and lock her in the shed once a month. And Bass Reeves even arrested his own son. Yeah.
Lightning?
There's a massive codex that explains a bit, but it's in game. Yeah. According to a walkthrough on YouTube, Splatter World's about 8 or more hours in length. It also has cutesy art style, Wampaku graffiti had. I haven't played it yet. Can't say how it is. Are you streaming Splatter World once translated? It could be fun. Oh, she's whining and scratching the door. Now she's giving me the weird puppy dog eyes through the shed window. Yeah, Zad's just sick of this. Yeah. There we go. And the black guy go wood and talk about his time in the NFL. Lightning ever gets smacked in the face being insufferable bitch? Oh, Lightning's nowhere near insufferable compared to everyone else in this game. She's just kind of stoic. Keep the name Cocoon in mind, it'll come through, yeah. Thank you, Final Fantasy Mike Epps. Very cool. Bluesy, Hussy, Harlot, Femme Fatale, Succubus, Seductress. Just bland? Not even really bland. It's just she's stoic. That's her thing. If you have a werewolf wife, don't be surprised if she eats her shoes. What'd you draw in Duke's whiteboard sketching simulator? We all drew cocks. Let's not lie to ourselves. We all drew dicks. Now, Hope is the worst character. Sid's best. Oh shoot, the only FF I ever finished. If not throw any disrespect to Lightning Farron, she's a hero in this house. End of story. Being stoic and then being a bitch. Well, the people she's being a bitch to are themselves way worse bitches. I drew penises and swastikas. The biggest problem having a werewolf wife is the fact how many kids you're gonna have. Every time a game introduces the means to draw, it's human necessity to draw dicks. I never played this one. Lack of overworld is already starting to annoy me in FF10. There we go. Spiral World Dump came out of nowhere too on Halloween no less. I like Spiral House a lot. I've never heard of an inkling of this game once being a thought. Yeah, chat, you'll find Lightning's crash outs to be very valid, especially towards snow.
So this is...
Grey Rider's now a pretty cool guy. Pretty cool guy. Even the Romans drew dick on the walls. Who's the werewolf wife chat keeps talking about? It's a hypothetical dude brought up.
You gave her a focus, and she did it. You got what you want. Now let her go!
Found ancient Roman ruins with dick scribbles. It is, in fact, human necessity to draw dicks. Well, like, wasn't, So they still kind of, like, scrounge through the ruins of, like, Pompeii and shit like that. And, like, one of the final messages they found that was preserved was a guy just telling, his neighbor, like, "Ha, I fucked your mom."
Fine. You go on begging. Like this thing gives a damn what we want!
Yeah, something funny. Moz Girl had her vids deleted by Channel Awesome, and I wish I knew how much she lost.
It's this thing's fault the purge
I think one of the problems with this game is it tends to drop jargon on you without explanation, so you're lost.
Sarah told us to save Cocoon. That means this thing needs to die.
Yeah, humanity never changed. Yeah, they found a guy petrified mid-jerk in Pompeii. Now, for those who are curious, this is Grandpaul's Falchi. Grandpaul's and Cocoon don't get along. Would you rather have a vampire wife or a werewolf wife? Both are tall. I prefer a vampire. Because depending on the type of vampire, basically nothing changes. Werewolf, like I said, you need a locker in the shed. You have to do a whole bunch of things. It'd be annoying. I really wish Splatterhouse stuck around here in the West like it did in Japan. I drew dicks in high school and apparently pissed off adults because they used the number 2 pencils. Vampires of either.
Come on now. You really think you can
And when we say the N-word, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Roman historian DJ Peach Cobbler. Yeah, Razor budget would be through the roof. Yeah, Tomboy werewolf wife or Yandere vampire wife. I see you also saw the gender-bent Twilight rewrite.
As long as you don't mind an amateur. I got these things.
I know more about this world lore than I care to. Doesn't help I get. I kept bleeding into other Square IPs after. Ow. Man, fuck you. Oh god. There we go. What if your vampire wife eventually becomes Nosferatu, though? Then I can take her for a suntan. Married to a vampire is sent to being married to a shut-in. Like Trump, F-13 is not that bad, not the best, not the worst, it's relatively decent. Yeah. There we go. Why are you fighting a robotic crystal tentacle? Because it's an evil robot we gotta kill. It works for the bad guys, TM. A preview of episode 1 Woman is out and people are shipping Diana and Zatanna. Is Paul Dini involved? Usually if there's any kind of Zatanna shipping, he's fucking involved. Apparently 13 was really big in Japan. Yeah, it was like the highest selling one for a while. Yeah, I'll pop another. Why not? We have plenty. Luckily, no. Yeah, Zombie Girl will be the worst. Can't imagine the type of STD. I'll go werewolf. I won't be a coward and lock her in the shed. I'll train her by day. She's my loving wife. But when there's full moon, I gain a human-sized dog. I should destroy Steve's pelvis as God intended. I Like enemies in 13 have levels that don't make sense till you realize it's mostly just used to give you a target time for ratings. Yeah. What made Capcom decide to make Dead Rising 360 exclusive? That was when they were starting to try to appeal more to the West, and Xbox was really popular in America. Got favorite fall sheet design? I don't really know. Some of the bosses are kind of cool. Just using auto battle because his early game is start your playthrough, it's not sure how approaching combat. Yeah, auto battle is basically just you're in the early game, just spam it. It literally auto creates moves for you, so it's like fuck it. The entire intro of the game is basically on autopilot. If it's born like that, usually able to control themselves, unlike the ones that get turned into one. It reminds me of a Newgrounds animation of two guys wondering if you can become a zombie by fucking a zombie. Shadow 13 became the biggest. The next was critically acclaimed MMORPG of Final Fantasy 14. Also, Xbox 360 was the first 7th-gen console to come out. Yeah. Well, try moving left. I like both tall vampire and werewolf life. Like Absolute Zaytana's outfit's based on 90s Wonder Woman drip. Love the heavy metal look. Would you live with a 6,000-year-old vampire lolly? No, it'd be annoying. And the early bit of 13's gameplay doesn't sell itself well, yeah. 360's 20 years old, fuck. A fun fact, there's a female spirit from French mythology known as Melusine with a serpentine body fell in love with a mortal man. The battle system for this game is great, it just takes forever to open up properly. Yeah, that's where you always get the phrase, 20 hours in it gets good. Because when they actually do open up the combat and let you synchronize with the party, it's genuinely pretty fun. Who would want to live with Rachel Alucard? Yeah. I think composer for Sound 01 worked on that game, so we remade the track as an homage. Chat Lolly here isn't into Lolly, so Brady, 6K-year-old Lolly, isn't his thing listed as giant Opie Lolly. No, just no Lolly in general. I'm not a fan of it. Women need shaping curves. I know some dwarves are maggots. Literally, Odin made dwarves from maggots. I tried to play the game. Control was unplugged the whole time.
And I was afraid. When the future was clear, and
that's Silent Hill 1 Splatterhouse 1. Oh.
I'd just close my eyes and lose myself in happier days.
I mean, this game is still pretty after all these years. Yeah. They put a lot of money into their Final Fantasy games. Would you take care of a lolly like your daughter? Is she evil? Would you date a tall eldritch goddess lady? Yeah, depending on the design. Apotheosis design from Slay the Princess wasn't bad. I see the Isidro line of thinking. I meant like monster women because the monster's on the outside.
Excuse me.
See you around. You know. No, but I want to.
I heard rumors Square might show something in Game Awards. Oh, hopefully it's good. Would you marry an elf chick knowing she'll outlive you? I mean, fuck it.
Now, who'd you say you were looking for?
Would you like to be carried in cleavage or pocket? Cleavage, you get booba. Lolly's trying really hard to land the cosmic entity lady. Hey, pray for Hachi Shaku-sama to come to your room every night. Yeah, have you seen One Punch Man's getting lower ratings more than Velma in The Room? It's reaching Cleopatra rates, yeah. Fucking tragedy.
Maybe I was hoping that tomorrow I can tell
Boobies, grimdark freeze frame.
she'll be so mad knowing I hid it from her.
Lightning or Fang? I mean, Fang's a dude, so I'm gonna go with Lightning.
I'll take the blame for you.
I don't remember how that joke started, but like,
You know, you should
I've just
dress
been
for
insistent.
something
Like,
big.
no, Fang's a dude.
These are wish-granting fireworks, like in the stories.
Stories, huh?
I'm out of loop. What the fuck happened to One Punch Man? They've had some serious fucking production issues. They've jumped studio like multiple times. It's just not great.
Would help if they gave you some clue about what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, blame Bandai, not the animators. Yeah.
This thing out.
Yeah, 7 Deadly Frames and now its successor, One Frame Man.
So what will I be? A crystal?
Yeah, didn't they originally want the Fang character to be male and switch it at some point? I don't know about that, but basically,
I got us something.
Fang in this, I think, is a reference to... What was it, like Final Fantasy VI? Where the Fang in that was a guy. And they just made Fang in this a chick. I think maybe that's how the bit started, yeah. So I would make jokes like, oh, that's just Fang from FF6.
Stand by you. No matter what happens, I'm yours forever. Sarah.
They did. It's in the design interviews. Oh.
My only.
Berserk, 7 Deadly Sins, One Punch Man, Fist of the North Star, yeah.
Will you marry me?
Lolly out here getting a big bouquet for his big late mail and chibi reviews, dousing himself in Sweet Baby Race. That man's a fucking tourist. He came in, stole my bit, and he's trying to paint himself as that guy. It's like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I was here first. Get off, colonizer. Fucking white man coming to steal my shit. Yeah, 13's Fang was originally supposed to be a guy during development, but they changed it due to the cast being too much one direction. Yeah. Depends on the woman, but I'm going vampire wife because I like being on edge all the time. I think a thigh is an ass. It's all about proportions. You need to have a good ratio.
Gotta love these fireworks. They granted my wish.
Why does Sarah look like she's 15 while Snow looks like he's 28?
I asked you to marry me.
Snow does not look like he's 28. Snow looks like he's fucking 16.
Then maybe they'll grant mine too.
What's that?
At least Kingdom animation improved as the seasons went along.
I've become a Lassie.
Hey, our engagement is way bigger than
Almighty Burden, keeping the tourists away from the giantess. Yeah. Hourglass figure's a thing for a reason.
Man, I can't wait to see her face.
I still remember this game was the most hated Final Fantasy out there, even called it Hallway Simulator. Yeah. Yeah, Fang's comic convinced me vampire women would be best. Yeah, Snow's trying hard to look older than he is, yeah. Yeah, One Punch Man Season 3 reminds me why I think there's too much anime being made these days. That's a new episode of Smiling Friends. I thought it was good. I thought it was funny.
Hey, Snow?
Yeah, that would be the Japanese gene of younger Asians look extremely young. Then when women hit menopause, they lose their beauty instantly. It looks like he chugs White Claws and White Monsters while skating at the mall to get Hot Topic chicks during the spring-summer of 2006. It's just the FF10 Forest River scene.
Gorgeous.
Don't get me wrong, strategy, but at the same time, One Punch Man kind of deserves how bad the animation's become.
All we need. Just you and me.
Have you caught up with Kingdom? I'm not caught up, no. There's a lot to Kingdom, man. This came out in 2009. Name a 3D CGI movie that looks this good from 2009. JP Dub Snow says, let's see him again next year instead of You're All I Need. The implication, of course, being he's ride or die for Sarah LaSalle or not. Yeah. Sarah, for the love of God, you can do better.
Thank you, Snow.
I fucking hate Scratchy Throat in winter. SFM 34 looks good like this. I think Mr. Boss is actually acting like a boss. Like he's actually going up to Gleb and asking him, what does he do in the next episode? Yeah. So it's probably going to be one of those episodes where we find out Gleb is single-handedly keeping that entire office afloat, kind of like the Charlie episode in It's Always Sunny. I've seen Denzel Washington as Macduff in the Joe Cohen Macbeth film. He and the film are really good. I have not.
Is this?
Wow, Fascinating Fear came out in 2005, yeah. Sarah, please, you're so out of this dumbass's league. Sarah. That was a dream? Yeah, it was a flashback. It was explaining why Snow cares about Sarah. I think we all know Delgo looks better than this. It came out a year earlier. Gleb did stop the office while I was rolling away that one time.
Up there. And the lake turned to crystal? Help me out here. I mean, did the Foul Sea do this? How in the world did we end up here?
How should I know?
And Miss Bob's acting like a boss since the inspector showed up. Looked at how hard he came down on Charlie for blowing off work. Well, to be fair, that was more of Charlie just being a dick. Like,
Not without a miracle. Sarah saved us.
Sarah?
I just don't care about Sarah because Puss and Lightning won't give him any. I think my ex-girlfriend's name is Sarah. I saw a YouTube short live where there was this one scene, chick wooing while a scene guy was sitting on the ground. Man, pimping changed. Flip is a maintenance guy, is always lazing about because he pulls all-nighters, constantly keeping that disaster for a company from sinking into hell. Speaking of Dolly Dimpley, did you see the new videos of like the Mother Nature episode? Yeah. I like that she has a whole arc where she's getting more depressed because everyone just keeps ignoring her. Yep. Alright, I don't know what counts as tab. I'll figure that out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like, did Charlie call in sick more often? Yeah, Charlie lied about being sick, yeah. Yeah, you basically get your coordination system. I can't lose this job. I haven't even paid off my painting. Favorite Lex Luthor adaptation? I like Red Sun Luthor, where he's just unequivocally a good guy. Like, I mean, he's kind of a dickhead, but, like, he's still a good guy. Would you call Passion of the Christ the greatest snuff film of all time? It's pretty good. Probably did get sick when he ate the parasite. I'm talking about actor. Oh, actor. Gene Hackman. He's damn good. Gene Hackman or Clancy Brown, one of the two. Isn't the boss gamer too? You'd think he'd understand Charlie wanted to play the new game on release. Yeah, but he called in sick to work to do it. Like, if Charlie just said, you know, if Charlie just asked, like, hey, can I use my vacation time to get the day off so I can play the new game, Mr. Boss probably would have been cool with it. But he specifically lied about being sick. It was the dishonesty. I told you, man, the devil.
Let's see to the last.
And for the episode when Colossus Gamer shows up, shit's gonna be hype.
Why me?
I'm like Stan from South Park. Dude, that movie sucked.
I don't even know you.
How far in the game? Still getting tutorials? Oh no, we're still like super early in the game.
Just leave me alone. It's your fault. It's your fault, my...
God, I hate you.
You could have.
Yeah, being lied to sucks.
Watch it.
That was up with that parasite and smiling friends, and what was with the doctor being so excited he got to keep it? It's a cool looking parasite. And Charlie lied. That's why he's a fucking rat and needs to get back to work.
Sorry.
You disagree with South Park about Passion of the Christ? I liked it, but it's not an easy movie to watch.
Come on. Off we go.
And there's definitely more to it than just being you watch a guy get tortured. It does delve into the psychology of it. How the The scene in the garden where Satan's trying to tempt him is like very metaphorical. It's like there's a lot more to that movie. You can tell that Mel Gibson legitimately knows his shit. Snow's willing to beat the shit out of a kid. Don't test him. Wait, hold up. That's my Shota. Charlie had the misfortune of not wanting to play a new Dragon Quest while living in JP. They basically have a holiday when a new one releases.
How do we complete it?
If you ask Zach and Michael to voice some Smiling Friends, what character would you like to voice in the hypothetical episode? I want to be a background guy. I'm there for 5 seconds and I'm never seen again.
That is how focus comes down, people. The Foul Sea, they
Yeah, South Park did admit Mel Gibson knows how to make a movie, yeah.
all you get.
Never forgive MCU for not doing Planet Hulk film for Ragnarok, yeah. Damn it, this man knows story structure, yeah. Watched Passion of the Christ in 8th grade, went to a Catholic school. A kid in my class actually passed out during the scene when Jesus is getting whipped. It's brutal. Yeah, so like chills, yeah.
It's all kind of foggy, but...
Will Mel ever get that sequel off of Passion of the Christ? He's been working on it.
Wait a minute.
Beyond the cinematic masterpiece, Freddy got fingered. I'm a farmer, Daddy. Look, I'm a farmer. It is a goofy fucking movie, and I can't even say it's particularly that funny, but there are some bits I genuinely think are funny. Like the scene where he just like starts screaming in the therapist office about his dad being a pedophile. I don't even know why that makes me laugh. It just makes me laugh.
Saw the same dream. We all heard that same voice.
And the homeless guy that screams, "I want room service."
You mean that was our focus? But how are we supposed
People
to
like
know
these
what to do
characters.
for
How
next?
Lightning and Saz are cool.
The dream's the only
Did you hear about what the Roblox CEO said? Yeah. I would not describe rampant pedophilia in my gaming community as an opportunity, but yeah, he's the CEO and I'm not, so you know.
So does that mean?
Yeah, the start of that film was Rip Torn. Yeah.
Are we supposed to save her?
What was up with the evil Jew, baby? Are you talking about Passion of the Christ?
Really?
The Bible is not clear what form Satan took in the garden to tempt Jesus. So it's like up to kind of your interpretation of what is pure evil trying to look like something beautiful. So Mel Gibson went with the idea of it's trying to pass itself off as like a mother and a child, but they're warped and deformed because it's pure evil. It's pure evil trying to take the form of something beautiful, but it can't because the evil shows through. So my guess what the sequel is going to be, the Passion of the Christ, going to focus on Judas and how he betrayed Jesus. No, the actual idea is it's going to focus on the resurrection. So when Christ actually comes back 3 days later. Yeah, now we can actually level up. Yeah, evil can't create, only corrupts. Yeah. Are Smurfs mammals or insects? I go with fungus. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So did you like the level up in Final Fantasy VII Remake? Because it's basically this. Or are you in the Norwood scale? I have a full head of hair. I'm a hairy bastard. Is anyone actually taking seriously that horror movie based on the resurrection of Jesus but describes as Eldritch horror? Well, it's not about the resurrection, it's about the birth of Jesus. Okay, we may... Yeah... Okay. Is CP a substitute for MP or is there a separate mechanic? It's basically your level up points. Also, let's see what Ravager has. Yeah, Thunder, HP, Strength, Magic, Water. So it's a lot more of your like magic focused. Anyone expect to take it seriously? To me, it sounds like a dumb idea. Still, latest video, cool autistic gamer video out of left field yet.
Can worry about everything else later.
Abbreviating Crystarium points as CP is probably the worst age thing about this game. It's very clearly hacky and cowardly, especially since Muhammad would make a much better target to make a horror movie off of. Well, the horror is the idea of Satan terrorizing his family. Like that's from what I understand what the movie's gonna be about. It's not that Jesus is played off like an Eldritch horror. It's that Satan is fucking with his family because it's Satan. You know, he doesn't want the savior of mankind. Miro was not capable of making the art for Berserk, only the story. What other artists do you think would work on it? Definitely someone inspired by like the Bronson art, which what he was inspired by. I had a nickel for every time an actor got hurt during the making of a movie that came out in 2004. To have 2 nickels. Did you ever play Roblox before the problems got exposed? Oh yeah, I played it like when I was like 10. I played the early fucking shit. FF7 art takes a lot from 13 because of the same division at Square that made 13. 15 was made by Christ Core Type 0 team, and 16 was, of course, 14 division. You know, Pilates speaks Latin and not Greek in Passion, which is inaccurate and irritates my autism. Satan's the culprit. The man, the marketing for the movie should be fired. Wasn't Mira heavily inspired by shoujo manga? He was, but he was also inspired by stuff like Fist of the North Star and Devilman. So you have areas and you know, certain characters that look very pretty and shoujo-like, but with that kind of shonen bite. Because shonen at the time was very violent. You played Megami Tensei Gaiden, the last Bible franchise? I have not. Gupto should be in Smiling Friends. Also, I believe the top 10 hottest Sonic females more a parody than him being real. Is that conditioner or something else if I start losing my hair in my early 20s? It's usually just genetics. Or you put a lot of chemicals in your hair. I'm sure Passion of the Christ in the movies I'm talking about. Yeah, with the horror Devilman and Violence Jack, yeah. Totally bald right now, shows head with 9 hairs total. 13 guys trying to act like Stagger was a good mechanic when the more action RPG system. It sucks because it nerfs damage for no reason. Yeah. I'm of the full belief of if you're going to have a Stagger system, let you do a move, kind of like a Sekiro type execution. But it doesn't have to necessarily be a full-on kill, but you can do a big damage, you know? If you're going to have the stamina bar, give people the opportunity for big damage. In terms of Dripper's lightning rank among other FF protagonists, personally, I think she has pretty good drip. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad.
I wonder what happened to everyone else.
Got my head and beard shaped by family. Managed to make a dachshund from it. Yeah, A tier. Picture the devil trying to tempt Jesus in the garden as being like that one scene in Witcher 3 where the ghost dude as knowing Geralt and just says fuck off.
Why don't you give us one reason to believe that?
Could convince Fujo's read the Old Testament by telling them that there are men kissing each other.
She said to protect Cocoon, and then she turned to Crystal. That's the proof right there. She completed her focus. That means ours is to save Cocoon.
Yeah, ZZ basically got the idea of stun from the stagger mechanic introduced in this game.
Same as ours. Our focus has got to be the same. We were chosen to be guardians.
Yeah, Kevin Dash and Jim Caviezel both got hurt during production for their respective movies. Oh.
You're grasping at straws, son. Post Falsi are Cocoon's enemies. We just
That's no thinking he was Giga Chad. Just keep saying Sarah.
If I were a betting man,
yeah, Sarah's gonna be Snow's response to everything. Yeah.
I'd put us on the other side.
The reason people don't like Snow is because he can't go 2 sentences without fucking name dropping Sarah. And I get it, he's in love with Sarah, but like, there's other things to talk about.
If we work together and carry out our focus.
The Falsi took Sarah from us, and you want to help it? Whose side are you
Like,
on?
fucking Lightning doesn't say Sarah as much, and Sarah's her goddamn sister.
Place your hands behind your heads.
If you were in Smiling Friends, you would work for them to be some character of the episode. I want to be a background guy. Show up for 5 seconds.
You fall off the purge train.
Also, his I'm a Hero bit gets old.
Talking back to me? Huh?
Already one-man party for $2. Lolly, what game will work for a Nemesis system? You can do a pretty damn good Batman game with it. Jim Caviezel got struck by lightning during making Passion of the Christ. Crazy story, yeah. All I'm going to say is, if you're making a movie where you play Jesus and you get struck by lightning, yeah, that's God telling you something. Alright. There we go. Lightning got that crazy anime fighting skill, yeah. Background character in Spelling Friends always talking about Berserk. Who got struck by lightning? Jim Caviezel, the guy who played Jesus in Passion of the Christ. Is that something good or bad?
This guy's a psychom, yeah?
So did God not like the movie?
Yeah, but SciCom's an anti-pulse task force. They haven't fought a war in centuries.
I think God watched all season Sopranos was disappointed in the final episode. I thought it was a pretty good final episode.
So, from what you're
I was
telling
lying, Spying Friends be, hey, totally, hey, give me your number, hey, can you hear me up there?
more training than special forces.
I up my ass off of the boss and Brian O'Halloran bit. Can you just shut up for a sec, man? I want to hear this.
Their grunts might be green, but SciCom's elites are cold-blooded beasts. They hit the field and it's game over.
Uh-oh. Then let's
Oh, it's a decade old, but looking back, ADL really should have shut up. Call Mel Gibson anti-Semitic over Passion of the Christ. Wasn't the entire production cursed?
What's a man to do?
I'm just thinking that George Floyd moral that was centered by lightning, reject false idols. Are firefighters just bad pyromancers? So you're asking the real questions now. Every time light tells snow off, I smile. Does he have a chick in his hair? That's his thing. He has a chocobo in his hair. Little baby chocobo. And Choco Chick is so cute. Yeah, I love him. My passion's up there. Pretty much all the French extremist movies that I avoid at all costs. I mean, it is literally about watching Jesus get tortured to death. The water wizards, duh. Wish I had an afro with a chick in it. And they'd be hydromancers. All I'm saying is that if Wally ever shows up late for a stream again, I'm smelting a golden calf. Make paramedics bad necromancers. And no wonder Mel got angry all towards the Jews. If Jesus saw the sins humanity would commit, did he see someone masturbating to Yoshi porn? I mean, you can't say he didn't. You want to torture me, don't you? Go on, do it then. God, I fucking love that episode. It's so good. Just because I love Stan and Kenny's whole quest to get their money back from the movie. Use the code no berserk for 2 months. I'm gonna lie, when I was a teenager, Lightning gave me a Nason fetish. I was angry with the Jews before he did Passion of the Christ. And firefighters in the city I grew up in were also trained as cops. They fight fire with firepower. Ah, my nipples, they hurt. They hurt when I twist them. He saw the sins humanity would commit. He saw someone masturbating. He saw everyone masturbating. And Jesus Christ Superstar was another musical, yeah. You saw someone blasting rope to Waluigi hentai and he still chose to die for your sins. A lot of moments in the Bible, God basically gets exasperated with the Jews because he tells them one thing to follow and they go ahead and do it. Kick their ass. Pop another. And remember, chat, Jesus loves you even at your worst. He just hopes you can be better. Jesus, Jesus, oh, how I love you, Jesus. Jesus saw people like Pamperchu and Randy stare. I think Matt and Trey were butthurt. Mel showed his spiteful juice, not want to twist his nipples. I prefer when changing weapons and armor actually changes the player model, yay or nay, especially in JRPGs. It always comes down to what is the design of the armor, because some armor designs can look fucking sick. But at the same time, if like none of the armor is particularly that great, just go with the default design. I guess we don't have enough points yet. Fucker. Eh. Okay, I see how it is. Fuck you. There we go. Okay, so we leveled up a little bit more. We got more health. We'll be able to power chain. But needs a little bit more. My ass-kicking outfit, bitch. I always get Xenoblade Chronicles. The characters look bizarre, but you need those stats. Yeah. To be fair, I think it was the... Yeah, it was the remaster for the Switch. They added a transmog system to where you could just change their skin if you want. So if you don't like the look of their armor, you can just change it. Favorite Berserk-inspired work? Fear and Hunger is pretty fucking good. Every game should have transmog by default. Yeah, I agree. It's the best of every world. Thoughts on the Catholic Church's veneration of Mary? I mean, I'm not Catholic, so I don't know. Jesus wants me to have 3 wives. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on there. God, this is not my Batman glass. One thing I don't like the gameplay is that if you control even one of the characters in battle and you die, the game ends. I still have about 5 of the characters left. What do you mean? You can also put chicks in the skimpiest gear combos. Pointless Sub Raid Player 1's one of the worst books I've read in my life. Rabbit, do you love the Virgin Mary? Mexico is a weirdly cultist veneration of Mother Mary and only Mother Mary. So I take your phone out and take a picture under the Princess Schmoogle's dress, and I gotta say, I really don't approve of that. That's on horse theft? Well, you should be hanged for it. Okay. I say bump up strength, because she's kind of our main heavy hitter. Yeah, we don't really have a lot of magic, so we'll focus completely on strength for her. Alright, now, Snow, what do you have? Okay. For 3 more points in magic, that's a little bit too much of a dip. So I say improved potions. These are majestic creatures. Anyone who abducts horse girl is clearly a bad person. Do most trailers smell like cigarettes? Not everyone who lives in a trailer is a smoker, but all smokers live in trailers, so... Also, if you're in Mexico, 50-50 chance a Santa Maria statue has a Santa Muerte shrine behind it. Dude, I never took a picture of her skirt. Never even had my phone all day. Did you see that? Well, I started trying to peek under Lightning's dress, and I really appreciated that. Alright, novels you would wholeheartedly recommend everyone give a try. Dispatches is really good. Generation Kill is really good. By way of deception's pretty interesting. Is breakdown of how the Mossad operate. Spy Hunter's pretty cool. Of course, you have Cormac McCarthy. A lot of what he wrote's really good. Hey, Twitch unbanned that diaper furry. Why do they always give the worst slap on the wrist? Because they're probably friends with Twitch admins. Speaking of Mother Mary, I was once baffled by a guy's sheer ignorance because he was genuinely surprised he was getting jumped in the comment section for calling her a cheating whore.
That was our first mistake.
Isn't Mother Mary referring to, like, Jesus' mother? Who explicitly wasn't a whore because she was a virgin? Yeah, Santa Muerte statue is a creepy backstory.
Why is that? Gotta be something.
Yeah, the Bond novels are at least one, yeah.
It might have been. Not so sure anymore.
Is there always one quirked up white girl in Final Fantasy? Basically. Yeah, Jesus' mother, yeah. Good Lord, Lightning's gun sword holster is bugging the shit out of me because you know for a damn it's just smacking the back of her thighs. About 2 types of gamer subs using code TAL. Check out. Call me a good boy in your favorite chatter. You're a good guy, and you're like the you're an okay chatter. You're okay. I think it was implied that if Mary was caught pregnant for marrying Joseph, she would have been called that. Yeah, we know how it is. Edgy atheist theory. The virgin birth is basically a cheating wife covering for her cheating. Yeah. Read the Jefferson Bible? No. I think we got a new weapon. Okay. Not that. Might be for Zaz. Oh, no, he used guns. Yeah, alright. Interesting Bible theories? I don't know a lot about it, so I don't know. Motto of the Spanish Legion is Viva la Muerte, long live death. Even in Spain, there's odd veneration of death as personification. Well, yeah, they have it's basically death worship. That was like old Spanish culture before the introduction of like Catholicism. And please stop trying to groom Hope. You're supposed to be the cool Dami Mommy Final Fantasy protagonist, not female Diddy. They knew to check the hymen back then. Did they not know this? Vanilla's the weirdo that's secretly important later on. She's the Aerith, the Renoa, but my god, the shit she pulls later is infuriating. I convinced Zaz wore sunglasses. I think I'm mixing up with Bear. Is it race makes up 2 black guys? Is this the PS3 360 version of the Mass Effect skin DLC? No, it's the PC version. I mean, it might still have the skins, but I don't know if it does. I'm talking about grooming Hope in this Tales of Berseria where that actually happens. You're not even wrong. It's like, groom this tiny, tiny little boy that may or may not be the reincarnation of... It was like the reincarnation of maybe your sister's unborn child. It was fucking weird. And we're wondering what the actual religion of America is. Christianity feels kind of transplanted on top of the land. It concludes respect for death, the oldest religion. Yeah, Mass Effect 3 skins were in Lightning Returns. Yeah, it was like her nephew, yeah. Every girl in Tales of Berseria is a Shotokan, that's why it's peak. Yeah, fucking what? Okay, so... Tales of Berseria has like this weird fucking thing where... I'm trying to remember exactly how it works, because I've not played... I've not played Berseria in a long time. But basically, like, in Tales of Berseria, the setting, when some people die, they can come back as, like, sort of kind of like a servant spirit, but they're like emotionless and they're basically a husk for a specific faction. And Velvet's sister, who is pregnant, dies. And her spirit and the spirit of her unborn child comes back as these servants. Yeah, they're called like angels, yeah.
Sarah!
Yeah, Velvet sees an angel that looks like her brother and gets convinced it's her brother, yeah. And then the twist at the end is it was her brother.
I'll get you out of there.
Yeah, this is mentioned in Zestiria, yeah. Well, I think it's the same world. Yeah, it needs like a ritual, yeah.
Thanks.
I just realized my kid's gonna be born in California. I hope they can forgive me. You know, it's weird when Majalu isn't the weirdest part of the story. In fact, she's the least.
This is goodbye.
Yeah, Berseria is a prequel to Zestiria. That's what I thought, yeah. Like, it was the same world, because, wasn't there, like, an anime of Zestiria that came out, and they referenced Velvet? Like, they never show her, but they reference her.
You know how she feels.
If I leave her,
Her brother's actually the final boss, yeah.
we'll be fine. I can handle anything they throw at us. No one will die. I'll protect Sarah and Cocoon.
I remember from Berseria as a giant dragon.
Does she look protected?
Yeah, you literally fight your own companions, Zestiria, yeah.
I can save her.
What can you possibly do?
Yeah, they're naturally just spirits, but the Abbey turns them into emotionless tools, yeah. Because that was the Abbey's big plan. They wanted all of humanity like that. They turn them all into, like, complete husks. I was still upset they altered the kid getting stabbed. It was censored, yeah. And fun fact, there was a religion in the Middle East known as Yazidum, where they worship an entity known as Melek Tas, the peacock angel. I'm going to head to California tomorrow to see my aunt for Thanksgiving. Wish me luck. So, Berserk with waifus. It doesn't go near as hard as Berserk, but you can tell there's flavorings of it in there. And she's basically Lord of Calamity in Zestiria, but Berseria goes into why she's that. Yeah. And when's the new Berserk chapter coming? We do not know. I just want to mention that Snow and Zaz's summons in this game are dumb as shit. And one, a world of pure logic, no emotion. Artoria saw emotion as a detriment. Yeah, because he was torn up by the death of his wife. Yeah, basically just explaining how it works. There we go. Basically, yeah, I can show it real quick. Relentless assault, offensive. Solidarity, defensive. All you gotta know. You know what? Yeah, here. Oh my God, Snow. Fucking punch back, you spineless coward. Yeah, you wanted the order ending of an SMT game, yeah. Thank you, Vanille. Very cool. Just spam it with magic grenades. Okay. Got a news peak, yeah. I reckon Berserk could work as a Berseria type game. I mean, Berseria is just an action RPG. Joey Diaz's auto bio gets quite sad because mom dies and he's a teen. So after she passed, Pink Floyd's The Wall came out and began hearing their song Mother played everywhere. Yeah. So long as in a Shotokan, she's also an incest. Well, no, like, the whole thing with the little brother and Tales of Berseria is a different franchise. As far as I'm aware, Hope in this is just some dude. Terrorist Guy in the latest episode of Spy Family's tragic, watching his daughter's body, yeah. And I did love the interview because, I got spoiled on that in the sense that the guy doesn't die. They like knock him out. They do the typical thing of like they will not kill the bad man. But they did an interview with the author of Spy Family, and it's like, we kind of noticed that, like, for a Cold War spy thriller thing, you don't ever really seem to kill anyone off. And he basically says, yeah, I don't kill characters off because I'm a fucking coward. Anytime I try to think about someone to kill off, I feel really bad. And I cry at my desk, and one of my assistants has to pat me on the head and say, it's okay, you can keep him alive. And chat for all the shit you can say, and I mean, you're not wrong about 13. The music goes hype. Actually, it does mean you didn't save him. They didn't show him doing it. It didn't happen. The same logic. I didn't see any blood splats or dead bodies. Therefore, Superman did save them. Well, it's like, if this is about the scroll scene in Superman 2025, like, the rest of the Justice League was there. They were also helping. So, it's easy to assume no one died. He's the opposite of Fujimoto, yeah. Actually, it was so tragic. Got disowned by one of the villains, yeah. And you about the guys who wanted to use an armed squad of homeless people to take over an island and keep the women and children as sex slaves? Yeah. If they went to that island, they would have died. Yeah, we said sounded like a funny skit with you and Shota makes on stream.
We want to help Sarah.
I respect him for being honest with himself and others. Well, I mean, Spy Family is basically very lighthearted, so I understand he doesn't really have the grit to kill people off like that. Whenever someone's dead in the story, they've been dead for a while.
So I just abandoned her and saved myself?
What about your focus?
Doesn't the author of Spy Family not care about it? Or at least I remember an interview saying he threw it together hastily. It's not that he doesn't care about it, it's that he drew it on a whim and he didn't realize that would be the one to blow up. Because he did a few other manga. So I hope the handler's family's secretly still alive. Once again, this is what happens when we read the comments from the media to attack the movie. They did the same shit with Predator Badlands, yeah. Yeah, Velvet's one of the Tales of series characters that goes hard alongside Yuri from Tales of Vesperia, which, being honest, Yuri's literally the Punisher.
And keep Sarah safe.
I just found out there's a mech anime where a pilot's in an actual homosexual relationship with his mech.
Great job so far.
Can I about the scroll scene so stupid only Mahler and company can fixate on it? To me, I don't see it as anything bad because it shows Superman cares about even the smallest life. Hell, he didn't even want to kill the kaiju. He just wanted to knock it out and take it to a zoo.
You do.
As long as Yor and Lloyd make Anya a big sister and tie the knot by the end, he can build it up for as long as he can.
Get going. Later.
Okay.
Yeah, Yuri's also voiced by Troy Baker. Spy Family author. Okay, I can do it. I can do it. There's a bad man. He deserves to die. Therefore, I can't do it. I can't kill this guy off. Yeah, watching Kirsch's old Class 19 playthrough, pretty fun.
Save it for next time, kiddo.
Yeah, Clark cares about everything. He's a good boy. Yeah. Cuck yours, brother.
But
5 Years Time was kind of a weird choice. Pink and Superman. I enjoy the song, but I didn't think it fit there. Oh no, it fit. Like,
We'll meet again.
I think it fits perfectly because, like I said, it's a lighthearted movie. Mr. Terrific isn't killing anyone; he's just beating the shit out of them, and then it's just a bopping song. Trust me, I've heard some people's attempt to make it fit, and all the songs they choose are fucking garbage. They're awful. Hope, talk to him.
I'll get you out of there.
Yes, no, I don't think this is gonna work. You can just kind of like rub your dick on it. The female form is still there. I mean, okay, I guess it's just gonna be busy with that. All right.
I'm not happy about leaving the kid.
What songs do you hear people force in? Oh, they try adding in like fucking death metal. They try adding in like it's just so stupid. Like fucking dubstep shit. It's like no. And what song could have worked in that scene? California Dreaming. No, way too slow. Way too slow. Fast-paced action scene. It needs to keep up with the tempo. I'm very particular about this because music cues are one of those things where if you fuck it up, you fuck it up. No, do not pull an end of Evangelion Shinji hospital scene. What scene? The Mr. Terrific scene in Superman where he's beating the shit out of all the guys and it's playing, 5 years time. That one. Risk Rain 2 latest DLC actually is not that bad. Just joking because California Dreaming's gotten some resurgence as a meme song. That's what I mean. You avoid meme songs. You just include a song that is fitting. Play Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. It also wouldn't fit. It's not a grim scene. It's not meant to be grim. It's meant to be fun. Painting Black would work for like... say like, okay. Say you have like the fight in Micro's hideout in Punisher Season 1. If they played Painted Black over that, I could actually see that working. Because that's Punisher. He's a grim character, and, it's all about this grim man who just kind of sees the world as the worst it could possibly be. That fits. Something like Superman, he's optimistic, he's happy, he's hopeful. You don't do that. Never understand how Hollywood can't get that tempo of an action scene. Needs either to be fast, bombastic, no slow mumble rap bullshit. Well, a lot of that's producers. They just want the hit top 20s chart TM song. Ain't no grave go work with Punisher, yeah. Like always opening AMVs, keep that shit coming. Has to be a happy, upbeat song like Don't Stop Me Now by Queen or Blitzkrieg Bop. Exactly, it's about tone. It's about the tone of the song. That's why music's been so stagnant. And one of James Gunn's strengths is matching action scenes and music tempo of the song choices, yeah. He's not as good as Edgar Wright, who can do it literally down to each beat. That was kind of the bit with Baby Driver, where everything was synchronized up to the music. That's why Freebird worked perfectly with the church scene in Kingsman. Yeah. You know what? Darkly comedic matchup. Ain't No Grave is absolutely a Punisher song. My review intro is a top-notch, got a great sense from music. And Don't Stop Me Now was used to great effect on Hardcore Henry. Yeah. The whole fight at the end on the rooftop, yeah. James Gunn also has a thing for sticking to 80s music. He has a pretty varied taste. That's something to where no matter what you want to say about the guy, he has good taste in music. Trust me, I have a lot to say about the guy. Pro Man dropping parts of the Part 3 album every week. It's Kino. Well, I can't sleep. Tell me a story. That's only part of the story in Baby Driver. He syncs his actions while he's listening to. Yeah. You know what I'm going to say? Adam Sandler always has great song choice for his movies. The good ones, at least. Helter Skelter should get used more often. Try to reclaim it from that bastard Manson. Also, Don't Stop Me Now being played in Shaun of the Dead. Yeah. People in Guardian of the Galaxy Volume 2, where the dude with the arrow kills a bunch of guys while come a little bit closer plays. Yeah. How long do you think it will take for people to start saying Superman 2025 is underrated? Give it another 2-3 years. I like Drive more. Well, Drive's a different story. Baby Driver's meant to be more bombastic and fun. Drive is a lot more slow-paced and psychological. Tales of Berseria stream when? That would unironically be fun. I do like the game, and I've not played that in a long time. Weird in between an over-the-shoulder and fixed camera. A normal documentary really messed you up after watching. Mine is Treblinka, Last Witness. I'll dedicate interviewing Sam Wallenberg, as well as when I made the last one. Last documentary that fucked with me? Definitely Grizzly Man. Because, like, I watched that when I was a kid, and then they have the audio of when he's ripped apart, and it's like, oh, God. And another good music cue is the use of Cruel Bloom and Wayne. Wayne had some pretty good ones all around. Please stream Tales of Berseria. The game becomes 10 next year in February. I thought I'd make videos on bands. I'd like to see a video on Wasp or Beast and Black Power Beast. It could be fun. I do like my music. James Gunn ever used Kiss name of his movies? No, as far as I'm aware, no. He likes weirder, more like underground type stuff. If you're gonna play a Tales game, you should probably invite Sho to play since they're multiplayer. So current gen of pop music productions are artificially stagnated to some degree. We should be in synth popish boom by now. Isn't the audio a rendition of what it's supposed to sound like? Some new packs for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel got leaked. Draco Tail is coming. Hug me, bros. I'm scared. Your Perseus mandate stream when? Yeah, does Shrek 2 using accidentally in love count? Never put out the real audio of that guy getting killed by the bear, but it was enough to scare the shit out of Werner Herzog, so you know it must be horrific. And Grizzman has some unintentionally funny stuff in it. Miss GG reviewed a bunch of reviews that I would never want to watch. Just Melvin Just Evil's on top. Yeah, the documentaries, yeah. Some of them are just fucked up. Just Melvin Just Evil is one of those of like, why did none of you shoot him? Why did none of the people involved in the story just murder this old man? What the fuck is wrong with you? And not to block out, but yeah, overall, the strange stagnation across entertainment. I do wonder, though, just being in the moment, our parents, grandparents say the same? Yeah. Like, there was that one guy in chat, I think it was like a few weeks ago, but he said, like, he was talking with his mother, and his mother basically said, 80s music isn't good, you just hear all the good stuff that survived the 80s. And the Shrek using Hold Out for a Hero does, and that seems legendary. Did you ever listen to Ian Worthington's music? He's the guy who made Big Top Burger, very talented lad. I've heard a little bit of his music, and it's not bad. Alright, get the fuck up, Vanille. Yeah, the bear attack from Bearman have given the chance. If a pissed off grizzly's coming straight at me, I'm fucked. Yeah, Mermaid's bit about Grizzly Man has me rolling. Oh yeah, it's great. What about killing an old man? There's a documentary called Just Melvin, Just Evil, which is about... It's a guy interviewing different members of his family about how a single stepfather ruined entire lives because he was a pedophile and like just a nasty human being. And it gets so over the top that you actually ask multiple times, why did none of you kill him? Yeah, even the director said, like, I would have pushed him off that dock and into the water to drown him if I could. Yeah. And same could be said for any generation music, although it's easier to preserve stuff from, like, the early 2010s and 2000s. Yeah. I watched Melvin Just Evil years back. No clue why he didn't grab his wheelchair and drop him over the bridge. Well, the director outright said it. Like, he wanted to finish the documentary. And it's more of a condemnation of the rest of his family, because, like, when Melvin was at his worst, he was just a little kid. But fucking everyone else, even the grown adults, like, you had every opportunity just to kill this guy. Is there in a wheelchair? Don't threaten pushing him in the water, just do it. Realistically, what could the police do? They'd never be able to prove it. Yeah, Melvin Just was only sentenced to like 13 years. Yeah, like, he straight up fucking murdered a lady. Like, beat in the heads of like one of their maids or something. Like, just fucking bashed her fucking brains in. RV there, yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Bear can fuck up your RV unless you bear spray it. Alright, here we go. Where can I find Just Melvin, Just Evil? I'm pretty sure it's on Amazon. I think it was like a social worker, yeah. Melvin got someone that they could have taken down easily where people were afraid of him. It's more of the fact of, for some reason, everyone just didn't want to admit it was even happening. Like I said, it's like an over-the-top fucking story. It's fucking psychotic. Because, like, it was to the point that, like, there was... Like, in the family, there was, like, a mentally disabled girl who was, like, very clearly not okay in the head. And Melvin would, like, rape her repeatedly. And whenever she would, like, cry to, like, her mom or something... the mom would brush it off and say, it's not that bad, what are you doing? And it's like, the fuck is wrong with you? Stepdad bring anything to the family? Was like he a breadwinner? No, from my understanding, he was a fucking loser. He would jump from family to family. So once again, it's just this case of like, you people just tolerated this for no reason. Yeah, that documentary genuinely pissed me off. That was the point. The director himself was like, why did none of you do anything? Yeah, Melvin documentary is a good case of how someone can hold power just from cult of personality. And it can literally pop up from fucking nothing. Like, that's the freakiest part about it. He had a cult of personality when he was a fucking nobody. Yeah, the family's just psychos. Yeah, they made it clear the family was also responsible. Yeah, abuse in families can lead to internal justifications for it. In some cases, defense. Yeah. The more I hear, the more I think kill. Yeah. I'm not trying to blame, victim blame, but that sounds genuinely infuriating. Well, it's not even the victims that were doing it. It was like other family members around them. On the bright side, once that bastard dies, hell will have him in the afterlife. Well, he did die. But the thing that pissed the director of it off is the fact of he got to die an old man in a hospital.
They get treated like post-tainted rats.
I still remember the one documentary about a guy who was murdered by his crazy ex-girlfriend, the one who he had a child with. Forgot the name of it, yeah. What was this one more time? Just Melvin, Just Evil.
More like fear. Tens of millions of people, all scared of post-boogeymen.
It's been a while since I rewatched Gigi's doc watches. Which one was the doc about the amnesiac whose twin tried to hide the fact they were abused all their lives? Tell Me Who I Am.
They purged that entire town.
If you ever look into CPS horror stories, it's sadly not uncommon, yeah.
But the Sanctum Fauci did nothing to stop it.
As a great Homer Simpson once said, urge to kill rising.
Up until now, Eden's always stepped in.
It was also a small town because that makes it worse. In a small town, they can easily make their own justice, yeah.
Guess humans aren't worth the effort. Figure they'll let us just
Melvin, brother of the Joker? Those guys are fucked up and they should feel bad, yeah. I repeat, documentaries on YouTube for free. Every time I hear Melvin, I think of Doug Walker, brother of the Joker skit. Shame Zaz isn't around post this game. He's a good character, yeah. And shit like this, why characters like the Punisher are popular, yeah. Because, like, they're, you know, it's nice to have the ideal, you know, the ideal of, well, you know, we gotta let the justice system do its work and all that. The Spider-Man thing, you know, everyone likes Spider-Man, you know. There are people out there where it's like, that shit just, there's no excuse. You know, like, there is no excuse, and like, there's no way someone can blame being, oh, I'm mentally ill and a minor. It's like, no, some shit's just evil. Like, and I know people like doing the moral relativism thing of like, but what if actually you are evil? It's like, no, some shit's just fucking evil. Yeah, there are times you wish Frank Castle was real, yeah. Alright, bros, gotta get some sleep so I can go hunting proper tomorrow. Wish me luck. Yeah, Moon Knight's basically supernatural Punisher. It depends on the run. Sometimes he doesn't kill people. He fucks them up, but he doesn't kill. Why people think Vanilla's a lesbian makes no sense. Three Identical Strangers is also a different flavor of infuriating, yeah. Yeah, Dear Zachary, that was what I was thinking of. Ah. Yeah, some bad things are needed to stop other evil, yeah. Well, you know, it's one of those things of like, oh, great, you know, jerk yourself off some more. That's fantastic. Shit still happened. You know, it's like, there's still, like, fucking indefensible shit out there that's just fucking horrifying. Yeah, Ted Bundy raped and murdered women for the fun of it. There's no moral ambiguity. The man was just evil, yeah. You get jiggy with it, Marge Simpson style, when you see a pack of wolves approaching you. Wasn't there Identical Strangers documentary about triplets who were separated at birth all for an experiment and they all committed suicide? They didn't all commit suicide, but one of them did. And yeah, from what I understand, like, because a lot of the details of the experiment were still labeled as confidential and weren't released to the public, but the vibe I got from it was that they wanted to see if a bunch of, like, you know, separated twins put into specific homes would still develop mental issues like what they genetically had, because they all came from, like, women who had, like, schizophrenia, depression, bipolar disorder, things like that. And there was a weird through line where they kept wanting them to have, like, an older sister who was also adopted. So I'm like, what, are they trying to test to see if they want to fuck their older sister? I'd say shame on men in that family for telling this Melvin asshole. They knew what he was doing to the women. They should have stepped up and put him down hard. Yeah. It really comes down to that. It's like, why him? Like, why does he need to be alive? Well, the pacifist hero is a new invention made through artistic censorship. Traditional heroes are always willing to kill. Well, it's like, it comes down to the difference in context of the situation. A guy like Spider-Man won't kill because he's trying to inspire people. He wants to help kids and do all that, and he doesn't want to be scary. But there's absolutely situations where motherfuckers gotta die. And if you aren't willing to do that, if you are still, like, you know, if you are still unwilling to make the call when it's abundantly clear the call should be made, that just says more about you. You know, how many people need to get hurt before it gets through your fucking head? That kind of thing. I think it's like that experiment Winnegoon talked about with the boat, and the psychologist wanted people to turn feral and kill each other and got salty they were getting along. Yeah. Yeah, Batman won't kill, but he does have his limits. Yeah. Yeah, I probably wanted to study nature versus nurture. Yeah. And it's ironic that Spider-Man wants to inspire, not be feared when he uses the spider animal many people fear as a symbol. Yeah, but he has spider powers. What's he going to call himself? Here's a coward saying he doesn't kill certain villains. Like I said, it's a matter of situation. Like, Peter is known for wanting to help people. He wants to help his fellow neighbor. I've explained this like too many fucking times at this point. Peter wants to help. He wants to inspire people. He wants to be seen as a symbol of the community. He doesn't want to be feared. Punisher doesn't give a shit if people are afraid of him. Just remember the line from Dark Knight Returns, all the people I murder by letting you live. Yeah. And a sex draft that actually resulted in the psychologist losing his tenure. Yeah. I've ever called losers those who unilaterally call Batman a coward for not killing. Yeah, funny enough, Stan was mocked for that. Like, the idea of Spider-Man is stupid because nobody likes spiders. Yeah, test wasn't to see if mental illness is biological or social. It's to prove wanting to fuck your little sister is natural and society should embrace it. That's what the scientists wanted. Yeah, Peter just make you wish you were dead. Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason why Spider-Man's title is the Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Yeah. And doesn't Batman rely on using fear? Yeah. Batman doesn't want to kill for completely different reasons. If only MJ didn't interrupt Peter, we would have seen Paul get gloriously, brutally eviscerated. Experiment. So a pedo trying to make porn. Got it. Was the sister in these tests hot, though? Here we go. Yeah, Berman breaks your shit and you still have to pay the hospital bill, yeah. Our abusive alcoholics of things. Wait for winter and let nature take its course. Yeah, trust me, Peter may not kill you, but it'll just show you how much he's holding back, and still holding back while beating the shit out of you without quipping, yeah. I wish they wrote Jason Todd more consistently instead of trying to have him flip-flop. Yeah. Like, I think the idea of having one of the former Robins actually be a good counter to Batman with his no-kill rule, and that he's not a psycho killer, he's just like, some people have to die, is more interesting. You know, Batman himself, you know, you don't have to make him a killer, but having Jason be a consistent voice, you know, kind of like Azrael, kind of like the Spectre sometimes, but like just having that reminder of like there are some people that go too far, you're never going to be able to help. Batman works with Big Pharma? No, Bruce Wayne bought Big Pharma. Or Daredevil kill if he feels it's necessary. I feel like he avoids it, but he might have put down a couple guys over the years. I think Matt's killed a few people, but I think it's always been accidental. Mine's cultivate is too autistic to grasp by your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man doesn't want to kill every criminal he fights. I never understand people like Razor claiming, calling Batman and other heroes for not killing every member of the Rogues Gallery like the Shadow. Yeah, some people have to die is based on my mindset. You cannot say people basically say they'll continue to do what they do. Yeah, no, Jason, if you kill that serial child-killing rapist, you'd be no different from him. As much as this game was hated, it did make a lot of mechanics that the industry still does today. Auto heal after battle, stagger system, auto battle combat with strategy added to it. Yeah. And for example, yeah, Joker has to die. Yeah.
Maybe. If I knew what it was.
Yeah, interesting idea, but wrong format. Batman has to continue, and so do his popular villains. Yep.
Did Sarah say anything to you about her focus?
And generally speaking, Spider-Man not talking, just rushing at you is more scary than doing a fursuit. Yeah.
Probably didn't want to worry
Yeah, Daredevil doesn't kill people because he's a Catholic. Yeah.
Didn't think she could trust me.
And they actually do make it a point of that is kind of hypocritical. It's like, Catholics executed people, so what are you talking about? Like, a big aspect with Matt is he is kind of egotistical and does kind of think he's better than other people. Hell, that's why Frank works as a great foil to him, where Matt's all about trying to show how much better he is than everybody, and then you have Frank who's like, I don't care if people think I'm better than them. Yeah, heroes killing won't change the fact writers will just keep bringing the characters back. Yeah. Yeah, Matt has killed in the past, but yeah, it was accidental. Yeah, do you believe in the devil scene in the old show was a good analysis? Yeah. Don't forget, Daredevil is kind of a man whore, yeah. And Matt's also a lawyer, so he's sworn by law to see the best in people. Yeah. Only issue with no kill rules, the format means they have to continue forever, so they can't redeem them or lock them up. Yeah. Yeah, there is that one issue where Punisher stole Spider-Man's web shooters and Spidey just rocks Punisher's shit. Yeah. Yeah, Batman doesn't kill because his dad was a doctor. If he kills, it'd be like throwing away everything he stood for. Yeah, Batman discourse is really the product of the way comics work. Realistically, Joker be dealt with by others, either the justice system, a cop fed, or a random vigilante. Yeah. Like, death in something like Invincible matters more because that's one singular story. If someone dies, they're gone. You know, unless they bullshit a reason to bring them back for an issue. Like, you know, what happened with the Viltrumites. But the point is, by and large, if a character died, they're dead. Like, they're gone. But with how comics work, with the fact that they have to operate off multiple runs and they still insist on, like, one large continuity, that means that you're basically having to just add on forever to these never-ending stories that can never really change. And Dispatch did ask that question as well. Should you kill Shroud, or should you be a sample of what a hero should be? Yeah. Yeah, Matt's a gash hound, but it's more of a blessing than a curse because sometimes the girl he's with is either a villain or she dies. And Professor Pig going to Arkham for the 100th time and making 50 people into dolls by irreparably tearing apart their bodies and minds. He can be redeemed. Yeah, Robot Chicken pointed out that Joker would get the death penalty hilariously. Yeah. Yeah, even Invincible runs a multiverse, but it's one story at the end of the day. Yeah. Exactly. Some politician in the DCU would run on the promise of giving supervillains the death penalty. Yeah, Joker's just a guy. A granny with a gun could deal with him if he broke into her home. I do believe a few runs of Batman have Batman tell Jim Gordon, the GCPD, they need to decide if Joker gets to die, not him. Yeah. Bash in the manga understands some people have to die. He thanks Wolfwood for killing a gun-ho gun, and the switch-up distributes him and the girls, yeah. I don't understand if Mark's kid got aborted. Are Viltrumite babies that weak? I love Batman's response to that robot chicken sketch. Hearing Joker's gonna be executed, it's out of my hands. Todd, it's not up to me to kill Joker. It's up to the legal system. Yeah. I know Jesus has forgiven me. Is that a joke? No. Jason Todd should have more of an antagonist to Batman than join the family. Have him be like everyone in Arkham should be shot in the head, maybe cool down over time. But that's how he was. Like, the problem with Jason is, like I said, they wuss out on him being that foil. Because to me, what makes Jason interesting is that he's right. Like, but because they can't admit that he's right, they have to constantly find a way for him to go too far or fuck up or do something that that basically has to defang his argument so Batman can win. When it really just amounts to we can't kill these characters off because they make too much money. Like that's really it, you know? Hell, people have complained for years that Joker's in fucking everything. Like there's way too much Joker. How's everyone? We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Would Batman be okay with Joker being killed by the justice system? Yeah. Oh, God. And I want Jason to be part of the Bat family and not commit to the bit that he's right because of what happened to him. Yeah. Ah, shit. Yeah, fuck that one up.
I can't stop now.
Yeah, telling how Final Fantasy 13 stream, nigga, you lying. Batman doesn't want to be a judge, jury, and executioner. He wants the justice system to do its job. Yeah. It just so happens the justice system in Gotham is fucking awful. And what if the events of Injustice didn't happen? Batman kills Joker after threatening Superman's kid and turns himself in. Yeah. Here, I'll kill the Ranger. He's annoying.
Stay sharp.
I've heard Jason being the older brother figure to Damian tried to teach him that killing isn't always the right choice. Like, I'm also not against that. I actually think that's a cool dynamic, but they do need to establish that he is willing to meet him halfway and go like, yeah, some people do need to die, but you gotta know when. Jason doesn't even really want to kill all the rogues gallery, but definitely said Joker has to go. Yeah. Yeah, Justice System in Gotham puts homeless in fighting pits for police entertainment. Worst Red Hood comic in your run, in your opinion? It was like one of the newer Red Hood and the Outlaws ones that just wasn't really that good. I think it was like 2018. It looks like Gotham is so awful that either the governor would declare a state of emergency, people would elect someone who would. And that's why Bruce tries to fix the legal system, but the writers must maintain status quo. Yeah. Dragon, the OG anime at least, is one of the best takes on the pacifist hero. You have to take a life to save another eventually, but you just try to keep the next one alive. Yeah. Also, Jason's showing Damian, I can do this, no issues, but do you really have it in you? Yeah. But at midnight, she becomes sexy. I will kill you. I will break my own rule. Bruce is rich, why not use wealth another way? Argument comes undone when you consider Gotham's corruption is ever-reaching. And Batman does do a lot to help Gotham. There's like 4 or 5 different foundations all done specifically to help people in Gotham. All funded by Bruce. DC and Marvel comics are basically comic versions of long-running soap operas. Mark 992 bucks. Sup, guys? What did I miss? Nothing much. Yeah, Black Mask and Joker types have to go according to Jason. Riddler and Two-Face can stay. Well, like, Two-Face, he actually does have more than a few moments where they do redeem him. Remember how Zorro beats Miss Monday? Because, holy lord, that man literally showed the muscle mama who's really strongest. People sometimes forget pre-time skip Zorro is superhumanly strong. Fucking pre-time skip Zorro was still, like, an infamous bounty hunter. Joker's committed actual terrorism. Realistically, he had the feds on his ass. The ruins based off of in the background. Cool shit. Do they do anything with Two-Face anymore? Listen, you may have been raised by assassins, Damien, but do you have what it takes to actually take a life? Also, they really do have the soap opera problem of never being allowed to end, so you keep retrying the exact same plot lines and not doing major shakeups to keep people relevant. Yeah.
Those will be our cold-blooded beasts, I think.
Yeah, Jason even still calls Two-Face by his real name, yeah.
Use some sort of devices for
Now Vandal Savage is commissioner of GCPD, and he's still cartoonishly evil and is making Gotham to a super police state. Harley blew up a bunch of kids, but DC keeps trying to make her an anti-hero, yeah.
Stay sharp.
Do you believe that Marvel's New York is a terrible place to live? Is there an improvement to real-life New York? It depends on the character you're following. That's not even a joke. Like, if you're following, like, Spider-Man, it's actually painted as, like, a pretty good place that just gets fucked up sometimes. If you're following Punisher, it looks like actual hell. If you're following Daredevil, it depends on where in New York you're at. And if you're following the Avengers, just really, really, really hope it's not a bad day. And Two-Face is a genuine tragedy. He's actually mentally ill and wants to get better in most iterations. Yeah. And you also have stuff like Task Force S, where criminals are caught and released so they can do infinite suicide missions. Yeah. At least Marvel New York has a bunch of superheroes to help you out. Can't say that about actual New York. Yeah. Yeah, Punisher shows up when it's really bad. No, when it's really bad, it's when all the Avengers are there. Punisher's there for the dark, not fun stuff. The Avengers are there for, we're all gonna die. He's raised by assassins, Damien. Act like it, honed and precise, not like some dickhead on a bad day with an itchy trigger finger. Game runs smooth. PS5, it's the PC version. Both operate within the confines of the law, but we find ourselves fun little loopholes to have our fun with. Yeah, Arkham Harley took part in the murder of children, a sexual assaulter, but gotta make her the hero. There's an episode of Batman the Animated Series where the civilian guy was gonna blow himself up, and Joker, blow himself and Joker up with a bomb, and Joker was terrified of being killed by nobody. Yeah. I don't care for it, but absolute Wonder Woman certified baddie. I like the little bits I've seen of it. The whole Conan thing, I actually think kind of works with her. At least in Marvel New York, there's a chance She-Hulk will fuck you. In real life, not so much. Really bad days when the Avengers have to call in their reserves, yeah. Yeah, Avengers are for city enders. The Punisher's just town level. Yeah. He can stumble his way into being pretty high up there, but... like... it's a thing with Frank. I don't know if it's still canon or if this was like an ultimate... No. It was mainline. I just don't remember if it's still canon. But he made a point... I say he, but they made a point that, like, Punisher doesn't like heroes who are goody two-shoes, but he respects them. Because of the fact of, like, you are the people that they need to live up to. I'm the guy for when shit gets really bad. And in particular, it was a detail from, like... God, was it like the 2005? Fuck, I don't remember. But they made a detail that, like, he'll gun after the absolute worst of the worst so the heroes don't have to run into it. Like, with Spider-Man, he'll gun after, like, human traffickers and, like, the really fucked up organized crime. So Peter can still have all the fun crime. That's on the Council of Reeds. It's kind of hilarious because Rick and Morty kind of ruined that idea forever, but it makes sense. The only people Reed would ever tolerate listening to would be himself. I think Marvel Knights had Frank scare Detective Soap with a similar point. Yeah. If Guardians of the Galaxy start getting involved, it means either goofy nonsense or the whole universe is going to collapse. Yeah. Yeah, Frank's like a Texas Ranger versus other heroes being state troopers. Yeah. Punisher's one of the few that highly respect Spider-Man. That's actually why I really like their dynamic. Like, Frank respects Spider-Man because he's just a kid who wanted to do the right thing. And because of that, Spider-Man fucking hates Frank, but Frank is like, you are probably the best case scenario for a kid who just stumbled his way into powers. Yeah, your life's a mess. Yeah, you're kind of a loser, but the fact that you are just a guy is probably the best thing that could have ever happened to you. Could Mr. Impossible be the worst read? What did Rick and Morty do? Well, Rick and Morty had the Council of Ricks, and I'm pretty sure that was... Like, obviously it's goofy nonsense, but I do wonder if it was a reference to the Council of Reeds. Yeah, Punisher survived an encounter with Sentry, yeah. Technically, all that shit in Marvel is still canon. Unlike DC, who reset the universe, Marvel tends to do soft retcons. Like, early Spider-Man still happened despite being from the 60s, yeah. Yeah, if Sentry has to help out, it's really fucking bad. Yeah, it probably was, yeah. Yeah, Punisher is like the sewer worker who does the dirty work, but it's beneath civilian notice. Avengers are public-faced political workers. Yeah. Frank, yeah, Spider-Man, go fight some guy in a goblin suit or whatever. I need to castrate these human traffickers. Yeah, basically. Yeah, same with Cap. He has a huge Cap fanboy, and he sees him as a man he could have been. I like the blood and glory dynamic more than fanboy Frank. I'm never not going to say that. Like... Because, to me, it's such a great embodiment of the difference between them. Are you sharing the Punisher game? Yeah. It was a total joke about the Council of Reeds, yeah. And during Punisher's early days as a Spider-Man villain, he actually felt bad for being tricked into going after Peter, yeah. Like how Doom and Reed are the only ones who can talk to each other without dumbing themselves down, kind of makes their rivalry more bittersweet, yeah. He doesn't want Peter to see the worst of the worst so he doesn't end up like him, yeah. Because Peter can. He does have anger issues. That's kind of an aspect the new comics don't talk about, like, at all, but Peter legitimately has anger issues. Gotham would have executed the Joker a long time ago, wasn't for corrupt judges and prosecutors backed by Maxwell Lord, yeah. Yeah, personally, I love Punisher more than any of the Avengers. Well, Punisher, it's easy to like because he is such an underdog, and because of what he represents. You know, people like the bad boy characters. Peter also hates dirty muties. Yeah, don't give Peter a reason to almost kill you, yeah. Like, the Frank that admires Cap, but there's also some bitterness because Cap didn't face the same thing he did in Vietnam. Yeah, that's Blood and Glory. That's, like, my favorite Punisher-Cap dynamic, where, Blood and Glory was the one where Frank and Captain America have to team up to stop a conspiracy in South America that's backed by the government. And they make it a point that Frank isn't a fan of Captain America. I actually really like it. It's one of the ones where I'm like, this is kind of the dynamic I like. Because basically, you know, Captain America represented World War II. He was literally the face of America in World War II. That was his whole thing. You know, he punched out Hitler. He was part of the World War II weapon program, that whole thing. But when he was frozen, he couldn't fight in Vietnam. And Vietnam famously had a much different reaction than World War II. So the dynamic is basically a World War II vet and a Vietnam vet having to work together. And it's really fucking cool. Like, Frank is bitter and is like, you left us to die. Is Frank out as an underdog since he's an ex-Marine that goes after violent criminals? Well, not that he's an ex-Marine, just the fact that he doesn't have powers. Like, everything he does is just himself. Yeah, Spider-Man's theme of power and responsibility is why he doesn't go apeshit and rip guys apart just because he can doesn't mean he has the right to. Yeah. Yeah, Captain America was part of the greatest generation. Yeah. Yeah, Peter almost beat Kingpin to death for having Aunt May shot. You really think you can reason with the man once you've gone that far? Yeah. Yeah, he punched out Hitler until some space Mexican came in and stole his glory. I mean, everyone already knows that's not canon. Yeah, Frank keeps the other heroes away from losing it, from seeing true evil. Do you think Peter or other face heroes could handle that without losing control? That's usually it is. Electric Compensation Punisher kills the Marvel Universe. Yeah. So I'm always wondering is how come other heroes in Marvel don't get considered mutants and treated as such, since people don't know who they are under the mask like Spidey. Well, even if they won't fully disclose their identity, because some don't, they still say like, oh yeah, I'm not a mutant because I wasn't born with the gene. I got my powers from something else. Because there's a difference between like a mutant and an inhuman. There's like a third other term for people who have powers that are not mutants. I've seen some of the interview of World War II vets interviewing a Vietnam vet. It's rough, yeah. Famously, even Tolkien, who fought in World War I, and I think II as well, shat on Vietnam vets. Yeah, mutates, yeah. Mutates are people who develop powers that aren't mutants. They don't have the X gene, or the X gene didn't activate, because I think they do establish the X gene's in like the majority of humanity. That's why Magneto's not completely wrong to call themselves Homo superior. It's like, with the way it was going, humanity kind of was on the verge of a new evolution. And Tolkien did, yeah. He famously had a quote where he wrote a letter screaming, like, you boys better get your ass to Vietnam. Can you imagine a Pacific vet would be more understanding of a Vietnam vet, at least to some extent? Yeah, mutants are born with the powers. Most characters receive them, yeah. Is this about a space Mexican? Fucking... America Chavez, I completely forgot her name. During one of her, like, runs, one of the modern ones from, like, fucking 2015, 2016, they had a joke that she went to World War II because she can, like, jump dimensions and time and all that. And she punched out Hitler in the same pose Captain America did. And the Rambo book, the sheriff was a Korean war vet, is one of the reasons he hated Rambo. The movie just has some medals in the background and suggests it. Yeah. Some guy, hey, Cap, do you know about Captain America? Yes, no, about the bombing of Hiroshima, and no, it does not make me think of America any less. Yeah, who? Exactly. Like, America Chavez was kind of like, she was kind of pushed for, like, Young Avengers, which was like a younger kind of street team version of Avengers. From my understanding, when she was on the team, she wasn't bad, but when she got her solo stuff, it just got obnoxious. We're watching a stream where a guy pulled out the original comic and it was Bucky that punched out Hitler.
We outran him. We'll be okay.
It's odd to shout out Vietnam vets, and the U.S. government killed World War I vets for trying to make the government hold up their promise of paying them what they owed, yeah. Yeah, Vietnam vets were seen as weak, whiny bitches, a reputation that wasn't helped by the media showing them as such. It's why Magnum P.I. got praised. Magnum was a vet and not traumatized, yeah. Yeah, she's one of the new characters they were trying to push, and it did not work, yeah. Like, even in Young Avengers, I fucking hated her. The X-Gene's in a third of humans, only a tenth of them activate, yeah. And Spider-Man Life Story, Cap's around for Vietnam and he goes over there. He doesn't like what he sees, goes AWOL, and tries to protect civilians being attacked by both sides. Yeah, Chavez isn't a space Mexican. She's an interdimensional Mexican from Dimensional Lesbians. Yeah, so mutants are like the Homo sapiens, whereas the OG Homo sapiens are like Neanderthals. It's nothing quite to that extent. It's more the fact of the X gene legitimately does seem to be a sign of a new evolution in mankind. The problem is guys like Magneto take it way too far. America Chavez punching Hitler, get fucking real. I was thinking about that Hans von Hammer story. We got interviewed by a Vietnam vet, yeah. So she's one of those unironic Latinx, yeah. Her whole racist alien thinks she's a Mexican because she stumbled across other brown people at a quinceañera. I don't know what what else she is. What else she actually does outside of fucking around in college. That's the weird part, like, if they want to make her a Mexican so bad because, you know, Latino representation, shit like that, just make her a fucking Mexican. She can come from, like, an alternate dimension, but, like, an alternate dimension that still had Mexico. Also, the X-Gene can be killed by inhuman gas, yeah. There were another alternative of evolution for humanity in Marvel that isn't mutants. I think it's called like Tomorrow Evolution. And for the plot of FF12, do you think it was really good or lame that the plot came down to gods controlling man instead of all the politics you built up for most of the game? I mean, every Final Fantasy game has gods controlling man, so it's not that surprising. Yeah, Fat Electrician, Chosen Reservoir video is the most attention Korea vets gotten in years. This time, instead of hopping borders, they hop planets. American shop was supposed to be like Puerto Rican. What's on Chinese food? It is pretty damn good. When you're in the mood for it, it just hits the spot. I mean, you look at me with a straight face and tell me you don't want chow mein every now and then. And America Chef is designed to appeal to people like me, and I fucking hate her. Favorite Chinese dish? Like I said, I really like chow mein. It's pretty damn good. Kung Pao beef is pretty dope, though. I don't know if Kung Pao beef is an actual dish or just something that my local Chinese place serves, but it's good. I want chow mein. Not every FF. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 don't have gods pulling strings. They explicitly do, though. 9, it's literally a death god. Fucking 8 is more technical because do you want to consider Ultimecia a god? She kind of is. 7, that's basically like, does the Thing count as a god? 6, Kefka is basically a god. Yeah, 5 is X-Death, yeah. Yeah, chow mein's just fried noodles, and they're damn good. What do I do if the cute Chinese restaurant worker gives me an extra egg roll? Yeah, hard to beat spicy beef in General Tso's, yeah. Man, I can fuck up some coconut pork.
Hop to it, let's go.
Just kidding, I fucking love chow mein. Give me 5 fuck-off bags of Chinese. Checked America Chavez Twitter location, India, not surprising. Ultimately, is just a powerful witch. She wants to use time compression and compress all time into one moment. Yeah. That's where I was like, she's kind of a god-ish. Every time she appeared, I'm like, if you weren't a literal self-insert made by a white guy, it'd be the most offensive ever made.
Yeah, knowing our luck, it's probably missing an engine.
What is the charge? Eating a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
And you shouldn't get your hopes up.
I'm from across the pond. Played and beat Dispatch and watched your stream playthrough of it, and I do agree. I would want the next season to focus on Newcastle to avoid problems. Yeah. Electrician also did a really good video in Chosen Reservoir and showed how fucking stupid the Chinese were when fighting the U.S., along with successful evacuation. Now, those Greenfield snacks in Chinese restaurants are delicious, yeah. I prefer chow mein to spaghetti. Yeah, it can't be worse than By Odin's Fade, yeah. Damn you people now want Chinese food. Get your hands off my penis! This is Democracy Manifest. Does Frank still work as a Persian Gulf or Afghanistan vet? He's been an Afghanistan vet for a while now, because they have to keep him, like, pretty young. Usually Frank is, like, 30s, 40s. That's usually around the age they keep him. So he's been, like, I wouldn't say Persian Gulf, because that's getting up to, like, 40 years now, but he's definitely been, like, Iraq, Afghanistan vet for a while. Yeah, he's, like, mid-30s, yeah. I see you know your judo well. What's the deal with the Democracy Manifest guy? He was a guy who broke out of prison and was eating at a Chinese restaurant when they caught him. X-Death and Genova are not gods. 6, the gods are the warring triads who get their powers taken by Kefka, who still isn't a god. Necron's the personification of death who shows up because Kuja called. And they kept Frank a Vietnam vet for as long as they realistically could. Yeah, because it fits his vibe. Someone who would be as nasty and vindictive as him is like, he's gotta be a Vietnam vet. Hey, he wasn't even the guy they were looking for, yeah. What happened if Frank was put in charge of leading his own Suicide Squad team? He would be fucking terrifying. And same with Iron Man origin changing boards as time goes on. Yeah. Okay, so just punch. Oh god. Snow, why do you have so much health? Oh my god. God, I need to start buying high potions. Also, she already knows about the succulent Chinese meal meme. Tell me you hurt. Are you supposed to lose? No. Miles Morales Thor makes me want to become a minority hunter, because what the hell do you mean by Odin's Fade? I literally went insane laughing at that. He gives him stoner health. Because heroes never die.
Watch yourself. Stay alert.
I think a spin-off of Dispatch replay is a similar role, but for a supervillain. That could actually be cool, yeah. And better for living in the dense metropolitan city known as LA. Good options in food, not much else. Also, yeah, he gets a summon. Speaking of Final Fantasy plots, I don't get why people hate the end of 13 trilogies breaking the cycle of samsara. The setting really is something SMT did before. And since there made an alternative evolution outside of mutants for humanity, I remember. Someone pointed out that apparently Odin doesn't even have a fade in that comic. By Odin's Fade? No way that's an actual line. It's an actual line. Okay. Ow. Oh god. Ow. By Odin's wrinkly ballsack. Just keep punching. Just keep punching. Miles calls Asgard his hood. Many, many mistakes were made with that comic. Yeah. It's to the point that people genuinely thought it was made as like a... Basically as like a fucking satire. Rob, I'm already in 5 painkillers and look outside contemplating my life. All because this new groove I'm working with. How do you do it? I feel like I've been telling you. Okay, Libra. Ow. For the love of God. 6-foot motorcycle mommies. Alright, this is not working. It gets worse as graffiti in Asgard. Their sneakers hung on power lines. Miles' armor's a hoodie. Just looks like Chicago, yeah. Because get it? They had to appeal to the urban youth. The urban youth, you know, the urbans. Ow. We're on topic thoughts on Vietnam. It's definitely interesting. Are they of appropriate height? They're not bad. We're fighting ice, literally. If we just keep punching. Just keep punching. Just keep punching. Imagine the power to do basically anything you choose to keep the hoods and ghetto culture. What do they mean by this? Alright, just spam Libra. Damn it. Ow. Alright, who'd you trust more, Nick Fury or Revolver Ocelot? Nick Fury. At least if he fucks you over, he legitimately has a good reason for it. Ocelot will do it because he thought it was funny. Ow.
No! Sarah!
I love it. His death line's fucking Sarah. Mecha Shiva, Mecha Shiva. Alright, let's level him up a little bit. Now, before we do that, I am going to go ahead and take a piss real quick. Be right back. Get right back. You can stare at Snow's face. Also, yeah, leveling up probably would have helped in that fight. But you get to look at Snow. You get to look at Snow. Look at Troy Baker. Look at him. He's such a happy guy. Alright, I'm back. Eh. I wish Snow never existed. Troy Baker's scaring me. Alright. So I already have that. There we go. Yep. Huh. So he didn't have much to level up. Okay. Spent 30 minutes trying to debone a chicken. Okay. Reduce damage to nearby allies in a target of area attack. Actually not a bad skill. Damn it. There we go. So we got a tiny bit of level up. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Hello, did you wash your hands, you disgusting chud? I'm not a savage. Snow looks like the type of creep that doesn't work at the mall, but is always there trying to sell drugs or hit on teenage girls near a Hot Topic. Okay. Yeah, 103 strength, 58 magic. Not bad. Okay. I'd say we bump up his magic a tiny bit. There we go. Might help. Surprised you're streaming 13. We're going to go through all the mainline games. Snowed looks like Jude in 16. It's the first time I've heard 16 referenced in like 9 years. And a fucking yes, I know what game you're playing. Hey Lee, by Odin's Fade. Shut up, Kenny. Shall we discuss this? We've discussed this. Lolly saves time and water by washing his hands with his pee. I volunteered to cuck Snow out of spite, make him watch as I fuck Sarah, give Snow Baker the cuck chair. High school girls keep getting older, but they stay the same. Never say that again. I actually like 16 a lot. I knew people that watched it. There we go. So let's see if that level up affected anything at all. It did. We are now two-tapping them. Yeah, you can skip this. Yeah. He's Stoner Cypher. Yeah, big difference, yeah. Nothing beats 12, it's perfection. And yeah, basically you had to build up the Gestalt meter. So, let's see how much we build up by punching. Yeah, you know what? Noticeable. Noticeable. Big thing is, yeah, stop trying to go for ruin. I don't think it's really affecting it. Just go for big punch. Go for big punch. All those damn Canadian cartoons like 16 told drama activate the goth girl neuron in my brain. There we go. Oh, the bike ladies, yeah. Our Cypher with an affair with Zell. I had to start the fight over and thought Snow was just that stupid to go back to digging after the fight. Love Snow, he's my favorite character. His best game took everything, made Tifa a great character and stripped away and gave her a dick. Come on. Ow. Ow. I thought only Canadians knew what 16 was. If I remember right, Cartoon Network started airing it. I say starting, but this was back in like fucking 2013. Anyone here remember Code Lyoko? See, I remember that. I can just start naming these almost forgotten cartoons and acting people in chat like Soviet number stations. Here we go. Actually, might have built up a little bit more with Ruin, so. Yeah, forehead Lyoko, yeah. Yeah, massive forehead, the not anime, yeah. The one you can look at and immediately tell was French. Remember Oban Star Racers? Yeah, fun fact, Code Lyoko got a live-action sequel that never aired in America. Snow, I'm fucking begging you, come on. Hurry up, you son of a bitch. Ow. Some big ass forehead, yep. Yeah, 16 was the kids in the mall show, right? Yeah. Oh, you're fucked. Anyone remember Two Angry Beavers? I remember that. Oh god, the Kolyoko Vine scene. Yeah, French are weird. They try to make an anime, but instead of having the eye big, they decided to make the forehead big. I'll spray Snow with dirty hose water like the hobo he is. Alright. So, let's see. Did it save our upgrades? Yeah, it looks like it did. Okay. So that's good. We didn't have to we didn't have to upgrade all over again. Oh, God. Yeah, French also gave us Wok Fu. It's amazing. On the first time I saw Code Lyoko, I thought, oh, it's just reboot with more steps and time travel. Then reboot got rebooted and copied live-action Code Lyoko. Guess they want you to use magic for this fight? I mean, I can see that, yeah. Like, I'm trying to remember, because this fight's fucking weird. I've been to the real mall the 116's based on. I'm the Great Cornholio. When anyone watches the new remake, I swear I hear no one talking about it. Beavis and Butthead, it's actually pretty damn funny. I like it. Like all the bits where they're old men is fucking hilarious. You know, Beavis having to work as his goddamn like health aide is fucking. I died laughing at that. You've been to the real Galleria Mall? That's what the one guy said. Teenage Robot was great. Great same with Kappa Mikey. Yeah, Mr. Butthead. Yeah. Yeah, the episode where Butthead has a heart attack is funny. Yeah. That one's funny. The one where the one where Beavis needs new kidneys is funny as shit because they bring back Stuart. Old Man Beavis and Butthead reading a Dr. Seuss parody. Yeah. I don't know if I can see Code Lyoko having a game somewhere similar to Persona.
Watch yourself.
Wok Fu is peak French anime. No one remembers Kappa Mikey? No one liked Kappa Mikey. Okay. Using Libra may provide you with hints as to which additional abilities can be used. Defensive roles are effective against Shiva's sisters. Yeah. So yeah, it does want us to do more Sentinel. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Now I remember. I always fucking forget you're mainly supposed to guard in this because you're supposed to break her attacks. Okay, here we go.
Bring it.
Can't buy to say you're awesome. All the content. Yeah. Hey, Captain Mikey was pretty good. I saw a clip of the kids of Beavis and Butthead beat the hell out of each other and laugh for 20 minutes straight. Oh, it's great. I fucking love the episode where Beavis tries to hire a hitman to kill Butthead. That one made me laugh so fucking hard. Yeah. Ow. There's one clip in the new Beavis and Butthead where they're in college. That might be from the movie, because they had a movie before the reboot show came out, and the movie was pretty fucking funny. I liked it. Ow. I'm so glad I didn't make the remake gay. Oh yeah, no, it's just funny as shit.
Come on, then.
There we go. I really just watched a video about Mary Kay Bergman. She was a VA who did a lot of voice back in the 90s, including women in South Park, but sadly had serious mental problems and killed herself. Yeah. There we go. I was in the mall the last episode was filmed in and didn't recognize it until I saw a walking tour. Look what happens when you don't post enough reviews. Now there are people in chat that don't completely echo your opinions. Can you really call yourself almighty? Did Beavis and Butthead Do America? Talking about that movie? No, they had a second movie. Because Beavis and Butthead Do America was the original one. Then they had, I think it was Do the Multiverse? I think they called it that, even though it wasn't really a multiverse story. It was a time travel story. I don't know what's worse about the fight, the sudden difficulty spike, or the fact that you don't use snow for at least 6 hours after this. They specifically level him up, and then you don't use him again.
I gotta hand it to you.
Skeleton King's a very underrated villain.
But don't gloat just yet. Might come a time you wish you'd let him end it.
And this game teaching you that tanking is much stronger than players think. Yeah. That difficulty spike was worse. Can you even really call it a difficulty spike? It's mainly just use defensive skills.
More of you, huh?
Well, they did citizen themselves into a motorcycle. Yeah, the Snow's riding a woman bike. He's riding bitch.
Back off.
You want to keep breathing? Shut up and come quiet.
Yeah, the second movie was basically Resurrection of the series. Yeah. Also, yeah, this is Fang. AKA way, way, way better than Sarah. I will not understand Snow's obsession with Sarah when Fang is right there. Talk about Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Shake Sun's hilarious. Oh yeah, Aqua Teen Hunger Force was funny as shit. I don't know if they seem incapable of doing anything but go after Trump, but Matt and Trey will always be legends to me. I'm convinced it's a contract thing.
Sarah! Shut it.
She's already awesome. So you don't masturbate. Your fapping arm will cramp up at the worst possible time. You're looking at Fang. Sarah who?
You too.
Yeah, good. Snow doesn't deserve Fang.
If I were you, I'd worry about myself.
Didn't this Fang knock him out? Yeah, but like you recruit her later, so it's fine. Your thoughts on Daria? I never got into Daria, mainly because it seemed to be more... Every vibe I got off of Daria was that it felt like the show people who thought Beavis and Butthead were too dumb for watched instead. It kind of felt like it was a little up its own ass. It's called Do the Universe, yeah. Had my way, Fang Ride would have been canon.
Did we get him?
Well, this one chick is randomly Australian and everyone else is American.
You're still behind us.
Yeah, Snow likes him dainty and generic. Yeah, Daria's bitchy female archetype, yeah.
I said stop.
I never knew Daria existed till years later. That said, the show seemed fine. I understand it wasn't bad. It had some funny moments. It just wasn't really my humor.
You got me, kid.
Yeah, Daria gave me that vibe too, so I avoid everything related to it. his ass cooking behind the wheel. Yeah. I assume Snow likes them not slap chopping his neck into unconsciousness. Like I said, you get over it. She becomes a party member later. Yeah, you like the original Clone High? That was funny. Yeah, I thought the original Clone High was pretty funny. Best guy pirate in the sky. It probably would have been better if they kept Daria like she wasn't Beavis and Butthead. Yeah. I think I learned from Daria some shady do-rags, and it's that she's an asshole who becomes a cat lady with no kids.
For the love of all that's good.
Yeah, Doug called it his all-time favorite TV show until he watched Avatar. That does make sense, because it's probably one of those things of I just don't get it.
Just moments ago, the Sanctum announced
Yeah, Snow deserves all the pain he gets throughout this series.
along with the safe arrival of the cocoon migrants to their new homes on Pulse.
Yes, that is correct. There's no denying the enormity of
Remember stick figures on cracks? The stick skits from back then on YouTube were truly peak. I think that Matt and Trade has permanently changed being lame and gay. I don't know why I like thinking that. I like South Park. Am I depressed? His fro was poking through the virtual screen.
When asked about the possibility of future purges, the Primarch remained non-committal, stating only that he would seek counsel with the Fal'Cie Eden and weigh all options before making a decision.
Evil sci-fi pope.
If it makes the Sanctum
Personally, I
look
like Daria a
bad.
lot. Appeals to my dry sense of humor like King of the Hill does. And that's probably what it is. I think it's for people who like that dry, sarcastic sense of humor, and that's not really me. I mean, I like dry, sarcastic humor, but eh. Yeah, Doug even says he doesn't understand why it's funny, yeah. Well, the news anchors seem intentionally designed to look as douchey as possible. Isn't Zaz a taxi driver?
Meaning, we'll be running for the rest of our lives.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
who is this guy?
I mean,
Doug's favorite show was Doug. I mean, how could he not? It's his name.
Gallant Daisley, the Sanctum Primarch. Murderer-in-Chief.
According to our Insta
Just
poll,
another
nearly
tool
90%
of the
of Cocoon
Fal'Cie.
citizens agree with the Sanctum's handling of the purge. 70% of respondents said they would also support additional purges were the need to arise.
Let's purge everybody. That'll fix it. Hey,
Something I'll never understand about Trey is his dislike for the first 3 seasons of South Park. They were the best. Well, it's when it was like really simple and they weren't the level to tackle it like how they wanted to. Like, I'm of the personal belief South Park is at its best from like season 4 all the way to like season 13. They had a really good stretch where like every episode was a banger. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, it's not just every episode was at least funny, it's that every episode was like genuinely great.
Fly in. We'll lose him in there.
Favorite episode of Squidbillies? That's hard. There's some fucking good ones. I love the one where Rusty sells his soul to the devil for guitar lessons. That one's great.
I like this Fal'Cie.
The chicken wing one is pretty damn funny. Mainly because I love Dan Halen. And by extension from there, like, probably my favorite joke in all of Squidbillies is from the fluoride in the water one, where Dan Halen's like, he's rallying to get all the fluoride removed from the water. And he's like playing the crowd up, and he's like talking about like, they want to put fluoride in your water to shrink your testicles so that you can't even have an afternoon of masturbation. And Early goes, you know, they better not. And then he just immediately goes, and they also think they can kick your ass. I fucking love it. It's like one of my favorite jokes of the whole show. Yeah, my favorite's when they buy a hog farm and they get hooked on meth. Yeah. What seasons of Squidbillies should we watch? First to like, I think up to the Walmart season. Because when Walmart's introduced, like the entire fucking season, it referenced it at least once. That's about when it starts getting to the level of like, all right, we can call it here. Walmart season or when Rusty gets that girlfriend. They are putting fluoride in the water trying to prevent us from masturbating. The one I like is for that comment, I'll explode your head, then just gets a new interviewer out of the closet. Yeah, that one's good. The Dan Halen documentary. I think it's a nice girl boss character. Yeah. How about the ICP episode where Early beat the fuck out of fans with a bat? Yeah, that one's pretty good. Like I said, there are actually a lot of good episodes. I like God's Stepbrother. That one was funny. Mainly because, like, Dan Halen wanted to create a black hole so he could hide a dead hooker's body. Feel bad for not giving other shows on Adult Swim a chance when they were new back in their heyday. Two I ended up loving the most are Moral Oral and Boondocks. Yeah. I like 12 Ounce Mouse for some reason.
Beat. What? No break?
They're tracking us.
I know that, but we aren't soldiers. We don't have your kind of stamina.
You got enough to complain.
Oh, that's... Forget it!
I think,
I fucking hated Moral Oral. I love it, but it is one of those of... I love it when it gets more serious. Yeah, Lightning even Girl Boss, she's just competent because of her training. Yeah.
Come on, let's get going.
Get going to where, exactly? The whole of Cocoon's against us.
What happened when Warhammer Space Marines were in Final Fantasy 13? Unironically, they get their ass whooped. Final Fantasy characters are fucking broken.
It's still a ticket.
Favorite episode of Squidbillies when Rusty gets that girlfriend, he ends up finding out it's his half-sister. Yeah.
I'm not giving up.
Best Aqua Teen episode, and why is it the Drizzle one? Drizzle one's good. Fuck, there's so many good Aqua Teen episodes, too.
Yeah, I'm a kid. I don't know.
Yeah, First Kid Dingo was pretty good. Proto Archer and Venture Bros. Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Your legacy remains intact. Watched ER stream tonight, and then he sent his chat to Sawa's stream, and then Sawa sent her chat to this Kiki both times. I wasn't watching. Now I'm curious to see how it'll get passed around. Oh, but I think if we stay with her, she'll do things to me. Good Godspeed, kid. Yeah, 13 never needed sequels, yeah. But this was kind of the era where, like, you would have a numbered sequel of a game, but that numbered sequel would also then, like, have its own, like, mini-series, because you had, like, Final Fantasy 13, which got, like, 2 sequels. You had Assassin's Creed, which had the Ezio trilogy. Fuck, there was, like, one more. I mean, obviously you had Half-Life with the episodes. I love Hillbilly Hazmat Suit. Yeah, that one's funny as shit. Just because I love the line. Like, Dan Halen's, like, my favorite character in Squidbilly just because he's fucking... he's got some of the best lines. Like, and they also think they can whoop your ass. Like, I love that one. The Hillbilly Hazmat one has him just go, poverty-stricken squids. And I don't even know why that makes me laugh, but it does. Who is the Drizzle? Exactly. Who is the Drizzle? Yeah, it was all about reusing assets after spending all the money to make the first game. You know what? Understandable. Yeah, Dan Halen's my spirit animal. Final Fantasy 12 Fortress was supposed to be the sequel to FF12, but got canceled, just like the FF15 DLC. It even was 12 Ounce Mounts. The vibe I got from it, because I also never sat down to watch it, it seems like it's kind of it seems like it's a callback to, like, old Adult Swim, where it was basically all improv. So it was like banter dialogue. I will use what little energy I have left to get out of this suit. Yeah, I love that.
You look dreamy,
yeah, Metal Gear got an entire trilogy about the main character's dad. Yeah.
Wishing on fireworks, were you?
You look at him and tell me there's a god.
And you call yourself a
yeah, Squidbillies episode they shot down Santa and ate the reindeer. Yeah.
Sorry, Lieutenant.
Another one where they're trying to stop immigrants from taking their jobs, and Herschel doesn't want to do the jobs yet.
Well, lucky for you, your shift just ended.
I assume FF13-2 exists so that we can see Hope growing as fuck and getting a salty runback of Love on Lightning.
SciComm found something in the vestige nearby. They don't want the Guardian.
Yeah, 12 Ounce Mountain seems like the evolution of the Adult Swim poorly drawn mumble dialogue show that went too far in that direction. Yeah.
You heard about the accident at the
yeah, South Bronx Paradise and Chicken and Beans episodes, Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Those are pretty good.
Yeah.
And 15 DLC got canceled because they released it in the dumbest way possible. Yeah.
Something pulse related.
You're taking tomorrow off?
I think we'll literally drag Hope to an empty room to start dealing them like a true Ine song.
For my birthday, sir.
Yeah, didn't Frolic try to fuck a bitch who was into bestiality?
Insisted on it.
I miss when game characters look mildly stylized to have pure realism.
Maybe it's a good time to send off that letter of recommendation.
Should reconsider the phrasing of salty runback of love.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, look at her, genuinely smiling. How could you hate this girl?
Think of your sister and your future, and keep your nose out of trouble.
Out of SciComm business.
I feel like some Assassin's Creed protagonists would be better if they got at least one more game. Connor in particular was a prick. Yeah, Layla Part 12 Ounce Mounts was the opening. That song was pretty sick. Then I changed the channel. Finally gave MGS4 a chance after avoiding it due to internet's divisive opinions. And it's not all too bad. Naomi and Raiden were done dirty the most. Yep.
How right you were, Lieutenant.
You want doing signing contracts to our room first. Oh, Frylock, you think I can't read? I know I can't read, but that don't matter.
Just you.
For now.
Who speaks gibberish? Sheriff? That's right, we donate that son bitch.
They'll catch
Yeah.
up, eventually.
It's fucking good. All right. Now, is that all of her skills? No, she... Okay. Ah, just short. All right, now we'll level up Hope. Nyerp. Nyerp. Lightning's basically the leader of the crew, but they don't see each other as a team yet. Yeah. Yeah, right now they're still just a bunch of ragtag strangers that are thrown together due to circumstance. Okay. I don't want to spend too much just in case. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to level up Medic. Guys, I wanted to alarm you, but Pippa showed her feet and dunked them on top of ice. It was Kino. And the one episode where Frolic tries to make the perfect woman for Shake so he can be out of the house, but backfires. Yeah. Yeah, Lightning is the shepherd of this game, minus the optional romance. Yeah. All right. Yeah, there we go. Let's blow up ducks. Watch a video where a guy argued that lower poly games can look better because they're more readable and your brain fills in more details. He's not completely wrong. Because there are cases where if you have solid enough art direction, they do let the player kind of fill in the blanks in their head, but high poly games are not by their very nature bad. It's just a matter of, once again, art direction. Art direction is the key behind it all. If you don't have a solid idea of what you have in mind for what the game's going to look like, it's just not going to work. If I remember correctly, Lightning could specialize at every stat, while everyone else was only good at one stat, maybe two. Yeah. Because she's the protagonist, so she has kind of the all-rounder, jack-of-all-trades build. Favorite episode of Adventure Bros? I love the Ghost Pirates one. That one still has me laugh fucking so hard. Yeah, best episode, Squidbillies episode was the Scramblers one. That one was pretty good, yeah. It's like the Scrambler, the one who caused the worst ecological disaster in history? Late chat's posting their Lightning Hope AO3 fanfic smut. Yeah, I like the episode Octane and Carl exploits the Smurfs in a storage unit. He took their son, yeah. Yeah, any episode of Mark and 21 being moronic friends. Those were always great, yeah. There we go. Use the key. It's up my ass. If a pirate dies and become a ghost, are they a pirate ghost or a ghost pirate? Also, if a regular person dies, makes a conscious decision to become a pirate as a ghost, where are they?
From Pulse to repair Cocoon.
Disagree with their statement on low poly looking better on the basis that the guy who said it sounds like they're up their ass. It is one of those of, I understand the idea, but it all just comes down to, but did they fuck up? And that's what it always comes down to. Did they fuck up? Reason 21's my favorite is because he's very relatable, yeah. He's just some nerdy dude who wanted to be the henchman to a villain. And Kojima did become a sellout out of spite with death threats. Once they gave 5 a chance, that was it. To this day, I'd never played either Death Stranding games. They're really good, though. Found the shopping mall food court. You won the number 3 combo. Get down.
Just stay out of my way.
Here we go. Keep kicking ass. There we go. I also believe that's why less realistic characters generally look better. Your brain picks up on the human traits, fills in the rest. Face scans force you to see flaws. Well, especially when they don't actually go in and try to brush away the flaws, like... Because that's what happens a lot. They just face scan someone, slap it on. They don't actually take the time to make sure they fit in the world. The game looks great. The gameplay doesn't sound or look appealing from the footage I watched. I like it. I think it's cool. We're at the stage where you get the first kind of, like, okay, now combat's kind of opening up, because now you have the synergies. I just want to play Death Stranding because they're too over the top, stupid, and out there. I'm sorry, but I don't want to play a game where I have to fight Troy Baker's The Crow, but that's awesome. Have some goddamn whimsy.
Just stay out of my way.
Are they going to do a bad face scan or they uglify the face scan? Yeah. Like, a lot of it comes down to the fact of they're not taking advantage of the fact that it's animated. Like, you don't have to follow a realistic art style if you don't want to. But they keep trying to be movies, so because of that, they have to look like Hollywood, and it's like, you don't have to. Remember the order whenever, wherever the fuck? Amazing graphics, game was shit. Yeah. Think of it this way, you get to fight Troy Baker. You get the key from Brock's ass, I would immediately know he's lying. It's like, nah. You beat up Troy Baker dressed up as the Crow with Norman Reedus. It works with Death Stranding because there's so many little details. You can see all the handprints on Sam. Yeah. Like, Kojima's a guy who makes it work because he actually gives a shit about portraying the people as cleanly as possible. Kojima's a case where his love of movies helps his games because, you know, he actually gives a shit about movies. It's not just, well, I want to work on movies so I can be the cool guy who works on movies. It's, he legitimately is like a massive cinephile. Like, every other fucking day, he's posting about some new movie he watched. Yeah, it also doesn't help when you don't bother to actually animate a face or just rely on performance capture. Like, Quantic Dream in every scene looks goofy, yeah. Now, the main female character from Death Stranding, who do you find the most bangable? Fragile doesn't look bad. In fact, we played it here, and oh my god, I thought I was going to flood my apartment during that fight. Yeah, everyone in Death Stranding had drip, even Del Toro, the Melton-looking motherfucker. Rainy doesn't look bad. Yeah, I wish we could have a large budget video game with an art style similar to Tron Uprising. Yeah. Like, it's this thing where they'll get weird for everything except for characters. For some reason, they're of the belief of, like, no, characters need to look like real people. It's like, they don't, though. I put a second baby in Rainy. I also relate to Guts and your Berserk videos. Help me through the worst times of my life. Yeah.
You know where you're going, right?
And I do appreciate that aspect of Kojima loving movies to this day, as well as creativity and gaming.
Missions. Nothing.
Yeah, Ellie Fanning is low-key dummy thick, though.
Purge is Psycom's baby.
I'm so sick of realism. Well, like I said, it's one of those of, I don't understand why the default over and over again is just face scan people in and make them look like real people. You have the opportunity to do so many different things for video game characters, and all they want to do is just make them look like they're fucking voice actors.
If you're not SciComm, then why did you board the train?
For Sarah.
Join the end of the line. Attention.
Yeah, I fucking love movies. I fucking love Roland Emmerich and Spielberg. Cuckman. I love putting in my own politics and beliefs in everything I made. I love Hollywood. Well, I mean, like, we make the joke, but it really does feel like that. Like, you know, someone like Kojima, let's like give an example. Someone like Kojima, if he references Akira, he's gonna reference like a fucking weird part of Akira, you know? He's gonna reference like the scene where the guy tries to blow himself up with a grenade and it doesn't work. You know, that kind of thing. What did fucking Druckmann do to reference Akira for his new game that's coming out in like a year? The first goddamn 10 minutes. He referenced the first goddamn scene of the movie when he's at the bar and he's fucking with the jukebox. Yeah, and the bike slide, yeah. I think the same reason people always talk about the live action versions of shit, yeah. And one reason I don't like Kojima is because of how I don't like how Kojima implements his jokes and humor. I like it, but it's just a personal thing.
I volunteered.
Really? You don't look ready.
I think cartoony art styles compared to Oxley seem more authentic. I've seen people who remind me of the Dead Rising cast. I've met the Uncanny Valley freaks from Veilguard. Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, Walking Dead, the Telltale Walking Dead games, those designs stayed in people's minds. They know who Lee is, and Lee's just some dude. Also, with Kojima, if he loves a movie, he'll go into detail. If he doesn't, he'll just say, I saw it, and that's it. Yeah.
Was to join the purge.
Can't stand realistic graphics on principle. It all looks ugly and uncanny, no exceptions.
You're telling me you got on that train so you could save your sister?
If Kojima references Akira, it'd probably be either the space laser scene or just the body horror elements or hallucinations. Druckmann just does the first thing that comes to mind. Yeah. I thought it was stupid Death Stranding 2 had a character that looks nearly identical to Solid Snake. We get it, dude. You made Metal Gear, maybe move on. No, it was fucking hype.
Easy for someone like you to say.
Yeah, why not the guy turning into meat and metal scene in Akira? Well, because like I said, it would be like the weird scene no one fucking remembers, but he remembered it. No, that is not Solid Snake. I really like Akira's OST. It's really good. Kojima wouldn't do Akira. Most likely, he would do a video game version of The Fifth Element. Well, I was just name-dropping Akira as like a comparison between him and a guy like Druckmann. Because Druckmann references Akira in his new game that's coming out. Or David, I make the bad game Cage and base your game on your retarded interpretation of Blade Runner. Realistic could work for something like Call of Duty, but the problem is that Call of Duty tried to add a bunch of shit to fuck with the style, yeah. Man, Akira's got one of the best OTs I ever heard. Yeah, reference is generous. I mean, it was just straight up a shot-for-shot recreation. This is the opening from Bastard Anime. I've been listening to it in its peak. Yeah, it's good. Wow, really cathartic when Druckmann's at a red carpet event and everyone's ignoring him. That was a video clip from a year ago, yeah. Yeah, Kojima made a lot of Metal Gear. It's his brainchild, but he's like Bonnie Swanson, so it's like the baby was formed in his brain for decades. The man offended by the female form as Neil Druckmann is simply incapable of making something anime adjacent that's worthwhile. Well, it's not even anime adjacent. It's the classic difference between legitimate homage and just full-on, you're just stealing this for the namesake. Dang it, Bobby, what did I tell you about messing with your T cells and embryonic fusion? I don't know, Dad. And whenever Kira's mentioned, I think of Tetsuo rebuilding his arm, and that scene has been memed to death. Well, that's what I mean. Like, the whole point is, Druckmann's a guy who will only take the most famous stuff that people remember. Kojima's the kind of guy where his reference would be so fucking weird and out of left field because that's just kind of his brain. And to the benefit of David Cage, at least it's authentic in what he does. No bullshit, full on David Cage the full time, yeah. Probably the only good Meat Canyon parody he's ever gonna make. And to be fair, some of the anime manga artists also hate the female form just from the other direction, which is how they're stapling punching bag sized breast to a 4'9" woman. Big booba is never a bad thing. Yeah, I love Cold Rain Bastards. OP is Kino, yeah. Yeah, Kojimbo is true autism, while Cuckman's just average Hollywood producer, not even a director, yeah. Yeah, Kojima references stuff that he likes, not most of the general population knows. Yeah. Each fucking director would create a cool shot. Yeah, Kojima takes inspiration from that one rape scene that inspired the boss fight for Earthbound, yeah. Alright, get up, Vanille. Stop being a baby.
We got this, Vanille.
Short stack women exist. I've seen them. Yay.
Watch and learn, kid.
Here we go. I don't think Kojima's person. I just genuinely cannot see the appeal of him. I mean, to be fair, that's always been kind of Kojima's thing. You either get it or you don't.
We got this, Vanille.
Did you give the toe fairy your toes? I know better than that. I ain't falling for that shit twice. Ozzy Bowls might piss how Meat Canyon can just get a manga published, but talk shit out manga, enjoying the whole Japan's weird crowd. Yeah, it just feels sleazy. Like, it's the exact same mentality we hate with a guy like Druckmann. It's like, you don't actually care about this. You're just name-dropping it because it's the current thing to like. There's no passion. There's no heart. With Kojima, you're either on board with the insanity or not. Yeah. How did this thing die? Probably because it's screaming in our face. We should really sit down to level up Zaz and Vanille. Like, remember Last of Us 2 and Death Stranding camera movement in the cutscene? Kojima has more thought put into it. Yeah. Yeah, sleazy. It sounds schizophrenic. Also, I'm never forgetting he implied he's never read Dragon Ball. Well, schizophrenic goes to the idea you believe what he's saying. But that's the thing. It's like, you clearly don't. I'm with that, Chad. Sometimes a character doesn't need breasts, their body shape doesn't fit the boobs. It's like they're stapled on. It's about art, not me, and not me being flat as justice. Meat Canyon gone in on the anime hate shit. He did for a video, yeah, where he was basically like, he basically said like Dragon Ball and Sailor. No, he said Sailor Moon was pedophilic, and he said that in front of like a fucking. It was like an entire shelf of like Dragon Ball manga behind him. Do you know what? Design him a sucker for a Zero Suit wearing a jacket. It's highly resistant to fire. Yeah, the problem is we only have the fire spell, because like I said, we really need to level up Zaz after this fight. Their boobs should be bigger than their head. Yeah, it means a white boy hood weeb, yeah. Yeah, he basically did it so he could show his own fucking quote-unquote manga while being like, but I'm one of the good guys, so you can tell I'm not going to have any weird Japan shit in this. And it's like, fuck off. Want to make a gypsy jazz version of Ui no Muete Arako? Because that'd be funny. Yeah, dude was literally getting the heat off Vosh and getting the attention on him instead. It makes you wonder why Meat would do that. And Dragon Ball Straight has Bulma's naked tits and Roshi sees her naughty regions, yeah. Yeah, throw a rock at a shelf of manga, chance I'll hit something that has weird Japan shit. Yeah. And a lot of people forget how fucking weird American comics could get. Remember Silk? I remember Silk. There we go. And there we go. Way more elements. I forgot about Silk. Okay. I don't remember Silk. Explain it. Silk was a Spider-Man character that was basically a teenage Asian girl that, due to like a pheromone thing, it was something like that. She would constantly get horny when she was near Peter, and it was fucking weird. Also, fuck me, Kenny. Do not disrespect Sailor Moon. That's always the funny part when people harangue about like anime being pervy and weird. They always bring up Sailor Moon, forgetting the fact of Sailor Moon was 100% aimed at little girls. Like, obviously, you have guys who watched it just because we watched like the fucking like version they put on Cartoon Network or some shit. But like, Sailor Moon in Japan was aimed at little girls. It was a shoujo thing. So this idea of it was made for pervy old men, like, it explicitly wasn't. Yeah, she and Peter got bit by the same spider, so they're perpetually horny, yeah. That Tom Brady video was brought up because he had both him and his son kiss, and the video, so the logic, he needs to fuck off because that logic is CP. Well, he did it in more than a few videos. The King of the Hill one that a guy just referenced, but I don't know, Dad. It has Bobby put peanut butter on his dick so Lady Bird could lick it off. Bobby, who, at the time that video came out, was only ever known as a 13-year-old boy. I was wondering, Sailor Moon's mangaka a woman? Yeah, she's married to the author of Hunter x Hunter. And me clearly has clearly shat that video out in a rush because of the Vosh stuff. He said some retarded stuff in it, and I feel like I'm the only person who watched it. Yeah. Sailor Senshi have great legs. You're not stopping me from liking them. Yeah, there we go. Now we're doing big damage. Remember Lightbringer? Remember Sanchu? Yeah, Naoko Takaichi is married to Takashi, yeah. If Sailor Moon does have a decent amount of fans of hers, it was mostly not what existed at the time. Remember Jay Longbone trying to defend that by saying, well, you're not supposed to jerk off to it, but she forgets it, if it quacks like a duck, sounds like a duck, then there's a duck. There's no weird shit in my comic. Me Canyon, famous creator of weird shit. Yeah. I could turn a Minecraft figure. I see the face of God and it was square. When that Sailor Moon was made as a parody of Magical Girls, it became an example of Magical Girl shows. It wasn't really a parody. Here we go. Gotta get the heat off Vanille. Ah, damn it. This comic's done weird shit. Why do we have to call it Japan for its weirdness? Well, as we've seen recently, thanks to the Twitter update, a lot of it's pushed by... fucking Koreans. It's pushed by Koreans and Chinese people, and the hoodweaves are just a bunch of dumbass Zoomers that have grown up in a completely sexless society where they believe, like, any form of sexualization in media is why there's constant pedophiles and online games trying to groom them. I feel like looking at his friends' anime, as friends, the anime hate just overreacting to shit so he can still be plugged by big streamers, YouTubers. Yeah. This made a very bad review of Del Toro's Frankenstein. I knew he was going to be biased because he already didn't like Del Toro, but a lot of his complaints are in the Kenneth Branagh film he adores so much. Yeah, Momo Meacock made that video, all of a sudden the attention on Vosh went away, yeah. The guy who's an actual pedophile. I can't work for $2, he's doing the squim dance, shoot him! I fucked up what I'm trying to say, is she forgot if it sounded like a duck, it looked like a duck, and looks like a duck mentality they've been using, yeah. Koreans have historical grudges with Japan, one that's gone on for centuries. It's not even, like, all Koreans. It's, like, specifically Korean feminists who we already know are batshit crazy. Yeah, I love the number of RageBait accounts that's self-deleted by the new Twitter update. Yeah. If you get weird, want the whole existential half-awake past midnight type stuff that also sexual at the same time. What do I always see in Sailor Moon's legs? Maybe a bare tum-tum on the silhouette of the girls they transform. If you think that's perfect, you might have a skeleton or two in your closet. Yeah, some people push that style theory too far. Someone called me a Korea show for complaining that Junko's killer are still walking the streets. Yeah, but I mean, I'm serious when I say, like, some of the biggest anti-Japan accounts were literally outed as Korean feminists. Like, the new update literally pointed that out. Their accounts were based in Korea. And for example, it complains about historical inaccuracies and steampunk designs in Del Toro's Frankenstein, but conveniently leaves out when Brana has a similar steampunk-style lab. I mean, everyone loves the steampunk-style lab. We're not going to complain about historical accuracy. The story's about bringing someone back from the dead. Now, Korea has their own Junko case, yeah. Yeah, Hunter forgets he mentioned he's read and liked Berserk. Also made a cartoon suggesting Ben 10 fucks his cousin. Yeah. And basically what it comes down to, and we've talked about this before, there's one of those endlessly looping situations that we're never fucking getting away from. It's just never going to go away. But basically, there is an absolute fucking terror among big accounts of being called out for being weird, of being outed, you know, having the Google Docky, you know, that kind of shit. So because of that, they do what they can to stay in the algorithm's good graces and constantly have this sort of, I guess just fake moral standard they all bullshit amongst each other to believe is real. Because, yeah, like, you can't like anime unless you make it abundantly clear, like, I only like the good anime, that kind of thing. And I mean, obviously, there's a difference between that and, you know, someone like, for instance, Mandalore, who just said, like, I'm just into shit like Pat Labor and, like, mecha stuff. I just don't really like Moe. I mean, that's fine. But if you're getting to the point where you're, like, you know, kind of like the Meat Canyon thing, where if you like this in any way, shape, or form, you are, you know, you are a, like a sex weirdo, a monster, a red flag, you know, that kind of thing. That's where you get to that level of like, all right, you are setting up your own failure. You must like Moe Otsu, you're literally Satan. One thing I don't like about Zoomers is that I'm totally hashtag normal. I'm not those hashtag weirdos. You're on the internet, you're on Twitter, you're on YouTube, you ain't normal. Well, I think a reason for that, and it's kind of been a conspiracy theory I've had kind of brewing in my mind for a while, is a lot of kids online grew up watching shit like, you know, locale documentaries and stuff about like Chris Chan, things like that. And they basically took the wrong lesson from it, where, because all they hear from the Chris Chan story is Chris Chan was a weirdo who was too open about his interests and people bullied him because of it. That's pretty much what the interpretation of it is. So they believe having any kind of interest or any kind of, like, out there weird thing will have them be eaten alive by this friend group, basically. You know, their online friends will hate them and think they're weird, and then they're the new lolcow. That's what I honestly believe part of it does come down to. And the bitch you did a comparison of the events of the Korean Junko and original Junko line up eerily familiar. I'm more of a seinen, cyberpunk and mecha kind of guy. I find Moe too saccharine for my taste, but it's not always pedo slop, yeah. And people calling out Meat Canyon didn't bring up his most retarded points, and the others heard it was anti-loli and just proved it by default. I truly believe I'm the only one who watched it. Honestly, yeah. Considering the fact that a lot of people heard about it from Twitter, you might be right. Hell, I haven't even seen the full one. I just saw the clips. I love your Berserk vids, man. I sometimes put them on to fall asleep. Yeah. Well, my question conspiracy theory is all the public transit crime is a ploy by Big Oil to get people to drive cars. A good anime. What does that even mean? Hunter's completely fine with telling the world he shit his pants camping because he was too scared to walk to the restroom, but anime? Oh no, yeah. Because we have seen countless times, anytime you bring that up of like, your interests are like really fucked and weird and you tell all these fucked and weird stories all the time, why is this too far? And you're usually met with like, well, you know, it's just what he believes and you don't have to make him believe like you. It's like, no, but he doesn't believe it. If he's going around reading shit like Dragon Ball, if he's reading shit like Berserk, if he's doing this and that, he knows it's bullshit. He knows it's not true. He's just playing into the social aspect of it. You watched Last Samurai Standing? Action scenes are Kino. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I thought it was dope. I'm pissed it ends on a cliffhanger, but it was good. Even though my Twitter is basically antis, I'm not against Moe Slop. Recommend Johnson Resonate guitars. Mine was pretty inexpensive. It sounds incredible. I have it in Nashville tuning currently for my kiddo. Oh, actually does sound pretty dope.
Thanks, Vanille.
Long $5. Gabby and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to inform you. I've made my first medium rare steak served with lobster, mac and cheese. Perfect anime boy dinner. That's some high class shit. Yeah, no match just like what you like. If people gun for you for being weird, guess what? People will be in your corner for being honest. Did you hear the show is gonna read the hit romance Taken by the T-Rex live on stream? Yeah. Yeah. Never understand what Razor's blatantly lied about the Frankenstein movie. Like, what the hell has he gained from that? I haven't watched the review, so I don't know what he lied about, but I liked it. I liked the movie. Accidentally add you, Loli. I'm sicking on a heroic amount of meds. I mean, still, the guitar sounds cool. His grandfather did kill his dog while trying to murder him, so that probably had an effect on his brain. That's fake morality, nothing more or less. You know those guys, you know, who's willing to throw someone beneath them to the wolves to live it on a day, but still want to seem virtuous. They're them. Yeah. I believe Flash Kids boys, and they say they don't like anime because they think it's gay, but Hunter comes off as someone who got teased once in junior high and never got over it. Yeah, it's like Flash Kids, it makes sense. You know, because everything they've put out, everything they've like all their videos, like Space King, things like that, they're clearly guys who aren't exactly going to be referencing Cowboy Bebop. They just seem like they're not interested in it. But they never go so far as to say this is for pedophiles. Once they cross that line, I do feel like they will burn a lot more bridges than they expect. But the point is, they haven't. They haven't. They're just like, it's just not our thing. Yeah, Zoomers get really pissy when you call them out for not believing in the bullshit they say or believe. Hell, they get so mad they spew out random Zoomer slang. They call them out for their fake crap. Yeah, because all they've known is fake. Like, it is a thing where they're fully aware the world is fake and gay, but they've been raised to believe you just never call it out. You just never say it. You know? You just never say how fake and gay it all is and that nobody believes in what they're doing. Plus, there's different sports stars and WWE wrestlers that share their favorite anime. Fucking James Cameron. James Cameron talked about when him and Guillermo del Toro were roommates together when they were younger. They would get high on the weekend and watch anime together.
This should do it.
Well, South Park was probably to blame for that. Not even. Fucking Trey was a massive weeb. He studied Japanese in college, had a Japanese roommate, and can speak the language fluently. On the early episode podcast episodes, Batty called Berserk bad hentai in front of Eli and Wendigoon, and both of them were like, oh, so you just never read it. Yeah.
Let's get this over with.
John Cena loves Fist of the North Star, and Hulk Hogan loved Pokemon and Kinuku Man. Yeah. And look at the kids. Look at who kids watch on YouTube nowadays. Just faking gay shit. Yeah. Rock Band Kiss used to watch Sailor Moon and other Japanese shows, and they also tape trade. Yeah. Yeah, Trey loves anime and speaks Japanese fluently. Yeah. I think Trey was a Japanese tour guide for a while. I meant the everything is fake and gay mindset, been present in South Park in Season 1. I mean, yes and no. They perpetuate it with the idea that this is just a thing that people do. They never supported it. And it's only recently have they started playing into it themselves. Yeah, Final Fight in T2 is an anime fight. Yeah. I mean, hell. James Cameron said he wanted to make the Battle Angel Alita movie for fucking decades. He just never had time. And he handed it off to Robert Rodriguez, who also fucking loved Alita. And Trey married an actual Japanese woman for a time, yeah. And Tom and Don have referenced the fact they should walk on eggshells around calling anime perverse since the entire series revolves around little boys. Yeah, it's like... They are clearly way, way smarter in that regard in the fact of, like, half our jokes are about, like, kidnapping small, naked little boys. We probably don't want to pull that card. I love Cowboy Bebop, Spy Family, Dada, name a few. I also like My Dress Up Darling and Farron. Even better, Del Toro called it Gunham. That's how you know he's a true fan. Yeah. Yeah, he literally called Pat Laborde Gunham. Oh god. Alright, heal. Benno, please. The Toro wanted to adapt Monster for HBO. Shame I never got to see that. Yeah. Try just air. Okay, averaging about 30. What about Flame Strike? A little bit more. Not so much anime in my life, forgot the title of most of them. I referred to Alita as Gundam. It's not a series known in Japan. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, fake fan. I'm totally not wrong. I'm totally not wrong. But yeah, no, it was Alita. Because he showed Cameron Alita. Cameron showed him Pat Laborde.
Didn't even have to ask.
Moral of the day is don't be a moral fag if you're doing something degenerative as well. I've said it before, like, the moral standards we have now are completely made up. Every other day, someone is, like, trying to play moral police on the internet, and then they get outed for being a fucking pedophile. Man, I've unrealized Guillermo del Toro projects generally make me sad. We could have been fed for generations. Go over the anime I love. Oh boy, yeah. Reckon the Navy's gonna name a ship after Trump? Probably. Also, son of a bitch, these things don't die.
Follow the old man's lead.
Just be yourself and don't feed the trolls or concepts that really aren't hard concepts to grasp. Yeah, no one seems to be able to follow them. Well, the sad part is the ladder's kind of an extinct concept. Not in the sense that you shouldn't, obviously, you know, fall into being provoked. It's the fact that, you know, trolls in old internet were people that just want to get under your skin and fuck with you. You know, that kind of thing. Like, they're just trying to get a laugh, and then they'll get bored and leave and that thing. What we have on the internet now are people who get, like, genuinely deranged and freaky with how much they just fucking hate someone. Yeah, Kishiro tells his Magnum Opus Gun Dream and Alita only used a gun for like 5% of the manga. Plus, Battle Angel just has a... maybe it's just me. That's just a cooler title. Yeah, we don't have trolls anymore. We trade that out for demons. Yeah, I see that everywhere online. Yeah. I'm not gonna throw stones. I get baited. Yeah. Housemate's girlfriend's so cool. Loves the same trippy 90s sci-fi anime I do. Showed me in Metropolis a few months ago, and it was awesome.
Watch and learn, kid.
I didn't realize you were streaming. Yeah. Please, Vanilla, for the love of God. For some reason, you do way more damage than me. I finished the manga, and the film of Battle Angel changed a lot. The black dude didn't even die at the end, like in the film. Yeah. It's trying to abridge a lot of the beginning to get to the second half. I did like how they changed Gruishka, though. He felt like he made more sense in the movie. There's this line where Lita states she thinks she was a gun or a knife in her past. Yeah. Well, Heart Thumper's about being anti-pedo and stuff. Yeah, tons of those. Don't want the government to do anything against cartel human trafficking because it will affect illegals. You ever named the series Berserk yet? Hardly used the power Berserker armor. Why would he do that? Explain. And trolls these days just want to turn every random person they hate into Christian or wannabe A-logs. Yeah. In Kingdom Hearts, Mickey sold the entirety of Final Fantasy 13. He's pretty damn strong. I'm pretty sure Vanilla's more geared to magic. She is, but she has higher magic stats than Zaz, who is like barely chipping away at this enemy in particular.
We got this, Vanille.
Are we talking about Battle Angel? Yeah, considering some of the events, Barishka works a good replacement for the sewer fight. Yeah. The Berserk armor was made like 4 years later. I can cast Ultima and Stopsa. Yeah, holy shit, Doom and Dark Age is already 50% off, yeah. Yeah, Paradigm you got set up here is just rough, yeah. Because you basically have two support characters that have to do damage in a fight. It's rough. Also, it's a thing of... let me see if Libra will outright say it, but like... it's a thing where clearly the elements we have are not the elements to use against this enemy, but all we can attack with are these elements. Yeah, Vanilla's supposed to be a designated Saboteur to cast as, and she's the debuffer, yeah. Anime was made before the first part of the manga was finished. Battle Angel was sort of bi-monthly magazine, so there was a long time between chapters, yeah. Yeah, 0 stars. We took too long. Oh, hey, Hope. Thanks for running off, you fucking dick. I discovered the show called Resident Alien. I found out that it started as a comic series. After I read the comic and watched the show, I'll recommend sticking with the comic and skipping it. Yeah.
Got left behind, huh?
Leave me alone.
Hey.
This is pointless. Can't keep up. Can't get home. It's over.
Shaft joined Final Fantasy.
It's not over. We'll get you home.
I don't have one. Now that Mom is.
What about your dad?
I'm not watching the stream, but this bitch voice actor's back made me act up. Oh god, the whiny piss baby. I hope can't help it when he's getting molested by lightning. And we did have Mr. T in 7, yeah. That face animation pop-in. Maybe this game could be remastered. Yeah, it needs some touch-ups. Don't forget, only Donald Duck and Bahamut can use the spell Zeta Flare.
That kind of stuff? Wishing on fireworks? Really? That's for little kids.
Because what I like about the comic is the alien isn't evil or desire to destroy humanity. He's just like anyone else and trying to figure out how to get back home.
What'd you wish for?
That next year, your father could come with
If you look at not like these characters, all of them insufferable, need a smack to the face.
Why?
Vector, the swanky black dude that works under the factory, aka Zalom, lives through the story. He gets crippled in an ambush, but he's still alive in the manga. Yeah.
They found the Foul Sea in the Bodum vestige.
But they wanted to kill him off because he was the bad guy of the first movie. I mean, they made reference to Nova, but they made it clear Nova is way down the line. Hell, you only physically see him at the end.
They forced us onto the train with everyone else.
Yeah, Resident Alien shut the bed in areas. It and Ted have convinced me that modern shows are obligated to have terrible political episodes.
So she tried to fight.
Yeah, 13 honestly looks super impressive for 2009. It holds up better than many console games from that era. Yeah, solid art direction.
Let's get you home, okay? Your dad's gotta be worried.
Let him worry. Why should I care? He doesn't.
Any father cares.
I mean, hell, their hair physics is genuinely impressive. So what's with the civilian purges? Cocoon are a bunch of assholes. Oh, if fantasy is final, why 13? Technically, every fantasy in every game is final because you save the world. Not to mention Resident Aliens, the show tries too damn hard to be funny.
Get you back home. Your dad'll be happy to see you.
So what you're saying is American Dad is the better adaptation of Resident Alien. Got it. Also, PS3 version is noticeably better than the 360. 360 came on 3 discs and still had to compress audio textures and FMVs to hell. That's because the PS3 had Blu-ray discs. You think about the show Resident Alien because Alan Tudyk is such an underrated actor. I've never seen it. Nova better stay goofy when or if they adapt the later parts. Menacing, yes, but goofy. With how they played him off in the first movie, he was more of like cold sociopath. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Millennial Gen Z divide came from Gen Z growing up watching millennials act like actual children with no repercussions. The Quirk Chungus effect, yeah. Crystal Tools engine at work, yeah. Purges are basically a singular citizen, maybe a lasso. Go one by one to check for a brand is too much trouble. Best just kill the entire town, yeah. 13 when Final Fantasy started to fall off. People debate back and forth on whether or not it is. Some people say 8's when it falls off. Quirk Chungus? Yeah, basically the Tumblerite effect. That's the new way to kind of describe it, but Quirk Chungus is basically the ramifications of Tumblr, where you had like really weird, like quirky Tumblr shit. Yeah, Final Fantasy fell off after 3. Listen, I like Crystal Tower, but fuck you. Oh, no, I didn't realize it. Okay. Wasn't the actor who played Rorschach in Alita? He's a pretty good actor. It's a shame he didn't get more movies. If I remember right, he played Grishka. And yeah, he was pretty good as Grishka. And my brother in Christ, a lot of us here are Zoomers. Yeah, college humor, yeah. Lightning Returns the gem and probably the best of the trilogy. Who's the guy on Twitter got exposed as pedo grooming a 14-year-old? I don't know. He was just, like... He was just another trainee that decided to jump off that specific bridge that I guess 3 of them killed themselves then. Yeah, we're all Zoomers except for Gabby. She's a hag. He also played Freddy in Nightmare on the Street remake. He was open about not really caring about the series. Yeah. Which was kind of that whole remake in a nutshell. It's like, they knew about Nightmare on Elm Street, but they didn't care. Yeah, technically, too. The cop stopped the second one. I watched Playdate with Kevin James the other day. It's pure dumb fun, dumb action, but it's fun. Watch while high or drunk with friends. Yeah, the urge to choke out Quirk Chungus is a desire etched in our DNA. The most recent guy who jumped off the bridge was another pedophile, yes. Assuming he's even, like, actually dead. Some people point out that he actually is just a fucking sociopath, and he might have just suicide baited. Check Discord? Yeah. I'm one of the few millennials here. I'm 30. Back, was playing XCOM Enemy Unknown. Forgot how hard that game is, but it's so good, though. It's so good. I hope Haley comes back to play Knucklehead for the Barjack arc. His voice and energy would be perfect for Knucklehead. Oh, yeah, it'd be great. Bridge be killing more trains than most right-wingers. Yeah, 30 isn't old, goddammit. I mean, for crying out loud, the director thought Freddy did not have enough lore. You know, if you're looking into the original series, he does. He has too much lore, if anything. I'm 26 and part of the older Gen Z crowd. Never beaten the game. I'm trying to see if prioritizing satellites and beam weapons. You should always try to get the new form of whatever weapon is available to research, because that just boosts your damage up across the board. Yeah, basically, the two things you want to build up are your weapons and the rank with your guys. Armor is also very helpful, but armor is one of those where you can set up your guys to where they never really get hit. Call of Duty is $2. I want another Final Fantasy Origins game. I've had my way. I'd love to do an R-rated animated movie for Nightmare on Elm Street so Robert Englund can voice Freddy. I seriously don't think anyone else can be Freddy. He outright said he was pushing for that to happen. Make merch of Lightning Grooming Hope. I'm building a bridge having me known for pedo-suicide. You know what? I'd be proud. If enough people kill themselves on that bridge, it will just straight up become cursed. I've always prioritized armor. It gave me pretty far despite the first terror attack, always taking a huge chunk of my guys. Yeah, like, armor and weapons basically just amounts to, are you good at prioritizing your positioning, or do you just kind of stack everyone together?
There's something up there.
Come to Papa.
Yeah, I'm 21. I despise Perchungus, and LOL random shit makes me violent in the best way possible. Yeah. Well, it's a thing where it is slowly dying off. It's just one of those of... We're seeing the remnants of it because corpos still think that's what people act like, because all the people in the corpos are fucking millennials. And okay. The people still don't really know what Quirkchungus is. To give a good example, Saints Row Remake. Saints Row Remake embodies Quirkchungus. That is the epitome of it. I don't know if YouTube will censor it, but the bridge will be haunted by a granny tranny. If it's only pedophiles, will the bridge be blessed or super cursed? I usually try to spread my eyes out. Have at least 1 or 2 guys covering each angle in Overwatch when I don't move or attack. Yeah. I'll do attack Snake Plissken Chronicles comic from CrossGen's and animated series and have Kurt Russell voice Snake, because, I mean, who has the testosterone to play him now? Oh, was that recent bridge posting real? That account looked like the most troll fake shit. Oh, no, he was real. Like, he actually was a legitimate tranny, and he actually was a fucking pedophile. And the question is, did he actually kill himself? Because the vibe everyone got is he's just like a immensely manipulative fucking piece of shit. Like in his suicide note, he was like, I'm not going to be able to play GTA 6. Please let me know if it's good. And it's like, the fuck you mean let you know? And really, you're going to talk about GTA 6 when you admit to fucking grooming 2 kids? Fuck you. If JP Yokai lore is any indication, the bridge will eventually have an evil aura, yeah. Saints Row Reboot would never recover from Oni Plays video perfect teardown, yeah.
Of course not. Not during the war.
I generally feel the reason why no one's attempted to do an Escape from New York remake is because no popular young male actors have as much testosterone as Kurt Russell, yeah.
Then the Sanctum's Faust.
Posting with the shark plush, and that shit just seems so fake, yeah.
You, sleep through history?
Said before, but I feel like there's a genuine divide between older Gen Z people and younger Gen Z folk. Difference just feels night and day.
Once the war was over.
Basically, were you pre 9/11, post 9/11?
In places like the Hanging Edge.
I curse thee, Pedro Pascal will be Snake in live action.
They gathered up scrap from Pulse.
Good news is James Rolfe released a video comparing all Frankenstein movies. Bad news is Razorfist also made a review on Del Toro's Frankenstein and says shit because girl boss Eliza. Ignoring the fact that Eliza's barely in the movie.
File C and who knows what mixed in with all the trash.
It's like, what do you mean, girl boss Eliza? Like, she's a fucking noble wife. Do you, Chad, even care about GTA 6? Yeah, at this point, who fucking gives a shit about GTA 6? I'll trade that shit for Half-Life 3. I was technically born before 9/11, but I was raised in a post 9/11 world. Much as I hate Pedro, I don't think it sounds too bad. Maybe that's cope. Yeah, her whole character arc is for the feel sad for the monster and die. Yeah. I was 5 going on 6 when 9/11 happened. I broke my back wearing a suit was too heavy for me. I'm 24. And make Elizabeth more proactive where in the novel she's trying to keep Victor's humanity. No, she's proactive in the sense that she actually meets the monster and has compassion for it. And at first she likes Victor, but when Victor starts doing his heel turn and becomes more cruel, she definitely is a lot more of like, you're just kind of a piece of shit. And it's funny how Razor hates Modern Frankenstein when even The Rock actually liked it. I'd sacrifice GTA 6 for a literal new Black Clover game that isn't a gacha. That was 7 9/11 happened. I remember being in class and the teacher had the news going on in his radio. I'm older Gen Z, 28, but according to other Zoomers, including other 28-year-olds, I'm an old man. I lost a kid to bone cancer. Fuck GTA 6. Razor Strap lies about Elizabeth in the new movie. Says she lectures Victor on the patriarchy, but the line he plays is more generic. These men have mothers, sons, and daughters. Wait a minute. Yeah, I remember that scene. That's in reference to them being sent off to war.
Can't we just talk this over?
Like, the whole point is, like, why are these men being sent out to die when they have families? It's because in the new one, Elizabeth straight up antagonizes and dislikes Victor and engages with Henry. Yeah, it's because there was a war, yeah. I don't mind it, but I do wish it stuck to the book. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's different because in the book, Elizabeth was engaged with Victor and his brother was like a kid. He was like, what, 10 years old? Yeah, I see it's something of an amalgam of the book and other adaptations of Frankenstein and elements of Dotoro's own life, yeah. Like, I definitely think calling it, like, an accurate adaptation of the book is only about half right.
I appreciate it.
I give a shit about GTA 6 when Djibouti plays it and can actually customize the roleplay characters. I was at home sick with my dad and grandma during 9/11. Shit was scary. I'd sacrifice GTA 6 for another tub of that caramel apple pie ice cream. I was born in October of 01 and I was raised without the internet. And it's accurate to the book as Coppola's Dracula adaptation is to the book. Yeah, basically. It gets a lot of brass tacks down, but it changes a lot. Yeah, William's a kid in the book, and only in some adaptations because of the issue of the creature killing a kid. Too ghastly for most directors, yeah. I think it's gonna happen to Guts in that weird meditation chamber. He basically has to find Nirvana. He has to achieve inner peace. Culture War got too stupid a long time ago and convinced none of these people even watch the shit they review anymore. There's nods to Boris Karloff movie. There's a few scenes that are nods to the Hammer horror version, and of course Kenneth Branagh's version. Remember an older person asked, do you know what a floppy disk is? Yes, I know. Like, I was born a few years after 9/11, but like my soul, my mind, my personality, it's like I was born in 1997. So you don't have to kick me out. Yeah, Rockstar almost canceled GTA 3 due to 9/11. He has to find an actual Nirvana album. Yeah, 13's underrated. Not gonna lie. Also, Hope is one of the best characters in the game. All right, you're fucking around. Yeah, basically, Guts going through a very long and well-needed therapy session. Yeah. I remember it was one day everyone was mad at me for some reason. My family was scared then. That was just the way things are, yeah. Yeah, and GTA stuff that isn't gay, we got a design doc for GTA 3. Really neat stuff. About 10 years ago, Bluebell made a coconut fudge ice cream that was so fucking good, and they discontinued it. I'd sacrifice GTA 6 for another tub of that. God, I kind of wish Adam the Monster had at least shown doing the dark deeds he did in the novel. I guess make it hard to relate, but the monster rationalized it as Vic's fault. The problem is they want to do the classic thing, like with the Karloff movie, in that the monster was good and Victor was evil. You know, it's the whole, like, who was the real monster, the Hunchback on Notre Dame thing. And you can't do that if you address some of the shit the monster did in the book. Because, like, the monster flat out murders a child, frames a woman for it and gets her killed. He murders Frankenstein's wife. Like, he is evil. He burns down the home of the farmers that he was watching because they rejected him. Like, he is evil. But the whole thing is the fact of he was Victor's evil, and to him, Victor was his evil. Yeah, Hope is the best character because he's living the dream being molested by the Dommy Mommy JRPG protagonist. He throws a kid in the lake. To be fair, they had it coming. See the stuff with the Campbell prop guy saying they sell unhealthy shit to people? Well, anyone that paid attention to Campbell's for a while knew that. It was processed to fuck and had shitloads of sodium. Just make your own soup. It's not really that hard. If anything, it's actually easier. Yeah, best prank to pull on your friend is make him witness the king in yellow. Haha, witness what he is, what has, what is, and what will happen, idiot. your favorite Digimon? It better be the legendary Digichad Vmon himself we're fighting. I don't know a lot about Digimon, so I'll disagree with you. Sacrifice GTA 6 rather a Hulk game or a sequel to 2018's Battletech. And the book, the creature is evil. Victor's just a jerk that regrets his actions, yeah. Same thing, Del Toro makes both Victor and the monster more sympathetic. Victor is an asshole in the book. He lets an innocent woman hang even though he knows she's innocent. Yeah, monster became evil because Victor rejected him. All comes back to the father, yeah. In the company that sells cans of processed noodles and ketchup passing off as pasta is not healthy, say it ain't so. Would you watch Clerks with Mr. Boss? I do like Clerks. It is a good movie. That's why I say the new Frankenstein's at least a mixture of the book and the movie. Like, this case, making the monster more sympathetic was from the movie. Yeah. And personally, I'd say it worked. The scene in the farmhouse where he's talking with the old man and bonding with him was genuinely nice. Remember Hulk's Ultimate Destruction? That game was fun as hell. About an RPG called Fugamelli's Steel. Yeah, we actually played one of them. They're not bad. Yeah, Clerks is great. Too bad Kevin Smith's career just been downhill. Yeah. Farmhouse stuff was in the book as well. Although in the book, when the family comes back, he burns down the farm. Yeah. Plus, the old man doesn't bond with him. If I remember right, he tries to bond with the old man, and as soon as he feels him, he's like, "What the hell are you?" I think Alan's gay. The comment about the mole's penis and him licking Mr. Boss's stomach was gay as hell. Audio Slave song Show Me How to Live is based on heavily references Frankenstein, You Gave Me a Life, Now Show Me How to Live. Yeah. Like, not to say the book is bad, but I still prefer the movie version of Frankenstein. Same reason for Godzilla. They're both tragic creatures, didn't ask to be made. Yeah. And I think that is why the interpretation of the monsters more sympathetic has stayed over the years. Like, people see the monster as like an underdog. Like, it doesn't know what it's doing in the world. It's just trying to figure it out its own place. And a quick tip, you can change paradigms during the final attack of your combo. Your final attack goes through and the animation cancels. Shift the animation, makes combat a bit smoother. James Rolfe mentioned the theme of nature versus nurture. The monster might not choose to be evil and has made one. I think it's wrong. Creature chooses to be evil. Carlos D's $10. Screw GTA 6. I'm more excited about Varsapura. Hoyo's pulling a shift up and using the money from the gacha to make it a AAA game. I also sacrifice the FF7 remakes for more Nier. Digimon Savers his peak. Protagonist literally just throws hand with Digimon. Yeah, you're my evil. I didn't make you to kill them. You gave me a life but didn't show me how to live. Yeah. Yeah, monster really lost himself and the old man's family tried to kill him. Yeah. Yeah, monster just listens in on the old man and his family struggle and feels close to them, only doesn't reach too far and is chased away by the family because they mistake it for a burglar. Yeah. Personally, I see the creature is sympathetic till he kills, he becomes the monster, and with Victor's death, he realizes he has no purpose and chooses to die with his father. Yeah. And that's just it. I kind of like the shade of once Adam saw how bad the world was, he in turn felt he was compelled to follow through, even though he wanted compassion. Yeah. Like that is what makes the monsters so interesting. There's so many different ways you can view them. Even evil versions of Frankenstein's monster lean into he turned evil because how he was treated. Yeah. Any non-K-pop Korean music you like? My favorite's a punk band called Crying Nut. Yes, that's really their name. I've never heard them, but that could be funny. Cat Mercury, $5. Amazo from the Just League animated series, my favorite Frankenstein. He basically is one, yeah. No, the way they beat him is they have to make Luther, the guy who created him, talk him down. A child's not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth, yeah. Here we go. I'm gonna go with War Girl, man. Sure knows people criticizing GTA 5 and Red Dead 2 because there's too in-depth detail, saying you don't need the ability to make whirlpools and pools. Might be contrarian, but I kind of agree. Well, it's... the reason is because a lot of the time those details in the grand scheme don't really matter, and then you hear stories about how the production was hell and people were crunched and things like that, and people basically go, if this much time and effort was put into these games and people are pushed this hard to make them, why do you need all these details? Like, in the end, what about the detail really made the game that much better? Yeah, Mesa was more of a Mewtwo than a Frankenstein. It's also interesting the monster never kills Vic. After everything, he has no satisfaction in his actions. Yeah. Yeah, Frankenstein's monster was the first ever incel who was an ugly bastard who just wanted a Franken bitch so they could live in the mountains together, and his creator couldn't give him that. Yeah, the monster kills multiple crew on the ship and also torments Victor at the end in the Arctic, like when he's all, blow me up, see what happens. Yeah. Well, he directly says, you only understand when I hurt you. Yeah, will hunt you and kill you just for being who you are, yeah. More faith. And my neck is feeling real strong after a nap. I'm going to play tug of war with the ceiling later, yeah. Frankenstein are Fran Madaraki and her sisters. Fran commits sins against nature purely out of naivete and good intentions. Yeah, Mewtwo was also sort of the same archetype. I mean, Frankenstein's a really famous story. And Tifa's the only good thing about those 7 remakes. Something I don't get is people claiming the monster only kills in self-defense in the movie, but by the wedding, he knows he can't die and acts pretty monstrous. Yeah, because, like, the only few times he really acted in self-defense was when he was escaping the lab, because, yeah, when Victor was trying to train him, he started to kind of lash out just because, you know, he was like, you know, you are hurting me, why are you hurting me, that kind of thing. When he's in the woods and he gets attacked by hunters, obviously he's like, oh shit, get away from those guys. I don't think he hurt any of them then. But later on in the house where he, like, rips the one guy's jaw off, yeah, that was self-defense. But by the Arctic, yeah, like, he's like, beating the shit out of people. Because he's pissed off. Like, he's controlled by rage. Speaking of which, it's really cool. Cats in the Cradle was written by Harry Chapin's wife. Yeah, do perfectionist signatures lose meaning with scale? Red Dead Horseballs, yeah. That's just maybe one of the worst things in FF13 is the first paradigm shift animation and battle taking longer. I think the dynamite was badass. Also, I like the detail of the monster's eyes glow with inner fire because he's full of life. Yeah. I see the... Oh, yeah. That's just me. One of the worst things in 13 is the first paradigm shift. I've actually read Frankenstein. I'm glad I read it, but it didn't blow me away. Dracula's better. Dracula, ironically, is more fun. It has like goofy shit. You have a cowboy. 7 exists so I can justify the Clarifa agenda. He's really self-defense if he knows he can't die. Well, I mean, it still fucking sucks to get shot. If you ever get 13 Remaster or Remake, they gotta fix all the problems, yeah. That's some pretentious, but do you agree with the internet literally being Plato's allegory of the cave, but in real life? In a lot of ways, yeah. Remember the pre-Dracula and much worse vampire story, Carmella? I've never actually read it, no. All I heard was it's basically just an adaptation of Elizabeth Bathory's antics, and that's all I hear about it, nothing else. They read more old-school gothic novels. Besides Frankenstein and Dracula, what other good monster novels to read? Those are pretty much your big two. I mean, you can read Edgar Allan Poe as well. He's kind of the king of gothic. There we go. Damn. Person really liked the story of Frankenstein and got a copy with the illustration done by Bernie Wrightson. Seriously, get that version. His art's good. American Shiv Vlad, but you feel proud, don't you? Damn. Bram Stoker's Dracula, the film, is a perfect adaptation of the book, albeit with a love story bolted on. Yeah, like, all the Harley Quinn romance stuff to me felt like, that's not really a point to being here, because Dracula's still a massive asshole. But in terms of, like, what it actually covers from the book, it probably is the closest adaptation we're getting. A Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde's a good one. Phantom of the Opera hasn't had faithful adaptations in the fucking 1925 silent movie, and that's the same, yeah. Edgar Allan Poe also wrote a book that serves as a precursor and inspiration for Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes books, yeah. Technically, it was a 3-hour effort, but yes, the American stroke first.
Hope snow's all right.
If I remember right, doesn't he die? I'm pretty sure his name was Quincy, right? Yeah, the guy's name was Quincy. If I remember right, he dies. Is there a werewolf story like Frankenstein Dracula? None that I know of. I mean, you have werewolf legends, but most everyone thinks of the Wolfman, but that was a movie. Yeah, Quincy died at the end. That's what I thought, yeah. Because I think Dracula, like, slices his throat open. Yeah, Quincy Morris, yeah. Doesn't Van Helsing hunt down Dracula? He does, but in the book, he had a full party. Yeah, and Honor John names his son after him, yeah. It was a gypsy who mortally struck him. I wish someone would actually make a faithful Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde movie. The book actually covered a lot of interesting ideas. Like, Mr. Hyde isn't a split personality in the book. He's basically Jekyll when he lets the mask slip. Yeah, Blood and Chocolate's basically Paranormal Romance Blue Balls. He asked me the only true Dracula is an asshole. Like, sympathetic Dracula sucks, no pun intended. It can work right. Like, Season 1 of Castlevania, I think, worked the best. But by and large, Dracula's still evil. Like, he is still a man who sold his soul to hell. By the way, Dead Rising 3 vid was Kino. Can't wait for the 4th one in 5 years. Yeah, right? Yeah, the original idea of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde's a mystery, but you're not supposed to know these two are the one and the same. Yeah. Adaptations really lean too heavily into making Hyde physically different to the point some make him literally look like an ape. Yeah. 30s Jekyll and Hyde movies generally disturbing. He's basically a rapist. Well, in the book, wasn't he a rapist? Because, like, he was, like, all the fucking worst parts of a human. Yeah, Dracula should be evil, not misunderstood, yeah. And what sucks is the book for Jekyll and Hyde kind of relies on you not knowing the twist, but because of pop culture osmosis, everyone knows, yeah. Yeah, Dracula's a demonic nobleman, sort of why Christopher Lee was a good choice. Guy was a non-demonic nobleman. You can understand why Dracula is the way he is now, but that doesn't change the fact he's a monster, yeah. Yeah, there is no Mr. Hyde in the twist. It's all Jekyll. And really, Hyde's described as actually physically younger than Jekyll. And the problem with the Phantom of the Opera adaptations and save the original is that they try to pretty up and romanticize the Phantom so you don't think about how fucked up he is, yeah. Harker dashed his throat. Morris got the heart stab. Morris was backstabbed by a gypsy servant. Yeah. Because, yeah, in the book, they killed Dracula by just stabbing the shit out of him with knives. It's actually kind of funny. Painting of Dorian Gray is another good gothic book. Not amazing, but very solid. Yeah, real Dracula still mogs the vampire one. Imagine getting beating someone's ass in a duel, then making him dig his own grave. Why do these things have so much health? Why do they always have so much health? Also, none of the fandom adaptations include the Persian, who's a badass, and basically the story's Van Helsing. And Dracula's defeated by walking around at night in London. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the movie Van Helsing start the whole Van Helsing is a vampire hunter instead of a professor? Well, no, like, Van Helsing was known as a vampire hunter even in the original book. That was his area of study. I can't mark it for $2. 90s Charles Dance Phantom was a Kino adaptation. Fun fact, there's a gorilla song called Dracula from the first album that has a sample line from an old Looney Tunes Dracula parody. I'm a vampire and the rest is good for the blood. That's when I wrote Vlad Tepes, and he's got a pretty grisly history. Let's not forget the great Dracula adaptation, Dracula Untold, a total masterpiece, but for real, that movie's garbage. The only thing worthwhile is Charles Dance. Why do they always have so much health? Real Dracula is interesting because cruelty was a direct response to how cruel the Ottomans could be. Basically payback for the abuse he went through as a kid, yeah. Yeah, guys ever go to cover Anne Rice? I mean, maybe. I don't know much about it. Now, the movie did give Van Helsing a Solomon Kane style get up. Everyone puts him in now. I think he was an older man in the book. Yeah, he was. Like, Van Helsing, if I remember right, in the book was like fucking like he was like in his 50s, close to his 60s. He was an old man. Because he was supposed to contrast John, who was a younger guy. You know, John was like fucking 20s, close to 30s, that kind of thing. You know, Van Helsing is basically the expert you turn to, and he's the one that explains everything that's going on. Yeah, Van Helsing was a professor. Yeah, he was a professor of medicine. Yeah, fun fact, Dracula's dad was raised in the court of Emperor Sigismund, who you would know from KCD. Yeah. I kind of like how he was in Nosferatu, yeah. Well, Nosferatu is literally just an adaptation of Dracula. They just changed some things because they didn't have the rights. It was basically a German remake. So the actual framework is exactly like Dracula. Even including the fucking Demeter, which actually makes less sense because it took place in Germany, which was landlocked. I really like the original interview with the vampire movie, but despise the TV show. The reason why Anne Rice's son disowned it. And Sigismund was also the founder of the Order of the Dragon, where Dracula and Dracula get their titles. So what you're saying is we need a Halloween DLC for Kingdom Come 2 where we fight vampires. I am 100% up for that. Yeah, he was always a vampire hunter. The movie just turned him from a detective type into an action film hero. Yeah. Last Vampire on Earth, review it, do it. I assume Rice no longer with us. Anne Rice? I thought she died like a while ago. Maybe that should be the Warhorse's next game, Dracula. That would actually be cool. Remember he isn't landlocked. It has a coast. Hey, if that was you on the phone and you on the bus, who was flickering the lights? Nosferatu. It's a little too early. If I recall, you're like 30 years too early for that in KCD2. I mean, they have the fucking they have the fucking Cumans there in the region. You can do a little bit of an inaccuracy. The whole point of Kingdom Come 2 is that it's secretly a historical film being filmed. Muslims on Twitter recently started claiming total victory over Vlad Tepes as if militarily didn't constantly beat the Ottomans and only dying after being betrayed by Catholics. Housemate was saying a girl earlier this year who claimed to have ghost written an episode of an interview with vampire. She's a compulsive liar. I've seen Jay Longbone's reaction to the interview of Vampire TV series. Holy shit, is that show butt fucking retarded. Dracula is considered a folk hero for a reason. Most of his infamous executions were Ottoman collaborators. Also, Germany has deep rivers that's like Mississippi, so you can get a ship inland. No missed opportunity of Dracula transform into a dragon since Dracula means son of the dragon. Yeah, but vampire's cooler. Funny thing, Rice is considered anti-vampire repellent, and yet a woman named Rice made a series of vampires that probably inspired White Wolf. Now that Robert Eggers actually thanks SpongeBob for keeping Nosferatu alive in the minds of young people, yeah.
Would it kill her to smile?
And the homeless. Dracula was not kind to the homeless, the old and vagrants. Oh, thank God we have DPS. Even if we're not playing as Lightning, just having Lightning here as DPS is, like, already way better. What powers does Dracula have? He can turn people into vampires, obviously. He can shapeshift. He can control creatures of the night, so like wolves and bats and things like that. I think he can control rats as well. He can mind control people. He can do a lot of shit. I'm thinking about it. I was like, yeah, he was kind of fucking broken. He can change the weather. Yeah, he can climb walls, yeah. He can turn into mist, wolves, rats, bats, yeah. Yeah, Vampire Lestat to me is waste potential of a book. Lestat's a vampire in the 80s metal band, but the series shifts from gothic to more action shows in one story. I think Dracula is a vampire transform into a dragon like how you can transform into a wolf and a bat. I mean, that could be cool. Yeah, telepathy, mind control, yeah. He can suck a dick like a Hoover.
Let's get this over with.
I find enough a lot of the anti-Vlad propaganda was from German merchants who were kicked out of Wallachia. Yeah, weather manipulation, strength, speed, shapeshifting into a bat, swarm, mist, a lot more, yeah. Yeah, basically it's Helsing incarnation, but less anime. Yeah, the only way they were able to kill him in the book was that they specifically waited for it to be daytime. They could only kill him during the day. You signed copies from Anne Rice Vamp Chronicles. Loved her. They bring my father back. He went to fetch milk and he hasn't come back. Yeah, look at that. The damage Lightning is able to fucking... Yeah, she ain't nothing to Dracula. Coppola's Dracula movie is still fucking gorgeous to look at. It is very well made. Like I said, the only thing I'm not a big fan of is the Harlequin romance stuff. To me, it feels really cheesy and completely out of place. Like, all the times it adapts the book, it's fucking great. Now, Coppola's Dracula movies, yeah, Came from Blood Omen's an amazing interpretation of Dracula ability-wise, yeah. Sunlight burns Dracula, right? It doesn't burn him, but it makes him weaker. He's moving different, smoking them Tennessee taint ticklers. What's the downside of being a vampire again? When you die, you're damned to hell. Gary Oldman still kills it, even with the cheesy romance. Oh, yeah. Like, when he's allowed to just go nuts as Dracula, he's fucking awesome. Like, everyone laughs at the I don't drink wine thing, but it unironically is a pretty good scene. Even if Keanu is like, yeah, I was fucking exhausted and didn't want to do a British accent. Fuck you. Dracula's albino confirmed. He literally is. Like, his human form was described as, like, he didn't really look right. Hey, you know what? Worth it. The OG Hammer movie for Dracula is great. Don't bother with the sequel. Some of the dialogue was so bad Christopher Lee refused to say anything, which is why he doesn't say anything in one of them. Yeah, Gary Oldman's amazing. Coppola's Dracula also had my wife Winona Ryder. Basically, immortality and all the powers, but you're damned to go to hell. Jesus won't save you, yeah. Because he was cursed for specifically spiting God. And vampires have no powers in the daylight. Dracula was no different from a normal old man. Yeah, that's why they were able to kill him then. Yeah, they could just make Keanu's character American. Yeah, right? You literally have an American... Quincy's in the Coppola movie. Just make him Quincy. No one would have complained, but they wanted him as John because John was the lead role. You know, John was the actual protagonist. Or one of the protagonists. So they wanted him to have a bigger role to slap his name on the poster. I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me. Convinced Gary Oldman can fix any bad movie with performance. He's been in a lot of bad movies. John Barker was a JoJo. I think Keanu could play Van Helsing now. I think that would be fun. He wants to do another Constantine movie, and that's basically Van Helsing. They're smoking dung beetles. Yeah, when we turn to a vampire, your soul's insta-damned. Your mind and body remain on Earth. Yeah. Well, if Dracula is an actual vampire in World of Darkness, and most vampires fucking hate him, yeah. What's the best Dracula? I mean, obviously, you have, like, book Dracula, who is fucking terrifying. No one ever said this, but Jonathan Harker is a fucking idiot in Dracula. You see blue flames, and he's all, okay. Yeah, like, the one thing that's, like, a massive red flag that makes him go, wait a minute, something's not right here, is the fact Dracula didn't have any servants in his castle. Not the fact he was living all alone in this dark castle for years. Not the fact that people regularly didn't want to talk about him. Not the fact that people constantly said, if you go up to the castle, you're never seen again. It was the fact he had no servants. Alrighty, swap us back on over. Yeah, Black Dracula from Billy and Mandy's best Dracula. Jonathan Harker being Keanu Reeves starting to make more sense. His response to everything is, whoa. I really liked how Nosferatu treated that scene. Bill Skarsgård's voice was creepy as fuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did fantastic with that. He was amazing as basically kind of Dracula. They call him something else in Nosferatu. I can never remember the Lord's name in Nosferatu. I only ever remember him as Nosferatu. But Nosferatu just means, like, vampire. And to be fair, men are that large without any aid is suspicious. John was a land development guy. Yeah, Orlok. Yeah, his name was Orlok. People that are weird, and the Lord isn't a Lord if he doesn't have servants. I think Dracula Flo can thrive in World of Darkness. I mean, it was Roman in the 1400s. I'm pretty sure it was standards for some nobles. Yeah, Victorian era man is priority straight. Don't hate on John. I mean, John is the one that, manages to help kill Dracula at the end, so give him that credit. I wish we have another Van Helsing movie, more specifically a sequel. It would be fun. It would be fun. Having that more, like... Because the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing movie is basically Solomon Kane. It's Solomon Kane, but, like, way more over the top. Because they have those weird, like, razor disc thingies. Can Yuki survive World of Darkness? She would do all right. Shouldn't you say Alucard's my favorite Dracula? I count it. Yeah, quote I read from Dorian Gray for some reason. Lord Henry advocated against morality, but was never known to do an immoral thing. Really put in perspective, the whole watch the hands, not the mouth thing. Yeah. Yeah, I want a good Solomon Kane movie. The one we got's not bad. It just falls apart at the end. Like, the whole, like, big CGI fire monster thing was stupid. The whole end confrontation's not great. But the first, like, 30% of it, I would say, is actually pretty damn fun. No servants? That means Dracula must be cooking meals for me all along. Yeah, director's a lady now, yeah. I have one interesting sci-fi vampire story. Check out Lindsay Sands. A little romance, but the vampires are interesting. Also, the books are really funny, but no evil Dracula. Also, Castlevania mainline still has the best Dracula due to effectively being Castlevania's equivalent to Lucifer. Yeah. He's fucking absurdly powerful. Jackman Van Helsing movie is incredibly over the top and kind of dumb, but I love it. That's kind of the agreed upon consensus. Like, that movie was dumb as fuck, but I love it. I think a game revolving around Van Helsing and Dracula would be fun to play, like a hack and slash, something like DMC with vampires. Funny enough, there was a game made for the Hugh Jackman Van Helsing movie, and it was a DMC3 clone. And by the nature of it being a DMC3 clone, was actually kind of fucking better than it had any right to be. You know, Alucard giggles like a madman when someone figures out his name's backwards, and Integra just rolls her eyes. Yeah. Dracula sucks blood because he read on a form somewhere, brings her hair back. Yeah, that game was tits. Yeah, it's like better than the movie. Yeah, it's Stephen Sommers for you. He's a born entertainer, and his bullshit has been left to rot in director jail. Yeah, DMC clone owned played on stream, please. That would be fun. You gotta stream it? Like I said, it would be fun if we can get an emulator for it. There's gotta be an ISO sitting around somewhere. Like I said, people liked it more than the movie. That's what I love about it, too. Van Helsing is not a gold standard movie, but it's entertaining as hell. That's why I wish we have a sequel. Like, I still remember the scene where they have, like, the swarm of, like, vampire babies, wherever they were, and they just, like, siege that town and start, like, going fucking nuts. And Dracula has the fucking... not Dracula. Van Helsing has the fucking repeater crossbow. He just sticks in the thing of holy water. It's like, that movie was fun. I liked it. Interesting how Alucard's design changed so drastically from 3 to Symphony of the Night when a woman started doing art for the series. Her art's amazing, though. Yeah, I think I had that game. Birthday soon. Will you finish what you started a year ago? Save Jenny and splatter a house? Could be fun. Movie has Kate Beckinsale and that goofy actor that played Benny from The Mummy playing Igor. Castlevania Dracula is the devil on Earth. Still hate the Netflix version of Death. Wasted Malcolm McDowell. Yeah. Gonna read that Dino Erotica on stream tomorrow? I don't know what Shota has planned. He's gonna do something. He's gonna do something evil. Favorite moment is the big ball scene where there's like hundreds of people, but the mirror reveals she's completely alone. Yeah. Well, it's because all the vampires. You don't see the reflections. It even has a James Bond Q scene under the Vatican. Yeah. Ever thought about making a Vampire Hunter D video? It's a shame the series is kind of unknown except for the 2 movies. The books are pretty great, and Bloodlust one of the greatest anime movies ever. It is really good. Also, Carmela has absolutely nothing to do with Elizabeth Bathory. It's about a woman being stalked by an obsessive predatory lesbian vampire. Oh. I've seen Deep Rising, also by Summers. Deep Rising's good. It's fun. And Transylvanian Horse is also a great track. Yeah, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, still an amazing achievement, and it looks amazing, yeah. Kate Beckinsale, my teenage crush. That Hugh Jackman, Kate Beckinsale, as a bias, say thank you. Yeah, I wish we got a Blade game that's actually fun to play. Favorite Bleach girl? I'll forever love Rengoku. She has tits so big, if she falls asleep the wrong way, she'll smother herself. Gonna be real, opening track for Jackman Van Helsing fucking slaps. I might need to watch that movie again. It's so fucking like... It's so cheesy, but it's so fun because it's cheesy. Rengoku Chad, stand up. Anytime I think of Elizabeth Bathory, mine always goes back to that literal bloodbath scene from Hostel 2. Seriously, have they not made a new Blade movie yet? He should be easiest character to make a movie for. The funniest part is they said, we didn't want to just put him in a leather trench coat and have him fight vampires. And it's like, the fuck do you mean? That's what people want out of Blade. Like, what do you mean? The exact thing people want to see out of Blade? Like, yeah, over-top acting, the Dracula Brides and Frankenstein were great, yeah. A lot of my friends like to joke that Van Helsing film was a prequel to Helsing. Yeah, Yorichi's my personal favorite. Yorichi's not bad. And so they're making a new Mummy movie with Brendan Fraser? Yeah. Yeah, Kubo saying no, the JJK girls were his type is the most real quote. Yeah. Yeah, Blade 2 is so good. Close we're ever going to get to a Devil May Cry movie. Dude, it's so good. Yorichi or Nell? Yami Kojima, Castlevania artist, is probably the single greatest artist in the business. That's when Wesley Snipes in a black trench coat killing vampires with a sword and a gun. Yeah, it's like, that's all people want. Just make a balls-to-the-wall action movie. You can do whatever you want. Like, yeah, Blade 2 was also Del Toro, yeah. But it's this thing where, I guarantee, they wanted to shove Blade into mainline MCU, so they were scared of giving him, like, an R-rated movie. Ignoring the fact of, like, Blade was always in his own weird little corner, because how the hell do you justify vampires in larger Marvel? You know, if you're going by the rules of the movies, you know, the comics get away with it because the comics had fucking everything be canon, like anything's possible. So yeah, vampires are real. You just have to stumble into the right thing. So I guarantee they want to do this thing where they want to introduce him to mainline MCU and didn't want to be known as like a blood and guts type character, ignoring the fact of like, dude, come on, come on, let him kick ass, let him do this, let him do that. Buddy and I once found a novel Barnes & Nobles that was written by Wesley Snipes. It was basically Blade if he was human in the apocalypse. Should have bought it. Fucking John Wick with a black guy with a sword and gun. It's that easy, yeah. Speaking of Frasier, really want to see Rena family movies, and I'm going to see it on Wednesday because we canceled anime night because it's going to be the day before Thanksgiving. So I'm taking that chance to go see that movie. To be fair, even in the comics, the Avengers don't care about Dracula being real, yeah. Yeah, Jubilee became a vampire. Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine proved one thing. They should give Wesley one final film, yeah. Did Punisher and Blade ever team up? I think they've crossed paths, yeah. Yeah, just do Midnight Suns, yeah. Yeah, Blood and Guts what Blade's all about. Wearing all black and kicking vampire ass, yeah. And the Boo DeMaio had a pitch for a Blade movie that was basically the Raid but with Blade, and I'm like, there you go, there's your movie. That sounds fucking awesome. You know? Like, have Blade clear out an apartment complex full of vampires. That sounds fucking awesome. It's unfortunate Van Helsing came out when movies were moving away from makeup and creature effects and using only CGI, causing movies' effects to age like milk, yeah. Even the comics have characters questioning why vampires are a thing in their universe. He also worked with Captain America. Wait, are we all Sagittariuses? That's why we click. Any birthday plans? I have no idea. That's something I'm going to have to figure out. Yeah, Snipes still looks great. Fucking in shape. Yeah, he's a martial artist. Takes care of himself. Yeah, cool. Black guy, katana, guns, vampire action. Done. It's not that hard. Actually, I'm a Libra. Yeah, red choreography fight scene mixed with Blade would have some crazy kills. Well, especially yeah, honestly, just get Gareth Evans to do it. Okay, let me make sure I actually got my Gareths right, because there's Gareth Evans and Gareth Edwards. And I always confuse the two. Okay, yeah, no, Evans, yeah. He's the guy that did the raid. Get him, because whenever he does martial arts, he really likes, like, the painful aspect of martial arts where, like, bones are getting broken, people are getting cut up and beaten to shit. Like, get him for a Blade movie, because you can take advantage of the fact that vampires don't die until you kill them, and they burn away. So, like, get him to do it, and you can probably have some fucking gnarly fight scenes. There's only one Blade. There's never going to be one Blade. Well, he's going to be gifted a GameCube, a few controllers, and a copy of Super Monkey Ball. That's your birthday plan. Not a bad one. I can also try to find a copy of Mario Sunshine. Get Michael Jai White. Yeah. Watch Gareth Evans' segment of VHS 2 is easily the best thing coming out of that franchise. He's a fucking good director. Like, I love a lot of his action scenes. Dude just knows how to make a fun action scene. The story's fucking very, like... Havoc's story is fucking stupid, but the fight scenes in that movie are fucking killer. Yeah, one of my favorite jokes from Blade 2. You're a human? Barely. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, best quote for the problems trying to make MCU Blade. Some motherfuckers always trying to escape uphill. Yeah. Yeah, why did Jubilee turn to a vampire again? Try to be a Morbius vampire or Blade vampire? Probably Blade vampire, because Morbius looks really fucked up being a vampire. I mean, he can look human, but it took him a while to look human. Yeah, motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind? Yeah. Yeah, Blade easy, yeah. He gets all the benefits, none of the drawbacks. Yeah, Morbius sucks plasma. Yeah, Blade vampire, because I'd have their strength and none of the weaknesses, yeah. Yeah, Buffy vampire. To be fair, Buffy vampires are fucking broken. I remember 90s Spidey Morbius, the suction cup hands shudder. Well, the moments where Wesley Snipes kind of slips out of character like he'll kill me. Motherfucker, I'll kill you, yeah. Well, it's great because, like, he has enough of those moments where he can tell the whole, like, cold stoic thing is a front. And, yeah, when he's legitimately pissed off, he just breaks that. It's fucking great. Favorite ending for Blade 2 is Blade hung down that last vampire. He didn't kill and say, oh, you thought I forgot about you? Yeah. Like those moments where Eric comes out of Blade, yeah. I consider myself a Scorpio Sagittarius mix because I'm a bit too aloof to call myself true Sagittarius, but I'm getting too into it. This is as deep as I want to go. Remember the cartoon Morbs, hand pussies? Yeah, Blade Vampire can walk outside in the day. I've stopped letting immigrant vampires into our caves. But Lolly could say it's Morbin time. Which court from Dresden Files rather be in? Black, white, red, or jade? If I remember right, I think white court is the one where the least bad shit happens. Black court, a lot of really bad things happen. Say what about the third movie? Triple H fighting Ryan Reynolds is funny. Yeah, Blade Pyre. Ever seen Murdoch Scramble? If I have, it's been a long-ass time. I don't remember anything about it. How much of Blade's success is just Snipes nostalgia? Would he work in a movie as somebody else? Are you talking about, like, are you talking about Blade as a character? I mean, Wesley Snipes was really good as Blade, but yeah, you can cast a new guy for him. The whole thing is finding someone that's able to embody that fun and be a legitimate badass. Like, you need someone like a Michael Jai White who is a really good martial artist. My court's still fucking cutthroat, though. You're not wrong. Yeah, Snipes' Blade putting on the Stoic is funny because you know it's because he wants to look cool. Yeah. Gonna make Idris Elba Blade. You know it. I know it. Yeah, and he's the one I don't really see. Yeah, Marduk is the anime, but the Team Prostitute turns cyborg. Yeah, Kanye West is Blade. I like Marshala Ali as Blade, but even he's getting frustrated with how Marvel's not doing anything. Yeah. Yeah, Black Horror Dracula types and the strongest, but you smell like a corpse. Even Wesley Snipes said Blade 3 was for the money, and knowing now, he really needed it. Yeah. Yeah, you need someone who doesn't need to convince you he's a badass. Yeah. I wouldn't mind a modern Blade. The issue is Blade sells the trench coat badass look, and people think that's too cheesy. Yeah, it's like you need someone that can dress up like Blade, and you're into it. You're like, fuck yeah, that's cool. Anyone else, the aura is not going to be there. Michael B. Jordan, maybe? I mean, maybe, but the problem is he was Killmonger in Black Panther, so they can't just bring him back to be Blade, too. Yeah, Rick Court, meanwhile, are more World of Darkness vampires instead of Bram Stoker types. Another part of making someone else Blade is like trying to make someone else Hellboy. The original actors pulled it out so well, no one else can do it. Yeah. And it's sad the movie was so bad because both Michael Jai White and John Leguizamo were perfect casting for Spawn and Violator. Live action, yes. I will forever love the HBO cast, though. I think Sinners actually started as Ryan Coogler's pitch for a Blade movie, but it was rejected, so they made it its own thing. Yeah. They already said they used costumes from the original production of Blade, and that's when people knew this movie's dead. Fuck it, Terry Crews' Blade? That'd be fun. Like his kids say, he needs to horror farm. They say that, but they are bringing back RDJ as Doom. And Jade Court are Chinese vampires, and the least expanded on, but they're apparently respect the Accords more. I don't know if Michael B. Jordan can pull off Blade. Yeah, Keith David is the Spawn voice. Let's make up something like Killmonger as a clone of Blade. So he was a clone of a half vampire, but he was more obsessed with Wakanda. Okay. There's only one Blade. There's only going to be one Blade. Yeah. Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen or Cillian Murphy should have been Doctor Doom. Yeah. Yeah, short and fat, but I'm a murderer like a Terminator. That's some ramp for Spawn, but I can't help but reference that. Yeah, Doom was superior Iron Man in the comics. There is precedent. Yeah, I like Michael B., but he doesn't have the voice for Blade. Yeah. Yeah, Mads was wasted in Doctor Strange. Yeah. Blade didn't understand the only group of blood-sucking vampires you don't mess with the IRS. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, on this note, I think I'm going to call it here. It is getting pretty late where I'm at. So we had a good time tonight. We actually got to play Final Fantasy 13 again. Always fun. Always fun. Always fun. Michael B. Jordan seems like a cool dude. He was showing Paul Mescal and Austin Butler anime and seemed to genuinely into it. Yeah. But yeah, and next stream, I don't know what Shota has planned. I don't know if he's gonna do a Tuesday stream because it is getting close to Thanksgiving and he's been busy with his house. But you know, I'll make sure of that. If not, I can pull something out of my ass for tomorrow. And yeah, Thursday is gonna be Thanksgiving, guys. It's gonna be Thanksgiving. It's gonna be great, and it's also gonna be my birthday. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Gonna be a lot of fun. Gonna be a lot of fun. But I'm gonna call it here. Hopefully everyone can enjoy the holidays. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I'm still gonna be working on Night of the Living Dead video, so it's gonna be a busy week, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So see you guys.